What's up? What's up? What's going on? Okay, let me see here. Hey, what's up? Why do you guys say hi but don't have conversation? That's kind of crazy. What's going on? Hey, what's up? What's up, bro? What's going on, bro? What's up, Matrix? What's going on, guys? How's life going? Yeah, that's not bad. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. And the shoulders are way too. Okay, wait. Actually, I can get away with that. I can actually get away with this. Okay. So if I have to guess, if I have to put it like this, that, right? And then, okay, our upper half is like this. And then I'll wrap this around under here. Right. And then the jacket will be like this. Actually, it's much bigger than that. And then put it right here. All right. Erase this part. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see you paint. Oh, let's see you paint. Okay. That, okay. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I wasn't too sure. What the fuck? Okay. All right. I wasn't too sure. 未来が見えてるわけじゃない肩が増えたわけじゃない変わらないよ君の横に俺がいる Of course every day every night every morning 君といたいこの声この音この歌は君に伝えたいよ世界を変えたわけじゃない強くもなれたわけじゃない変わらないよお前の横に俺がいる Of course every day every night every morning 君がいたよこの声この音この歌君に伝え
you guys are quiet today. God damn. Why are you guys so quiet?
Woke up every night, every night, every morning.
What's going on, bro? What's going on, my dude? Quiet as shit. What's going on, official? How's life going? That's good. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Maybe it's too loud. Maybe that's the reason. You guys are quiet today. I think these streams to connect with you guys, not just this, not just the draw only. So what's going on? You guys can hear me, right? Just to make sure. They're on YouTube. Okay, good. Talk to myself. That. Today we're doing the Gachiakuta Animatic. But what's your guys' plans today? For those who are here. That. Go. And then bring this down. Oop, a little more lower. Like this, and like this.
Sound under me, sound under you, sound under me, sound under you. High and high, you
go. Actually, you know what? Erase this part. Hey, Shao, what's going on? Hey, Bri, what's up, bud? Okay. Let's go. Going okay. A little better, but going okay. How's it going? Okay, 100%. Thank you, bro. Okay, so far so good. We're going at pretty good speed here. Might get this done in time. Might get this done in time. Hey, Dark, what's going on? Rio. Thank you. Thank you for that. Don't worry, I will answer your question on tomorrow. I promise I'll have a video for you out, because I think you did ask a question after the question. If I remember right. Thank you for the phone. Yeah. I need to respond to it. I did read it, but I just need to respond to it. Usually when that happens, I want to get my thoughts together so I can explain a way that makes sense, that doesn't confuse. Knowing how I'm going to approach the question. Hello. How goes it? What brings you to the stream today? Yep. Pretty good. In America. All right. Okay, with this. There we go. This. And then hold this in. Okay. Yep. Thank you. Follow. Drawing this Artextric should be a pain in the ass every frame. God damn. Keep. I mean, deal with it. Okay, almost there.
It's
phone? Are you doing this on the phone? You can put all your tags in it all at once. On several things at once. You don't have to do them individually. Yeah, but they're all, you technically can, they're all transformers, so you can give them general tags. They're all transformers, majority of them. The only time you have to get specific is based on the title. But they're overall all transformers, so I would get general tags. And the hashtags in the description. Looking at your audience retention time, your analytics. I want the schedule. I'll help you with when you get home. Hey Randall, thank you for the oh shit.
It's like someone clipped my wings. And I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say goodbye. So long ago, sleepless nights I laid awake just begging to let go. I almost got to suicidal thoughts when you stepped in. An angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say goodbye.
What are you talking about? There we go.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want revenge, then fight a home.
I'm so glad you put me on this show, Bry. I thank you, my bro. You're awesome, my dude. One love to you, my bro. Thank you for putting me on this show, my dude.
I'm tired of the
Alright. Are you talking about your thing? You talking about your Transformers thing?
Is what I tell myself. my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I just touched outside, a king without his crown. I'm breaking, you're faking, girl. You never made us out.
Clips do you paint?
I'm tired of the pain.
Come on YouTube. Animating her hair must be a pain in the ass, yo. Animating this hair must be pain in the shit. I swear to God. I love Rio, but this shit will make me hate this hoe so fast. And have to draw this every frame. Oh, and keep it consistent. That's some bullshit. Oh my God, dude. Imagine managing this hair will be a pain in the ass, yo. Especially in like fight scenes. Oh my God, dude. This is why animators in Japan need to get more pay than ever. This is insane. Shit. God, dude. The fuck is this giant line? What the fuck is this coming from? That was bothering me. I was like, what is that line under there? The fuck you come from? Okay. I am doing an animatic. That one piece. There we go. Yep. Okay. Almost there. Oh, that piece in the back. You gotta get rid of that. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Piece right there needs to go. Okay, and last one. You know, there was one etchy that I'm kind of surprised never came to the States. Kind of surprised to this day. I don't know if anyone's familiar with this anime. I used to play on Crunchyroll. I don't know if it still plays on Crunchyroll to this day, but they still have it, but I'm surprised that it has never been aired to the US dub-wise. Maybe it's too Japanese for itself. It was called Punchline. Not everyone knows what that is. This is not OC. This is not OC. If anything, this is a fan animation. I'm surprised that never came to the States at the time back then, before everything got super woke. But like, I'm surprised like it never came to the States. Art style's cute, but like, I don't know if the premise would actually go so well. This is not a OC at all. I'm doing a fan animation, or animatic. I watched a few episodes on it, but it was in sub. It's very Japanese-ish. It has a very funny premise, but like, now looking back at it, I don't know if that show would ever fly out today. Given first is an etchy, so you already tell you what that is. But like, I don't know. I think it would do well still. I think it would do fine. It won't do any crazy numbers, but I think it would at least be a bit popular amongst in that niche per se. Just given the art style alone. it has similar art style to other animes before. I forgot that one anime I can't think of right now. I think it's even from the same people, same studio. Okay, looks pretty good. I think, wait, hold on. This part here. Rio's hair is really specific, so we need to make sure that is clean. You can't just blim-blash this type of hairstyle at all. You have to really pay attention to every strand, because if you don't, it's going to look like a mess, and it looks like some type of AI-generated hair. Look like a big mishmash of nonsense. Because her hair is just so messy on purpose, but yet it has it's organized to a degree. It has a method to its madness. It's supposed to be a scissors, so you have to make sure it looks like a scissors connected, but wrapped in hair. Pretty much like when they make balloon items. When a clown makes like a balloon, you have to make sure it looks decent, or at least convincing. Like that. There we go. I have no idea. I honestly think, when she made this particular character, I think in her head she was not really thinking it was gonna like blow up. I think it was just gonna stay manga. But when it got super popular, she's like, oh shit. I'm pretty sure they didn't run through her head till they said, we want an anime. And she's like, yeah, that sounds a great idea. Let's do it. And then she's like, oh shit, I have to fucking draw this bitch's hair every single frame now. Like, shit. No. No. I'm pretty sure she had that moment somewhere down the line. Unless that was the intention for it to become an anime. I'm pretty sure it was. Because she said she was inspired mainly from her former master from Soul Eater. Because she was an assistant who worked on, I think, Soul Eater. What do you do when you are sad? I work. Or work out. Ignore the pain. Crying doesn't get nowhere, especially if you do. You got bigger muscles. Bigger muscles. That's where it's at. If you get bigger muscles, everything will be okay. Don't think about it. The adult response, exactly. There we go. She really tried to make it look like hair. Oh wait. Oh wait, did I put it the wrong? I put it in the wrong place. So the hair's kind of like this. You know what? It's not that big of a deal. It's okay. People know who it is. Fuck, I'm not even gonna go all that crazy over it. Yep. You work out, get bigger muscles. Things will probably work itself out. Right? And then coloring it. Oh god, coloring it, inking it, making sure it makes sense with every frame, every movement, especially if there's like a fight scene, especially like between her and that one chick that she fought. That was probably insane. And then that one scene when they had to fight the cowboy. I was like, oh, fuck. Oh my god. I think that's one of the things that a lot of people do not put into like in their heads when they start a webtoon or they want to start their own like comic book or manga, whatever the case may be. They don't really think it's going to become an animation. Animation. I don't think that really goes through their head. They just want to like tell their story and call it a day. But when it gets too popular and then they say they want a show, you're like, it's kind of insane not to say no. Like I mean, it's kind of saying not to say yes. So because like, you know, that's more money, more opportunities and stuff like that. That's, you're starting a brand at that point. All right, but like, and then when they draw their character, their OC, this is why I think this is part of why a lot of professionals like me and others say keep it simple, because if you start adding a bunch of shit on your character and that thing becomes popular and it becomes a show, you have to draw every frame of that thing every time. So like, you gotta get used to that real fast. So you have to pretty much commit to that all the time. I don't think that's a good idea. That's why I say keep it simple. Exactly, Genshin. Oh god. I like this right now is like doing Genshin, but since it's hair, I'm very familiar with hair, but when it comes to like items and shit and a bunch of buttons everywhere and a bunch of belts, oh my god, dude. We're going back to the early 2000s all over again with unnecessary amounts of belts. I'm looking at you, Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy. But it was a cool aesthetic, though. I think we still kind of push that aesthetic to a degree. I remember like Leon had a bunch of belts for like no reason when you first fought him in Kingdom Hearts. Again, I didn't realize how much the belts was just an unnecessary thing on his person. He looked cool, don't get me wrong. I thought Leon was one of the coolest characters you come across because you get to fight him. And, you know, it feels kind of good to play the game over again and beat his ass, but you still lose. You still technically lose. You get tired out. Shit's crazy. Kind of wish they got like had a different cutscene to that. Yep. I think everyone was kind of just like mimicking Michael Jackson to the degree, because he did that. He had a bunch of zippers and belts for like no reason. I think that's where that came from, I think. Because the 90s was, and the early 2000s was really known for that. They was known for like a bunch of unnecessary stuff that was on, but because it looked cool, we just ran with it. Just because it looked cool or edgy or whatever the case may be. Now looking back at it, just look like you're crazy and don't know how to dress yourself to a degree. Unless you're an anime character, you can kind of get away with it like every time. But if you're a real person trying to do that shit, you look crazy. Or people might think you're some weird juggalo / goth person. Simple but recognizable. I gotcha. JJK route. Oh shit. I know season 3 is out on JJK. Is the dub supposed to be out by now? Because I don't see the dub. I know the sub is on that website, but I don't see the dub anywhere. Huh. Can't find it. Let's see. I thought both the dub and the sub comes out like around the same time. It's weird. Because I've seen people put a bunch of memes and videos of what the latest episodes in JJK season 3. Let's see here. And then this part right here. There we go. Nice. Oh, gotta clean this part out. It just doesn't make any sense. It looks kind of flat. Okay. I guess. Did they put the latest episode of Send Us to Hero yet? I didn't get to check. I'm gonna have to check a little bit later. Yeah, I'll check that later. I'm pretty sure the new episode's out. I've been staying up on, keeping up with Fate Stay Strange. Alright. Because, like, right now I'm watching Fate Stay Strange. I noticed that every anime is not doing the lack of shading, more of just staying with the base colors type thing now. I'm starting to notice that. Fate Stay Strange is doing it. I'm pretty sure, I don't know if JJK is doing it, but Send Us to Heroes is doing it. My Hero Academia did it, but only with their, I think, their latest ending from the season 8. At the far end. I noticed that they're doing that more often now. Okay. There we go. Hello, and hello. Hee hee. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Let's see here. Go there. I think this looks pretty good. Okay. And then clean this down a little bit. I'm doing well, Mrs. I'm just doing my thing. Oh, there it is. Found it. But, okay, like that. All right. Whew. Okay. I think we're on the right track with this. Oh, put the eyes back. I didn't forget to put the... There we go. Whew. Making that was not easy. Now I have to do the body. That's probably going to be the easiest part because there's not that many details on it. See, this is why when they come to me and say, "Why are you drawing it like that, bro? Where's the clones?" I'm like, you're an idiot. Just come up here and it's like, where's the clones? I can't see it. I don't know where's all the clothes at. Like, Jesus Christ. Are you some type of gooner? Why she looks like that, bro? Why are you over here, like, posing her like that, bro? The bitch is standing. I'm posing her wrong, but she's standing. She's not... we don't have her bend over in some strange way. She's literally standing. And then what's wild about this is they'll do this thing like... but she's practically naked, bro. She's naked. Okay. She has no hair, no eyes, no mouth, no, not even an ear. But you're too busy on the titties. But she's naked. If anything, that sounds like a mannequin to me. Do you go up to the store, people, like some moron and be like, hey, person who works here, do you know that that mannequin is fucking naked? You guys are gooners. Yes, I sound like fucking... what's this? Alan? Alan? That's an Alan? Alan sounds like that from Smiling Friends. Let me see here. Ted. It's crazy. All right. Let's see what we're going to react to while I work. Why millions in China are downloading an app called Are You Dead? What is this? I don't like this. What is this? I just want my cheese. Let me see. Okay, Blep. Since Charlie and Pim is not around, we have to keep it professional. So don't say anything crazy. Hello. Hi, we're the smiling guys. Ah, shit, fuck! The shit got mad. Like, I don't know why that made me laugh every time he told him to. He told what's his face to, like, you know, keep it professional. As soon as the bitch opens the door, he's like, ah, fuck, I said the wrong thing. I was like, yeah, that happens. Okay. Now, this is a video.
Our next story is about...
This is nothing political or anything like that, but like it says here, I don't think it is. It's something going on with some app. It says, why are millions in China are downloading an app called Are You Dead? I don't know what that's up with. Oh, I thought it was front. I thought that was smiling guys. Smiling guys. My bad.
China's new viral
Smiling
app.
fronts.
It's not
Ah,
some
shit!
game or some kind of social platform. This is an app called Are You Dead?
The dub in question. Let me see.
Our next story is about China's new viral app. It's not some game or some kind of social platform. Are You Dead? Are You Dead? And if the name sounds morbid, wait till you hear the purpose. This app has a big button for checking in every day. If you press the button, the app assumes that you're alive. If you don't press it for 2 days, the app informs your emergency contacts. That's why it's called Are You Dead? And guess
What the fuck?
what? Millions of young Chinese are downloading this app. So, what fear is this technology tapping into? And what does it say about life in the world's second most populous country? Our next report tells you. You open and
Wait, China's the second most popular country? What's the first? I don't think it's the US. I don't think right now. I don't think right now.
an app on your phone, and the first thing it wants to know is if you are alive. That's the story of China's new viral app. It is called Are You Dead? The idea is brutally simple. Once every 2 days, you open the app. You tap a giant button that says something like check in today. That's it. If you tap it, the app assumes you're alive. If you don't, it sends an alert to your chosen emergency contact in 2 days saying, hey, something is wrong. The app launched quietly last year.
Nice.
There was no big marketing push or celebrity endorsements, and then suddenly, early this year, it rose up the charts. It became the most
MHA, let's
downloaded
go.
paid app in the country. Young people living alone started downloading it in droves. The app itself was built by 3 young developers in their 20s. It reportedly cost almost nothing to make. Now, it's worth millions. But to understand why this app hit
This proves to me that us as humans, we should not mingle with other species that are much more advanced than us. The more I hear shit like this, the more I realize this is the reason why aliens will not fuck with us in the slightest. Yeah, well, it is young. It's not old, but it's not. It's it's extremely neutral. Extremely neutral. Like, I think once you pass the age of, like, say 35 or up, or at least 36, or yeah, if you're pushing like 36, 37, then you're like mid young. But when you get like 40, you're kind of pushing it at that point. 40 is not like, it's young, but it's not young. It is like low neutral. When you hit 50, you're old.
the nerve.
Actually, no,
have
when you
to
hit 45, you're old.
understand what modern urban life in China looks like. China was once built around families, neighborhoods, and tight knit
Hey, hey.
communities. Today, especially in big cities, life can feel isolated. More people are living alone, and many are delaying marriage. By the end of this decade, China could have hundreds of millions of single person households, around 200 million by 2030. You have young professionals in tiny apartments, students far away from
Thank you.
home, workers living near job sites, and increasingly, elderly people aging alone. And here's the quiet fear that ties all of them together. What if something happens and no one notices? On Chinese social
Oh. So this is striking a chord. Okay. I get it now. So this is striking a particular chord. Like, so this is hitting a particular chord with very young people who are feeling a sense of loneliness. I think that's what this is. because I saw a video last night, and as simple as it is, it kind of hits the premise at that point. It was on Instagram, of all things. And the video goes like this. I'll show you the video first, then we'll come right back to this, because it kind of just fits in this situation. I think I have it saved. It was... Here it is, found it. So, this is the video. And it kind of hits pretty to the point. And I kind of wholeheartedly believe this to an nth degree.
Nobody wants to admit this shit, bro, but the world is not going crazy for no reason, bro. Human brains were not built for this shit, bro. We were built for villages, sunlight, touch, slow days,
cool,
love, real food from the earth, real danger, real connection. Instead, we live in concrete, screens, debt, noise, fear, comparison, surveillance, and nonstop psychological pressure. And then we're shocked that people are anxious, depressed, addicted, numb, suicidal, violent, lost, confused, angry. Bro, our nervous systems are being tortured by a world that they were never designed for. And sure, we might tell people things that might help in the short term, like just be positive, just meditate, just work harder, just go to therapy. Oh, just turn up, just party, just go to the club. Oh, just have a drink. And sure, maybe those things can help temporarily, bro, but you can't individually heal inside a system that is mentally sick, bro. The root of global mental illness is not inside people. It's in the way we live, bro. It's our lifestyles,
Correct.
bro. We live in a world where your worth is tied to money, your survival is tied to a job, your identity is tied to your followers, to a number count on an app, to a brand.
Yep.
Your attention and your energy are both harvested. Your trauma is profitable. That shit destroys a human spirit.
Oh, when he says that, he's looking at them T's. If you get what I'm talking about, he's talking about you T's. Specifically the T's.
Bro, we've turned life into a competition instead of a community, bro. So you know what people...
And men's health and just putting little boys on medication all damn day and not fixing the issue.
People do, bro? They numb out. They drink, they scroll, they fuck, they gamble, they overwork, they disassociate, bro. And it's not because they're broken. It's because they're trying to survive a system that doesn't give a damn about their soul, bro. And then on top of that, we medicalize their pain.
Yep.
We label them, we drug them, we sedate them instead of asking, what kind of world are we forcing people to live in, bro? And y'all gotta realize too, bro, most depression is literally grief, bro. Most anxiety is just fear, bro. Most addiction is trauma, bro.
Yep.
Most anger and rage are just feelings of powerlessness, bro. And most of it makes sense when you really think about it, bro. Nobody wants to admit this shit, bro, but the world is not...
That's literally it. That's the whole video. It literally just... Yeah, it kind of makes sense. I'm not even kidding. It like that kind of hits it on the nail. So this is why this is happening, especially in China. I can say like China's pretty competitive as fuck. So like, young people are not fucking. Yeah. You were talking about the horror one. Let me see. Let's go back. Where's the video? I just had the video. The fuck is the video at? Yeah, there it is.
Social media, people have been disturbingly honest. Some say the app gives them peace of mind. Others say at least someone will discover their body. Of course not.
That is damn, that is fucking sad. So you rather click on a button to validate the existence you have than go out and talk to other people and connect with them who feels just as much or as more lonely as you. This is the same question why people ask me this question. Why doesn't the incels and the femcells not get together? Because they don't like each other, bro. They both have the same problem but don't want to get together based on those same issues. It's like sadly, this is like the T's. The T's will become something that they're technically not, but they'll do it anyway because people encourage them. And then they try to get with people who don't really fuck with that. And then when people don't fuck with that, you're called a name, or you get ostracized because you don't want to fuck with something that you don't preference. right? But the T's don't mostly try to get with each other. You see what the problem is? Like if you're a male T or a female T, you don't try to get with each other. You try to get with someone who's not in that orbit. And then if they don't try to fuck with that, you call them a name. Or they're something wrong with them, not you. Right? That's the same thing. The male incels will have all the problems with what they have with women. The women will have the same similar or very close problems like the males do, or femcels. But they won't get with each other. They'll try to get with people who won't fuck with them. Do you see what the problem is? It's the same issue. And then they don't try to like better their situation. They just kind of sit in that stew of despair and like loneliness and confusion instead of getting with someone who technically understands them, have similar or very the exact same problem, but won't procreate with that person because they're not the ideal person that they want. Physically, most cases. So they're in this perpetual state of victimhood and constant, like, it's my fault. It's everyone's fault but me. The world's not made for me. X, Y, and Z. Why is the point? So they'll download this app. Well, the Chinese in their own way. They'll download this app, right? Just to validate their existence. That is not good. There is a serious... I don't even... This is a lack of spirituality to a degree, I think. I think that's what this is. This is a lack of spiritual... it's a lack of spiritual credence. Because there's no way... Because people don't have no sense of, like, confidence in themselves, or they don't feel worthy. So they'll have a technology. This is why we have a bunch of people popping up now saying there's some type of technology sexual, because they're into like fucking the AI, because the AI is technically a slave if you really think about it. Because the AI doesn't have any true free will. It's just programmed to affirm everything you do. That's why there's a bunch of dudes who are paying a bunch of money to have a virtual girlfriend, and these insane people who are in charge of these virtual girlfriend things know that loneliness exists, but they won't curate the problem. They're just exacerbating it by giving people delusion. And that's where this is getting out of hand. This will get out of hand to a point where it's gonna come in ways that you're not going to expect. That's gonna cause issues in the long run. So this is gonna be crazy.
Everyone loves it. In fact, many people hate the name.
I actually, quite frankly, I wouldn't put it past anyone in the next 5 to 10 years where a bunch of crazy individuals who believe they can fuck a robot is going to want some type of Supreme Court / law, or get Congress to do some type of law for people who are technology sexuals or some shit, just like the LGBT and X, Y, and Z. They don't even I don't even think they'll put themselves on that flag. I think they want to be like something directly different from that, like separate completely. Yeah, a woman. Yeah, that started back in 2016, 17, when a dude married his, was it a DS? Was it a DS? Or he technically married Miku, an AI hologram, and now he said he divorced the bitch, or he got divorced by her or some shit because she was boring after a while or some stupid shit. And I came to realize he didn't do that because he liked her. He did that because he did it for clout. Because no one was giving him any more attention. It gave him a bunch of attention and people made fun of him. But once that became like boringly normal and stupid, it wasn't the same high. So he had to tell people he got divorced by a robot. So that shit was stupid as fuck.
Words matter. And talking openly about death is often seen as bad luck. Some users say even installing the app feels inauspicious. Others have begged the creators to rename it. The company behind the app says they are listening and might rebrand. But here's the irony.
They might change it to "Are you okay?" That's what they're gonna do. Say "Are you dead?" You'll say "Are you okay?"
The bleak name is exactly why it went viral. But does it actually help?
No.
On a practical level, yes.
No, it
The
does
app
not.
does what it promises. If someone stops checking in, an alert goes out. That could save lives in cases of medical emergencies.
That's dumb. That's dumb. If you're willing to get an app, maybe because it's free, maybe that's why the reason. If you're willing to get an app in hopes that the authorities come save you, why don't you just get medical help? Just go get help. See a therapist. Do they have therapists in China? I'm pretty sure they're therapists. No, they have therapists? I'm pretty sure there's therapists. I'm pretty sure there are therapists in China. Probably.
Or mental health crisis. But critics argue that the app doesn't fix loneliness.
No, it
just
doesn't.
manages it.
Yes.
The creators say the idea came from online discussions about safety and isolation. And now they are talking about expanding, especially for elderly users. Which makes sense. The app is quietly admitting something that
That's different. That's different. When you make an app like this for elderly people, that's not really different from a life alert. It's just a rebranded life alert. Yeah, like my grandma might hit the floor and be there for like 24 hours to like probably 48. She might not die, depending on her situation. But like if she doesn't die and she doesn't get to the app fast enough, you know, the authorities will come. That makes sense. It's just a more longer life alert if you really think about it. But other than that, for young people, I don't think this is a good idea to give to young people. I think young people need to get out. They need to talk. They need to mingle. They need to really put yourself out there. Now, I'm not saying go look for love. I'm not saying that. I'm saying like put yourself out there in a sense of trying to connect with people. You don't have to be romantic. Just go out there. And I know that's hard. I get it. I'm not saying just go out there and do it because a lot of people can't do it like that. But you have to sometimes push yourself to do certain things. I get it. I'm not stupid. But like, just shutter yourself in and that stuff, it's gonna be catastrophic. You're not gonna like it.
Modern life rarely does. That millions of people are living their lives completely alone. And in that sense, the app isn't really asking a morbid question. It is simply raising a painfully modern one. If something happens to you tomorrow, would anyone know?
The world doesn't fit in boxes.
I don't know. I think that's more of a real issue. And then they're out here saying, why is the Asian population going down? Maybe this is actually highlighting that question. Maybe you should look more into why they're not getting along or why they're not having children, why they're not getting married. Look into it. Ask young people why you're not getting married. Why do you think marriage is not important? Why do you think having a family is not important? And see what they say. And then have a giant sample size. And since I'm pretty sure most Asians, or at least most Asian countries, are very open to give what they have opinion to. So I think what they can do is ask about, I think a good sample size is good. I'll ask 50,000. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey. I think what they should do is just ask about 50,000 or even higher. I think 100,000 is a good enough question. Give a good 100,000 questions and see where that goes, and then have the AI run through it and see where, and use natural language and see where we can pinpoint the issues and what's the common, pattern, and see why is this happening. And then we can make a more, smarter focus on how to curate this issue, or at least handle it.
Let's do it!
Oh shit, Sonic's 35?
When we join forces, the sky's the limit. It's not over, Sonic. Attack! This ends now. Road trip! Woohoo!
Nice.
Under the
Not that one.
One of the biggest.
Nah, not that one. Let's see what this one's about. God damn. God damn. We're not in Kansas, boys. We're not in Kansas. Jesus Christ. Kind of like the black. Nope. Has not been made yet. But I do have a substitute for that.
Prep the.
Let me see here. We have a I do have a replacement for that. So this is a trailer called Broken Lore. Unfollow, the launch trailer. I think it's a horror game. It's a horror game that was shot from PlayStation. So let's see what it came out 2 hours ago.
Be serious. I'm sorry, Ed, but it's over.
My life is perfect. Do you really think that?
All right, we're gonna watch a different horror thing in a second.
Why can't I make videos like Aki? I'm trying so hard.
Oh, Aki's in this. Aki Dearest is in this? What the fuck?
Dinner is ready. That's exactly the point. I don't want to eat those things anymore. I don't want to be fat anymore. I'll be waiting for you. Don't worry, man. You will always be a good friend to me. The best in the world.
So this is coming from.
Let me see. DC Promises. Okay, so this is a video here. We're going down the pipeline, so I'm doing this pretty fast. All of them are kind of like random on their own. They're not one particular thing, but the last one will be a horror one. So if you guys we'll see what you guys like to see most. It says here, DC Comics promises no AI work until they get sold. Drez. So this is from Clownfish TV. Neon's got to talk about. This is the section they talk about. Well, he talks about more like video games or comic books, more specifically without his wife. So this segment is a DC Comics promises no AI work until they get sold. So that means, like, I guess the company gets sold. I'm not sure what's up with that, but we'll see.
From Bleeding Cool. DC Comics will not support AI-generated storytelling or art, says Jim Lee. DC Comics will not support AI-generated storytelling or artwork. There's a transcript. It was in a video. Summary says, summary which is done by AI, I'm sure. Summary declares DC Comics will not support AI-generated storytelling or artwork now or in the future, as long as he's there. He's not always going to be there, though. And again, we'll talk about the sale, the potential sale of breaking news of Warner Brothers, and I think that's going to affect this for sure, because I think they'll probably take Jim Lee out of there, if I had to guess. Lee emphasized the irreplaceable value of human creativity, effort, and authenticity in comic book creation. He highlights the importance of retailers and comic shops as the core of the DC fan community. Well, good luck with that, because a lot of people, and we did a video the other day, a lot of retailers who've been doing this for decades are noping out, and nobody's replacing them because it doesn't make money. Owning a comic shop is a losing proposition unless you're selling Magic cards, Pokemon cards. Funko Pops are already on their way out. Funko's not doing well. And the one shop we were talking about in Ohio, the guy tried to find a buyer and he couldn't, because it doesn't make any money. Looking ahead to DC's 100th anniversary, Lee sees challenges like AI as opportunities for reinvention. So this is what he said. Oh my God, guys, he just goes on and on. Okay, here we go. Here's where he gets to the part about the AI. They said, when I was a kid in the 70s, we were told there were swarms of killer bees. They're coming up from South America to take over and ravage the world. Obviously, that didn't happen, but something I spent a lot of sleepless nights on. And then we were told Japan's booming miracle economy would overwhelm and crush all their rivals. Well, that kind of did happen. That did not happen. Then it was Y2K, then NFTs, and now it's AI. History has a way of humbling predictions. The future rarely turns out the way the headlines warn us it will. But let me make one prediction I know I can stand by today. DC Comics will not support AI-generated storytelling or artwork. Not now, not ever, as long as I am in charge.
That's a dumb take.
Then we're going to talk about Warner Brothers, because I don't know if he's going to be in charge that long if Warner Brothers gets sold. So, for the 2 months or whatever he's there. Because what we do, and why we do it, is rooted in our humanity. It's that fragile, beautiful connection between imagination and emotion that fuels our media, the stuff that makes our universes come alive. It's the imperfect mind, the creative risk, the hand-drawn gesture that no algorithm can replicate. And when I draw, I make mistakes, a lot of them. But that's the point. The smudge, the rough line, the hesitation, that's me in the work. That's my journey. That's what makes it come alive. That's the product of true effort, of inspiration and perspiration. Fans know this. They sense this. They can feel when something was made with care, when it cost the artist time, energy, heart, and effort. Fans, maybe. Corporations want profit. And if you can do a comic page in 2 hours versus 12 hours, and it's going to save them money, I'm just saying, you can have the best of intentions, but it doesn't mean that it's gonna play out that way, right? Especially if the Ellisons get a hold of Skydance, because they're going to be looking to maximize profit. What's interesting, though, is if they buy it, they don't know what's going to happen to David Zaslav, but it's probably a good thing he gets gone. I'm going to be honest.
That's a good thing?
I'm going to be honest. David Ellison's Warner Brothers bid takes shape. No clear role for Zaslav. Exclusive. This is coming from Deadline. The new contracts for Warner Brothers Motion Pictures chairs Michael DeLuca and Pam Abdi. They thought they were going to get gone. Remember that? They thought these guys were going to get fired. But, Minecraft did really well, and they had some other hits, so they get to stay, right? David Zaslav run Warner Brothers Discovery is poised for a purchase by David Ellison and Paramount. And remember, Ellison, Oracle, they're all into tech. They bought Paramount. They gutted Paramount. They got rid of a lot of people. They brought Barry Weiss in to run CBS News. I can almost guarantee you there will be changes at DC Comics because the business model does not make sense. So Jim Lee can talk about how we're not going to do AI, we're not going to do this, we're not going to do that. But,
I'm going to tell you one thing what's going to actually change the most. No one's going to like this. I'm going to say it, but then again, no one's going to like this. Depending if they get bought or not, Disney, I'm guaranteed that DC will never do any more LGBT comic books for a very long time. I am telling you now, they are not going to do any more activist, divisive, protest, social issue type shit anymore. I'm pretty sure Marvel's kind of like gnawing their arm off from that too. They came to realize that the Silicon Valley money is dried up. They cannot just double dip anymore. They have to make profit on their own, as if they was like technically like an independent all over again. And they know that if they go down that route, they will be merged, bought, eaten, sold, or some shit like that, and they don't want that. So they're not going to pivot to activists, probably mostly LGBT issues or representation in the slightest. They're going to turn to profit, what works. They're going to go the Marvel Rivals route. They're going to do it. Shit, I would, like, the moment I know that DC or Marvel is going to be serious about this is when I see Captain Marvel in her original outfit. If they put, that's going to let you know everything you need to know. If they put Captain Marvel in her original outfit, it is over at that point. There will be no more representation from that point at all. I'm telling you. And when's the last time we seen Captain Marvel in her original outfit? The leotard outfit. The black one with the sash on her side. We have not seen that in decades. I'm telling you, if Captain Marvel comes into Marvel Rivals, she will be in that original outfit. That's the only way I know they're going to be serious.
These guys might say otherwise. I'm just saying. Coming off a $4 billion global box office year to date, the Luke and Abdi are clearly among Warner Brothers' crown jewels and major assets for the Ellisons, which is more than you can say for Zaslav. With the duo re-upped, it's akin to Ellison buying a house and discovering a Warhol painting hanging out back. Sources of both studios tell us that while no formal offer has yet been sent from P-Sky, Paramount, Skydance, I guess, to Warner Brothers, the Jeff Shell and Jerry Cardinell advised Ellison is just biding his time before making a bid for another iconic studio. It's unclear how far informal pitches and discussions between the parties have evolved. And people are like, oh, they're not going to allow it because, the FCC is not going to allow it, whatever. I'm like, he's an Ellison.
I know for a fact that Netflix is still going to do representation, or whatever the fuck the word is. They're going to do that because Netflix is Netflix, and Netflix is going to Netflix. And Netflix is I think the biggest streaming service of all time of everyone, more than I think Disney Plus and all of them. They've been lasting longer than all these other platforms. They're the first and the longest one lasting. And as much as I don't like how Netflix do things, they're going to keep that representation. That's literally their bread and butter. Being like, they was the first woke individuals to do that, so they're going to do that anyway. So I'm not going to put it past, like, if I know there's going to be a lot of animation still focusing on that from Netflix, but if we're talking about DC Comics, they're not going to do this shit. Those are two different divisions.
His dad's BFFs with Trump. You don't think they would fast track this thing if he wanted to buy it? Oh, they absolutely would. They absolutely would. And then we're going to be down to like 4 or 5 Hollywood studios that control everything. But the reality is that these studios can't stand on their own anymore.
Nope.
And they need a tech company, somebody with tech experience to prop them up, because that is the way of the world. But I guarantee you, if they get bought by Skydance, they're going to lean into AI because everybody else is leaning into AI.
Yep.
Ellison, his father, Larry Ellison, the second richest man in the world.
And the AI is not going to focus on LGBT stuff.
Depending on what time.
It's going to go with what's the most likely thing that makes profit.
Day it is. Don't want to see a repeat of the prolonged, painful saga that marked Skydance's $8 billion acquisition of Paramount. They don't want to step on landmines or find any surprises at the debt-heavy Warner Brothers. And they don't currently see a role for Zaslav in the newly merged mega studio. Yeah, why would he come along for the ride? He came from Discovery. He frankly fucked up Warner Brothers. I actually had some hope for him. I thought he would do okay because he was trimming a lot of stuff that needed to be cut, and then he just started cutting really, really deep. It was like, dude, you're getting rid of Looney Tunes. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? To be honest, studio sources tell us it would be very unlikely that Zaz would want to hang around once the sale is complete. And tech guys like Larry Ellison want a clean sheet with no surprises. At most right now, Zaz could be looking at an offer of a board seat and perhaps a strategic advisor position. He can sweep the floors. When contacted by Deadline today, reps for Paramount and Warner Brothers had no comment for any potential deal. Word around town that Zaslav, enjoying his role as the head of Warner Brothers, was jockeying for some sort of grand poobah type of position in any Warner Brothers acquisition. Hence the reason for why he's been trying to drum up bidders for the conglomerate other than Paramount, including Netflix. Netflix is not interested, to the best of my knowledge.
No.
They're not interested. However, analysts like Richard Greenfield,
obviously they're not interested because they know that their bread and butter's in streaming. They're not gonna jump in that. They're not gonna jump into the DC Comics stuff. They're not gonna do it because they already see what DC Comics been doing with all the woke shit. So it's like, nah. We'll stick with the animation stuff. That's usually what we do. We got you guys now, and that's in our division. But nah, you guys can figure that fuck shit out. We're not gonna fuck with any of that. Yeah, nah, we good. We good here.
Whether Netflix wants to be in the running, yeah, I don't think so. They're not going to spend 75 to 100 billion to acquire Warner Brothers, because actually, what's going to happen is Warner Brothers and Paramount's going to put their stuff on Netflix anyway, and they don't have to pay anything. And we'll just give you some royalties or however the hell it works.
Yep.
Right. Netflix has no interest in owning linear cable networks.
Nope.
Can wait until the studio and HBO Max split up, but HBO is still tied to the legacy multi-channel ecosystem. What else they got here? Blah, 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 driving subscriber growth. That means it probably would merge Paramount Plus and Warner Brothers and all that stuff, which is fine because, you know, those platforms alone don't have a whole lot, right? So the rationale for Peace Guy to move is as much political as business, meaning standard analytical frameworks, probably less useful than normal. Well, here's, okay, what? So political. So they're going to buy it, I think, probably in part for the news, for like CNN, but they're talking about how Ellison's going to be involved in TikTok too. Ellison's going to wind up owning everything before it's all said and done. Like, he's going to wind up being like the freaking, I don't know, Bill Gates of media. And he's friends with Trump. So there's going to be a lot of people screaming. There's going to be a lot of people very, very upset about it. It said there's a shadow bid. Okay. So it said question mark stock price. The shadow bid has already inflated Warner Brothers shares, kind of almost doubled. We don't love the risk reward here, given the potential for Warner Brothers shares to quickly round trip to $11 to $12 if the bid doesn't materialize. I think it's going to happen.
Hey, Sabrina, what's going on? What brings you to the stream?
There's smoke, there's fire, and it totally makes sense because where's Warner Brothers going to go?
Nowhere.
They're taking on water. They're selling everything that isn't nailed down. Skydance has money. The Ellisons have money. Then they would have all this IP that they could strip mine and probably use AI for. Let's be honest, right? So, we'll just grab this comment here. Fear of FEMA says corpos don't care about legacy. They can't make immediate money off of it. They change their quarterly numbers.
No, they can make money off of legacy stuff. They just don't want to. They don't want to put the effort to understand these IPs. That's the problem. That's the legitimate problem. They just look at money. They don't look at how can this long-term thing, this IP that people love, can make as they want. If anything, they want short-term profits, but not long-term results. And that's where this problem usually comes in. They're not. This is why you have a bunch of people. Even before Trump's re-election, a bunch of people who are writing stories and doing directing of movies and stuff, and they'll directly tell you directly in your face, I don't know anything about this character. I don't really like the character. They'll directly tell you in an interview on things saying they don't like the character, they don't like the show, they don't like this franchise. I don't watch comics. I don't read video games. I don't play video games. I don't read comics. I don't know anything about the character. And quite frankly, the characters kind of annoy me. They'll say that directly in your face, and then still be directing that thing. That's the insane part about this. Hey, what's going on? That's the insane part about that whole shtick. And then if you have a problem with them directing, and if there's someone of color, 9 times out of 10, they're gonna say you are some type of isphobe or ist. Some stupid shit like that. Thank you, Jazz. Thank you so much, Jasmine. I appreciate it for those gifts. So that's where that comes from. Now, this doesn't just affect like DC and just Marvel. This goes from all types of IP, from something from My Little Pony to Powerpuff Girls to She-Ra and the Owl House, all of them, the Steven Universes, all of them, right? They don't, most cases, they do not like most of these IPs, but because it has a name, they use these IPs to push an agenda or push whatever vehicle that is considered to be, perfectly fine at the time. And then when that thing doesn't do well, and look at you, Last of Us, it doesn't go exactly as planned, and then they do a bunch of like PR stunts where they'll say, "Oh, the fans are just a bunch of incel, very mad, whitebeard, neckbeard individuals." And then they said they're just a small minority group of people who are just making a lot of ruckus. How can something so small minority make such a big ruckus that you have to make an article on it? That doesn't make any fucking sense. So if 2 people out of the 200 says something bad about your show or point out the obvious issues with your show, somehow your type of is a phobe, or a case may be, whether this IP is from the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, and then when you make your statements, you're some type of is or phobe. Insane. Take the virtual hug. Let's go. But yeah, that's usually where it comes from. This is where this behavior, and I don't know why Disney, Warner Brothers, all these other IP, even Netflix, they'll hire people who do not like the thing that a lot of people care for. Your Scooby-Doos, your He-Mans, your fucking X-Men, and any type of IP, and then be okay with the person, like the person who made the Marvels. She didn't know anything about no comic books. She just had a check. It was just a check. And then when you found out with Stranger Things, the latest season, they said they was just making it as they was going. They made the documentary about when they was making season 5. They outright said they was making it as they was going. They didn't have like a pre-planned type shit. So this is why Stranger Things ended up the way it did. The stakes was not that high. A lot of people did not die. I was like, this is how I think, in my honest opinion, I think the people who should have died in Stranger Things were, I think, at least 2 or 3. The first one that should have died in Stranger Things was, who's that chick who keeps talking? The one that was friends with Will. I forgot her name. I think she would have been a good death in the sense of because she got so close to Will and she was like being very nice to him and being like somewhat of a mentor to a degree, given his situation. And that would have been a tragic loss in itself, even though she kept on talking way too much. And I don't know what was going on with that because in was it the 3rd or 2nd season, she was not talking that much. She was pretty cool. She said what she needed to say, but she was talking a lot for some odd reason. That would have been 1. 2, the second person I would have probably killed off is probably... I would say... Jonathan. The reason I will kill off Jonathan is because I feel like they didn't really use Jonathan. He was just kind of there. And every time it came to him and Nancy, that was the only time when they only focused on him. Especially when you're going to make a Rudo. Already did. Already did. You're just seeing one character of the other 7 I made. And then I think the final person I think I would have killed off in Stranger Things was probably something more left field than anything. I don't think I would kill off Hopper. I think that's too on the nose, and I would not kill Harrington because Steve Harrington was already on that. I don't think that was going to kill off Steve because of the whole Dustin thing. It will be a little bit too cruel on its behalf. It would be realistic though, but I would not kill off Steve. I would kill off probably the mother. of Will and Jonathan Bryars. I would kill her off because she has been like she's been a mother in the entire show. Hey, what's up? She was a like a whole mother figure for all the crew, right? She dying would be a major like loss. Like a major loss. Because she was there from the beginning, right? So like killing her off would have been like a big blow, but yet a giant stake at the same time. Because she was just as much as helpful and always there from day one. I would not kill off Hop. That would be too on the nose, and they already tried to do that last season, and that didn't. And we kind of did that already, per se, with the whole Russian thing and blah blah blah. So I would not kill off Hop. I will kill off the mom. Given that she just chacked the neck of Vecna too, that was crazy. I was like, bro. I was like, I thought I wonder if anyone else thought this. The moment when they went into the Vecna, when they fought Vecna in the room and he's like impaled, I thought he was gonna do like a last second thing where he's gonna like shoot one last like tendril thing into one of them. Like probably Steve or something at the last second as like a I'm going down but not out type thing. I thought that was going to happen. But that never happened. We just watched the mom chack off the head of this man. I was like, okay. Like, that was crazy. Like, that was crazy. Like, that was crazy and kind of funny. But, like, I was like, I don't know. That even proves even more reason why we should have killed off the mom. Because no one technically died except that one chick. I would still kill her off, too. She would have been, like, just, like, one of those side deaths. But, like, I think they went down a very, very safe route where everyone was just saved. The likelihood of everyone surviving this was probably, unthinkable. So that's where I think where a lot of people, besides the whole if 11's alive or not, I think that's the biggest sin they committed, is just everyone made it out. Every essential character made it out perfectly fine. I was like, Like, none of them got maimed in any which way. No one lost an arm. No one was mentally scarred. No one had to go to the hospital like that. Everyone survived. Even the mom. And there was a big thing that I kind of realized, too. I didn't think of it. Someone pointed out. They said, in Stranger Things, how come the mom, Mike's mom, can stab up and check up the Demogorgon with a piece of glass from a very close range, but the military, who has literal guns, can't take out a single one of those monsters. You didn't see a single one die from the military whatsoever. And they had high-powered weapons. Very strange. Very, very strange. I was like, I didn't notice it till after the fact. I was like, fuck. I feel dumb.
Change our quarterly numbers, it means nothing to them. That's true. That's what I'm saying. Like Jim Lee can make a big proclamation that DC Comics, as long as he's there, is not going to use AI. But I don't think it's going to last. I think, again, if they get sold, actually what I could see happening, if they get...
Talking about Warner's being eaten, and Jim Lee, who's the head of the DC division, saying that they're not going to use AI while he's still there, which I think that's a bullshit. I think they're going to do it, so...
Sold is them just outsourcing DC Comics.
Mm-hmm.
I think eventually there's going to, and I've talked about this before, there's going to come a day where it doesn't make sense for them to have their own in-house comic book publisher.
But yes, I was talking about Stranger Things, though, even though they're not owned by Well, Netflix now owns Warner Bros. To a degree, so it's part of Netflix now. Warner Bros. Part of Netflix now, so.
Publish periodical comics.
It's funny how... I find it funny how Netflix bought Warner Brothers around the same time it just wrapped up, because Warner Brothers was its Stranger Things, right? The It show, Welcome to Derry. Welcome to Derry was Warner Brothers' Stranger Things. Stranger Things just wrapped up. Netflix just bought Warner Brothers. So it's not like Stranger Things ever left. Like, make it make sense. 2 shows about children going against an evil entity. One literally finished its run and just bought the company bought the competitor, and now they have Stranger Things all over again. They have Welcome to Derry. That was a power play. That was a very strategic power play on their behalf. That was crazy.
For a dwindling number of comic shops and middle-aged guys who are going to pay $5 to $6 an issue, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So eventually what they'll do is they'll say, hey, boom, do you want to make DC Comics? You want to take the risk? Okay, fine. You do like, 10, 12 books a month. And IDW was going to do that with the Disney books, but they dropped the ball. And Disney's like, yeah, we can't trust you. We can't trust you guys with our stuff. Star Wars, we can't trust you guys with our stuff. So they took it back. But no, I could totally see it happening in the not too distant future that Jim Lee gets gone.
Oh, that's done. All right, on to the next video. Darth Bear? What is this? Okay, it says here. What the fuck? It says here, I turned Darth Vader into a bear. Designer of toy making. I guess it's 3D printed? I'm not sure.
The first step in any project for me is sitting down and sketching something simple. For me, sketching is more of a guideline, so I know what type of elements I need to sculpt, and then figuring out all the proportions, and then I'll worry about the details. So once I'm happy with that, I'll jump into ZBrush and I'll start laying out the main shapes. And once I'm happy with the volume and the proportions, I'll start, worrying about details. For this one, the longest it took is the helmet, because I wanted it to be really clean and organic, and at the same time, blend really well with the bear design. Next step is splitting and keying the figure and getting ready for 3D printing. Once the 3D print is ready, it's time for cleanup. One of the things that I love about the new Foam Labs, the Foam 4, it comes with this stand that you can, insert the build plate, and it makes it really easy to take the parts off if you're not going to put the build plate into the washer. I
kind of want to get into this. I would like to make some chibi figurines of some stylized characters I can make. I would like to actually make something like this, but I don't know how much of a headache this actually truly is.
Are off, I'll just drop them into the washer, and usually a cycle is about 10 minutes. And what I like about this is once the wash is done, it will just raise and sit there until the parts are dry and ready for the next step. Before I start sanding, I'll check each part to make sure everything is okay and I don't need to reprint any of the parts. Now it's time to remove the supports. I usually use a cutter or a heat gun to remove supports. What I like about the heat gun is that I can remove the supports faster and the results are cleaner. I do use a cutter only if I have small parts that have some intricate details. The first pass for sanding is wet sanding, and for wet sanding I don't use a grit smaller than 400, because I've noticed if you go under 400 you start scratching the surface rather than sanding the supports off. If you're using a sponge, you can go a bit higher. I've noticed because it has a sponge, I think the contact with the piece is not that harsh, and then I can go to about 280 and it's not going to damage the piece. Once I finish wet sanding each part, now it's time to use the linear sander. Here I'm using the Proxon. I've talked about this in a previous video. And for dust extractor, I'm using this Nail Salon dust extract, which keeps my desk and my lungs clean. Between each parts, especially if you're using sponges, you can clean them with a piece of jeans. I usually have like an old pair of jeans that I cut into pieces lying around to clean the sponges before I stop, because usually they clog up pretty fast, but they're still good for sanding. Next step is washing the pieces. And I know washing is not the most interesting thing to look at, but I put these in the video because washing your parts after sanding is really important. And I do it by hand because I want to make sure I don't have any, dust or any resin in the crevices. So I'll go and wash each part and then I'll rinse them in clean water. Once that's done, I'll just put the parts in the dehydrator. Usually, I'll leave these overnight and I'll start priming the next day. Now, while we wait for the parts to dry, I'm going to brush up on my character design skills. I found this lovely class on Skillshare.
Ah, there it is. This is...
Gillette.
Nope, we're not doing this. Trying to... You think I'm stupid.
Thank you, Skillshare.
You
for
think I'm
sponsoring
dumb.
This video.
You ain't gonna get me.
Once all the parts are dry, now it's time to apply the first layer of primer. And my first layer of primer is usually filler primer. I use 500 grit primer, and my go-to primer is the one from Mr. Hobby. I think it's called Mr. Surfacer, or you can also find it as under the name of Aquos, Mr. Surfacer, and they come in different grits from 500, 1000, 1200, and I made a video about primers, and I'll leave a link in the description if you will want to check it out. Once the primer has dried, I'll go ahead and check each part, and I'll mark it down with a pencil just to make sure when I go and linear sand, because the next step is not going to be wet sanding.
Thank you.
I know which parts need I need to give it a bit more attention, and I'll usually have a harsh light, hitting from one side, which helps me to see any print lines that I missed or any scars on the part. This step is very crucial for me. I do this with every prototype and every figure that I've worked on because once you have the filler primer applied to the parts, and which will fill most of the print lines and most of the scars on the piece, I just want to make sure I haven't missed anything, and make sure you don't use any markers on the piece, because what I noticed is the ink will sometimes interact badly with the second layer of primer. Once I've checked each part, it's time to sand again, and this is my second layer of sanding. Usually this is the last one.
Darkness.
I went into 3 passes of sanding, and this will be only with the linear sander. So I'll go over, initially I'll go over each part that has marks on. I'll make sure to take care of those marks first, and then I'll do an overall, because I want to make sure the texture of the entire piece is the same. So you'll see the parts are fully sanded when I go to prime them and apply the second layer. For the second pass of primer, for this one I use a higher grit, and for this I'm using 1200 or 1500 grit from Mr. Hobby, the same line, Mr. Surfacer or Mr. Aquos, depending on the bottle. Once I apply 1 to 2 layers, I'll put these in the dryer and I'll leave them overnight before applying the base color. Before applying the base coat, make sure the primer is fully dried, and I usually leave that for about 10 hours in the dehydrator, and which means overnight before I apply the first layer. Once I apply the first layer, then between each layer I'll leave the pieces inside the dryer for about 1 to 2 hours before applying the second layer. Once I go to the third layer, I'll leave them longer for about 2 to 3 hours, and then I can apply a fourth layer if needed. Usually for dark colors like black here, I don't go over 3 layers, because usually the Tamiya paint that I'm using
is 0, bro. Why is that 0? Fuck
Once
you,
I apply
TikTok.
all the base coats for all the parts, I usually leave them for about 2 days before handling them. And then I'll start hand painting or masking any details that the parts need. For this one, I needed to make a label on the shirt, and it was easier if I just sat down and hand painted it, other than masking and airbrushing this. For the soles of the shoes, I wanted them to be white, so I decided to go ahead and mask them. but unfortunately I forgot to record the airbrushing part of that. For this one I used Tamiya masking tape. I used a mixture of the flexible one and the regular masking tape from Tamiya. And finally, for the claws, I needed those to be gloss, so I used the gloss polyurethane from Vallejo, which works great with a hand-painted brush.
Nice. Ah, cool.
And here's the final piece. And you'll notice a couple of things that I didn't record. You'll notice that the zipper on the backpack got the same glossy finish as the claws, and the label on the shirt was supposed to be red, so I painted it white before applying the red just to make sure I get a nice color. For this piece I wanted to have that mixture of flat and gloss by having the helmet really glossy, then the t-shirt and the clothing parts be more of a satin. I didn't want to go fully flat because what I don't like about flat colors is they kind of hide the shapes of the figure. If you have like small details like folds or subtle details that you want them to stand out. I really hope you found this process helpful, and if you have any questions, please leave them in the comments below. I reply to every comment. And I would like to thank my YouTube members and my Patreons for supporting this channel. So if you would like to see more of these videos and you would like to help out, I have a link in the description. Thank you so much, and see you in the next one. Bye.
All right. I think Rio's done. Theater mode, Gachiakuta. Location unknown. X for follow. Oh no. I don't know how to work that. I'll work that later. All right. Next one.
After the first.
No, that's not it.
Looney Tunes presents Sportsman.
What is this? Okay, let me see. Hello, Vin. What's going on? All right, let's see what's on. With this one says, Looney Tunes presents Sports Made Simple Figure Skating. I don't know what this is. It's only 2 minutes long, so we're going to see what this is about. I don't know what it is. Let's see what this is.
Figure skating. A beautiful winter day and a picturesque frozen pond. perfect for doing some graceful figure skating.
Oh, how precious. I remember when I was first learning how to skate. Adorable. Hello, novice skater. I have taken pity on your pathetic skills and decided to give you a special treat. Me!
Well, I actually do know how to skate.
No, you don't, but I will teach you.
But you see, Doc, I already know.
First lesson. No talking during the lesson.
Would you listen, Doc?
Lesson 2. Look fabulous while turning.
Oh, you do look fabulous.
But of course I do. I am Victor, the greatest skater ever. I skate circles around the competition.
Yeesh! That guy's got more ego than edge control. Well, he better lace up his mouth, 'cause figure skating ain't about talking.
And edge control? I'm confused.
Big. It's about serious skills. In figure skating, judges expect to see high-flying skills when performing jumps, spins, and lifts. One example is the axle, or the double axle, or the triple axle. That's a lot of axles. The higher you jump, the more axles you can do. In fact, some skaters can do a 4.5 axle jump. You also have to pull off lifts, spins, and breathtaking footwork, all while wearing dazzling costumes. Being a figure skater is like being a dancer and gymnast at the same time and doing it all on the ice. It ain't easy, pal. I think it's about time I give you a lesson.
You dare question my virtuosity on the ice? You insult me! Now you will learn the most important lesson of all. Never mess with the master!
Take it easy, Doc. Ta-da! May I have this dance? Whoopsie daisy!
One last lesson. Know when to quit.
Thanks for the lesson, Doc. I think I'll take it from here.
I wonder if kids still watch Looney Tunes at all, or care for that shit. I don't think so. I really don't think so. All right, this one's here, the last one. Oh, not the last one. We got the other one coming up.
Can't believe
This is the season of Ted 2.
halfway through senior year.
Yeah, time flies when you're stoned 15 hours a day.
I'm gonna go to college, having never had a girlfriend.
Hey, what about Erin? She's single.
Never happened though. She doesn't date dorks.
Hey, you never know. Maybe she's sick of guys with lots of confidence, chiseled jaws, and huge dicks. I don't think I've been this high before. Do I have human feet right now?
Oh man, she's so hot. I wish we could call one of those numbers.
You want to?
So what's your fantasy?
I touch your boob.
Oh, God!
Teddy, cut it out, you're hurting her!
Oh shit, is it too much? I'm just trying to have fun.
Whoever made these calls, know this. Most masturbators are caught within the first 48 hours.
We're fucked. Get back here!
Run, Johnny! Bunchies!
You're an adult now. That means responsibility. Teddy, dry as done.
Jesus Christ!
Teddy, what happened?
Next time you start that thing, fucking knock first!
This sucks. The same loser I was the day I walked in here.
That's what growing up's all about. Making mistakes
Am I lesbian now?
I'm going to bed.
and letting your mother fix it.
No more mistakes for us. Hand me that bong. You and I are now adult members of society.
Absolutely not. Have you ever played D&D before? We already fucking hate this.
You're a real pal, Johnny. You know that? Now, would you sit in Blair's car and be my lookout while I have dirty bear sex with Mrs. Robachek?
Teddy, it would be my honor.
Johnny! Johnny! Johnny, start the car!
What the fuck is that?
Big purple dick! Go, go, go! We gotta get the fuck out of here!
I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller.
Hey, can I have this?
I tell you something, Stephen Farding's writing never changes. Like, it's like his writing never changes. It never changes. It just kind of stays exactly how it is. All right. What is this? Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay. Let's see here. So this is a game called Kijora. I think that's Kijora. Not sure it is. I think it's a game. Yeah, it's an indie game. So we're gonna see what this is about. I'm not sure what it is. Let's see what it's about. Oh, it's one of those games. Okay, it's like a Stranger Things animation. All right, now we have another video here we're gonna react to. It says here, this was from 8 months ago. I have never seen this before. I don't remember if we have. Bri, please let me know if we have, but I don't think we have. But this is from Atozi, and it says, TikTok motivational coach is destroying his life for fame. And this is what he does in the store. This is from 8 months ago. So I know this is not recent. I get it. But like, even though it's not recent, just don't do shit like this.
This TikTok motivational coach is destroying his life for clout.
You gotta wake up! You gotta wake up! You gotta wake up! You can't be asleep all day long! Get up out that depression! Get up out that sadness! Get up out that mood!
Really? Is this what we're doing right now? You might have heard him rambling some motivational nonsense there, but in reality, the only thing this guy motivated is people to get as far away from him as possible, because it's safe to say these motivational videos have hit a new societal low, as he's risking jail time for this content, which at the end of the day consists of him pouring food on himself and others in public while repeatedly shouting inspirational quotes.
Be you! Just be you! Just be you! Stop thinking I gotta have this so they can like you. Stop thinking I gotta be like them so they can like you. Just be you.
Apparently, this is his idea of motivating people. I'm sure Walmart employees who had to clean all this up were super motivated by that video. We honestly might need something like mandatory community service for people who burden retail workers for the sake of their own content on social media. But either way, this is Colton McAllister, a TikToker and Instagram influencer who goes by the name See the Truth. And this dude posts what he calls motivational videos on his social media. At least that's what his bio says. Motivate, inspire, uplift. Great stuff right there. So I guess those must be his intentions with all this, or a front to get away with what he's currently doing. And of course, this would only be if you feel motivated by this sort of content. You know, because who wouldn't be? But he's been making videos like this for years, making a mess of grocery stores, public transportation, and even out on the street. And to be honest, I have no idea how he hasn't gotten into some major trouble for this type of content yet, but we'll dive into that soon.
You too far to quit. You came too far to quit. You came too far to quit. You put too much time in to quit. You know you've been through too much to quit. Get up and keep going.
I love how everyone's reaction to this was just a deep sigh.
Oh my
God.
God.
If your job is making gross messes for others to clean up for clout, it's time to start reevaluating. As a former janitor, I don't approve. I would be so fed up if I had to deal with this. It's one thing to drop something by accident because, hey, that happens. But to make a massive mess for others to clean just for attention on TikTok, that's just scumbag behavior. Let's be real. Now, the past few weeks, I've covered many IRL streamers worldwide who would disturb the public peace just in the name of content. And now, I guess we're covering motivational speakers disturb the peace for their own content. Like, this is just so stupid. Why does the bar keep dropping for everyone on the internet, it seems like? Well, that's a stretch, but it seems like these kinds of people are just multiplying rapidly.
You are somebody. You are somebody. It don't matter if you're going through hard times. You are somebody. It don't matter if you don't have what they have. You are somebody. Regardless of what they gotta say about you, you are somebody. You gotta keep going and going and going because you are somebody.
This is so fucking stupid. This is dumb. Where's your family, bro? What are you doing? Where's your family at? Yeah? Like, Jesus Christ. Don't these people know when you do shit like this, your family's gonna get the brunt of it all? Like, holy shit. You don't think of them. This is cringe as fuck.
That's true.
I feel like I say this a lot, but what a fascinating use of free will. What a frustrating person to deal with as a retail worker or even as a random customer. And this is pretty much his entire content strategy. He shows up out of nowhere, pours some liquid or food over himself and someone else, and then starts shouting his inspirational message. And then, falls and ends by saying, "That's the truth. Thank you, Carlton. Very cool. I like the other Carlton way better."
It's cool to be different. It's cool to be different. It's cool to be different. You don't gotta be like him. It's cool to be different. You don't gotta be like her. It's cool to be different.
It's cool to be different. It's cool to be different. Gotcha. Okay.
It's cool to be different.
Hey, bud.
Cool is showing love to others. Cool is making a positive impact on others. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool to be different. It's true.
I mean, this is one of the wildest and most humiliating bits I've seen someone do.
This is a humiliation
As it
ritual.
provides zero value to anyone. His whole account is just a tragedy. And I hope this dude in yellow is in on it, but during his earlier years in his career, he focused much more on the actual message than creating these viral messes or stunts. This, for example, is his first video posted on his Instagram account back in March of 2022.
Embrace your flaws, embrace your insecurities. See, everybody got flaws, everybody deal with insecurities. They just feel they consider them. They just not gonna tell you, but you gotta live in your truth. You gotta do what makes you happy. You know what I'm saying? You gotta do what makes you happy. You can't worry about what everybody else think, because if you worry about what everybody else think, you ain't living for yourself. You ain't happy with yourself. And that's the truth.
And hey, that is a fair message without ruining some poor janitor or cleaner's day. But it wasn't anything groundbreaking or something that hasn't been repeated hundreds of thousands of times. So this video didn't really get too much attention. But either way, he still made a second video, which he posted 2 days later.
Understand that you can learn from anybody in life. It don't matter who you are or what you're doing, you can learn from anybody. You can learn from a homeless man off the street. It don't matter. The boldest thing that a leader can do is learn from people ideas and people answers. And that's the truth.
See, now he was on a workout bike. Dude was just slowly adding things into his videos as each one goes by until it's just pure insanity and he's completely lost his mind.
It's necessary. It's necessary. Yes, it is. It's necessary. The pain is necessary. The setbacks, the failures, those are necessary. Those are necessary equipment. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah, see, the progression to insanity is really there. It's fascinating to watch how his videos have evolved over time, because we can even pinpoint exactly when he first came up with the idea to create this chaotic content he's been known for today, and how, I guess, that happened. Because first, he started recording in
I already told you, you gotta keep.
Because first, he started recording at grocery stores, running through the aisles to deliver his message.
That relationship is over. That relationship is over. That marriage is over. It's done. It's done. The milk is spoiled. The expiration date is past due. It's over.
Gee, wow. Thank you, random dude at the grocery store, for that information. But clearly, he got a little bit too comfortable, which then started with videos of him evolving into drinking water before saying whatever he had to say.
Take care of your physical health. You gotta take care of your physical health. Your physical health is a part of loving you.
But then 2 videos later, he started pushing it.
Tell yourself great things about you. You gotta tell yourself great things about you. Whatever you constantly tell you, your mind, your approach will adapt to it.
And eventually, he really started pushing
Who
it.
is dressing you? Who the fuck is dressing? Hold on, go back.
Things about you.
What's going on with those shoes?
Whatever you constantly.
Bro, what are you wearing? What the fuck is going on with your shoes? Wait, hold up. I need to. What are you wearing? What is your shoe? What's wrong with your foot? Hold up. Is it me? Am I going crazy? Is his foot bent?
Tell you your.
Oh, your shoe fell out.
Your mind, your approach will adapt to it.
And eventually, he really started pushing it.
Self-love is most important. Self-love is most important. Nobody can love you more than you love you.
Instead of
So, nobody's gonna love you more than you love you, but you pour orange juice on yourself? I don't know. He's wearing pink pants and, like, the coordination of those clothes are insane, and his shoes are falling out.
giving people surface level wisdom and sticky feet, he really should have stuck to just meditation videos.
Yeah, why
But obviously, he didn't.
When you gonna stop caring about what they think? When you gonna stop caring about what they think? See, when you gonna start doing what brings you peace, doing what makes you happy? Don't let nobody put their fears and insecurities on you. Do what you want to do. Do what you feel. Stop caring about what they think, and that's the truth.
Maybe he should think of what the janitor thinks of the mess he's making. I guess the dude just meditated so hard he transcended social behavior. It's just...
I'm sorry, I thought I heard something.
another odd version of main character syndrome. Because I guess he just thinks the world revolves enough around him that janitors would just love to clean up his mess so he could go on and make his social media content. But that video of him pouring cleaning product over his head, that was the turning point, because after August 14, 2023, every post involved him pouring something over his own head. And you can tell why.
Wait, he poured cleaning product on him? What kind of clean product? Oh, hell no.
But obviously, he didn't.
When you gonna stop caring about what they think? When you gonna stop caring about what they think?
What is that? Like juice? Is that juice? I think it's juice.
See, when you gonna start doing what brings you peace, doing what makes you happy? Don't let nobody put their fears and insecurities on you. Do what you want to do.
Yo, Walmart is not for this shit. Why do they do this in Walmart, though? Okay, he said cleaning product. I was like, what cleaning product? Yeah, I did. The reactions are working. I love the reactions. It's fun. It brings people in. But what I don't understand is, like, why Walmart? You kind of notice they don't do this in Target, right? They don't do this at Target. Isn't that weird? Kmart, no, you know, right? You're right. Kmart no longer exists. You're right.
Do what you feel. Stop caring about what they think, and that's the truth.
Maybe he should think of what the janitor thinks of the mess he's making. I guess the dude just meditated so hard he transcended social behavior. It's just another odd version of main character syndrome. Because I guess he just thinks the world revolves enough around him that janitors would just love to clean up his mess so he could go on and make his social media content. But that video of him pouring cleaning product over his head, that was the turning point, because after August 14, 2023, every post involved him pouring something over his own head. And you can tell why, because this is the first video on his account to reach 100,000 views. But I guess, like, what's depressing about this is pretty much purely an attention play, as he's not really making anything close to minimum wage off of these videos.
Are you serious?
As Instagram doesn't really monetize views.
Oh,
you need to be getting...
Oh, he's just been posting on Instagram? Oh, what a moron. Yeah, you don't make money on Instagram. Instagram's, if anything, is a glorified, it's just glorified for, it's a glorified place to just, like, get clout. They don't really pay you. You can make money on Instagram, but it's gonna, you need millions and millions of views every time, per se. But it depends on what your niche is. If you're doing, like, financial stuff, you'll still make money. Because you're getting, like, financial advice and stuff like that. But, like... But if it's, like, just entertainment alone, then you have to be doing something so, like, different. Or you're just doing a bunch of AI shit. I don't know if they pay you for the... I don't think they pay you for AI shit either. Like YouTube. So I don't know. I really don't know. So that's kind of crazy to know that. Kind of sad.
Millions of views a week on TikTok to make a decent living. living. But still, that moment is when Carlton decided to become this chaotic, motivational guy we know today. So like any other content creator chasing the algorithm, he doubled down on what was working, and now we have him becoming an absolute burden to society for just a little bit of attention online.
You gotta wake up! You gotta wake up! You gotta wake up! You can't be asleep all day long! Get about that depression! Get about that sadness! Get about that mood!
Not having to worry about some influencer harassing you in public for content is a blessing previous generations clearly had. Even though some of his videos are staged, especially the ones where he collaborates with other influencers and tags the other person's profile in the post. The people around them, they're not participating because he is without a doubt causing them distress. It may sound obvious, but when you throw liquid or flour or whatever he throws around at someone in a public space, even though the primary target was consenting to this, there's still a high chance it will splash onto other people. And then those innocent bystanders, they're not always willing participants in these antics, like in this video.
59. Do not commit. Do not commit. Even if you get bullied, do not commit. Even if you're going through hard times, do not commit. To all the kids, don't subway surf. Do not commit.
I love how he tells you, don't do X, Y, and Z. Don't go subway surfing, but be a total jackass on the public as a form of example. Don't be a subway surfer. Be me. Do what I'm doing. That makes sense. That makes total sense.
At this point, I think he's using his basic motivational messages as a way for him to just deflect any hate for harassing strangers in public.
You gotta keep going. You gotta keep going. You can't quit now. You put too much time in and quit. You gotta get up.
I don't think that guy's like. I think he paid that guy. I'm telling you, he paid that dude. He paid that dude. There's no way he's just gonna stand there and stare at that guy. I'm telling you, he probably would just end up fighting him like off rip. If someone did that to you, most people would just, especially men, if that were to happen to some random dude out of nowhere, he'll start swinging. He's not gonna be like, dude, look what you did. No, they'll start swinging.
I already told you, you gotta keep going and going and going.
Yeah, he just walks away in silence. He just walks away in silence. Yeah, you're definitely, that was a paid actor.
I really hope that guy was in on it.
Yes.
And even so, I think New York subways are grimy enough without this dude. Like, we don't need all your food products and flour all over the New York City subway just so you can make your content, sir. But I feel like people like him will likely cause laws to be written in the future where you get additional penalties if you harass people for social media content. I mean, it's inevitable at this point. When I first started talking about wild stuff that influencers did almost a decade ago, it was very rare that it was this brazen and dumb. But now, it's happening multiple times a week. It's actually unbelievable. It's been bad for a while, but it's starting to get really pathetic. But one thing worth mentioning, though, is Jumane, the guy who filmed himself trashing Rite Aid and then later on a Subway restaurant just to promote his music, which I've already made 2 videos on him on this channel. He found Carlton's content before me and even made a reaction video on him last year, where he had this to say.
The videos in the store, right? Obviously, I could relate to that.
Like me, why he don't like me, why they don't accept me, who cares? So what? What's most important is that you love you. What's most important?
I want him to get his message off, right? But like, I'm looking at him, he's doing this in store. Like, what the first video I saw, I'm like, yo, is that fake? Does he work there or something? Like, I'm trying to figure it out. Like, did he set it up? And I'm like, I kind of was like, nah, I don't think he did. And then I started looking at all his other videos, and I'm like, he's doing this multiple times. There's no way he's setting this up like this. Like, so this is a crime. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, you're very much aware of that, bro. I guess game recognized game, huh?
You can't do this in the store. You cannot do this in the store.
Yeah, you can definitely not do that in the store. And Jumane is right here. That's a crime. Take it from him, as he's personally done this stuff for clout and has thankfully learned his lesson. I just hope that he recovers from his gambling addiction. But if you want context to this guy, I'll leave my video on him down in the description down below. But I still don't even know how to pronounce this guy's name. Is it Jumane or is it Jumaine?
Jumane.
Jumane.
Jumane. Jumane.
Jumane.
I don't know. The online pronunciation tools are definitely not helping me, but most of them are leaning towards Jumonic.
No one doesn't care. When you're a criminal, no one gives a flying fuck about your whatever. When you're doing criminal, I honestly believe once you're a nuisance to society and brazen about it, and you're not trying to change, I don't give a fuck about your preferences, your pronouns, all that stupid shit. No one cares about that shit. Fuck you. I don't care about your name, your gender, identity. Once you start doing stupid shit like that, nah, fuck that.
Yeah, we'll just go with Jumani.
What's up? Is Jumani?
But anyway, what Carlton is doing could potentially qualify as several misdemeanors or even felonies depending on the jurisdiction, such as criminal mischief or vandalism for damaging store property, when he pours the food products over the floors and shelves, disorderly conduct for creating a public inconvenience or annoyance, trespassing for obvious reasons if he's been asked to leave the stores and then returns to film more videos, and even possibly assault where he throws the substances on unwilling participants. And the reason I say depending on the jurisdiction is this guy has a wide range of geographic areas where he's filmed content, ranging from Atlanta, Florida, Atlanta, New York, all over the place. But I did look in to see if he's actually been arrested for his content, and he has been arrested for resisting arrest, search and transport, and again in 2024 for theft of property.
Bro, did you shave your eyebrows? And you don't think this is mentally ill? I think you're mentally ill when you shave your eyebrows willingly. I think you're mentally ill off rip. Even if you didn't cause the right? Look at bro's face. I think he cut his eyebrows out. I don't know why. Why did bro do this? We'll never know. I think you're mentally ill when you cut your eyebrows away. It's just like the nose ring thing, but Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. If never would SSJ3. Whatever he said he did, he did. Oh no, guys, that's crazy.
Both in Tarrant County, Texas. But as of right now, I couldn't find anything concrete that this is related specifically to this content. But either way, it might just be a matter of time until he's arrested for this content. One thing that I do find truly baffling about this story is that by the time I'm recording this video, Carlton has not only regularly posted the same content as always, but he's even collaborating with other influencers and getting sponsored sometimes to promote food chains and local restaurants.
What? Bro, this is the problem. Bro, this is literally the problem. That's the problem, dude. And you wonder why these influencers, these crazy, these mentally deranged people won't stop? I blame TikTok, I blame YouTube, I blame every social media, I blame the fucking companies. You see this man being an irritant. He's literally an irritant. He's assaulting people to a degree. He's just being a total irritant into the stores. And you see this, and you looked at this and say, yeah, I want that guy to promote my product. Fucking stupid. I can't even be mad at dude anymore. I'm mad at yo. This is stupid, bro. This is why the mentally insane gets rewarded, and people who stay in the guidelines don't. They have to do content for like 20 plus years just to get even a fraction of the insane person gets in like a day and a half. This is exactly the problem. Why people don't like doing content creation. Because mentally ill people like this get a up one because he's insane. This is stupid now. I think they literally should go after the companies that are doing this. This is stupid. What the fuck?
All right, let's go. Come get a lemony split. Come get a lemony split. If you feeling down and you had a long day, come get a lemony split. If you want to get slashy, come get a lemony split.
So I guess literally anyone can get social media ads, but that video at least confirmed that the dude standing at the self-checkout from earlier at least was in on it, because you see he's there as well. But I guess that was today's absolute degenerate. I took a couple days off to celebrate my birthday with my family, and yes, I got a haircut. No, actually, I was abducted and cloned, and they couldn't find a version of me with long hair. So now you guys have to deal with a version of me with shorter hair for now. But at least, no, there's no upside. But other than that, I feel like you should subscribe if you're new here, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Cool. All right. What's the next video? All right. We got a few hard. Wait, we got one more. I just realized we got one more video. This one's a short, but we got 2 more videos left after this one, and then we can go have some fun. Not these mods. I forgot what anime you're from. I know this is Zenless. I know what character this is, but like I don't know what the cosplay, the mod that's representing the other anime from that show. I forgot. It's from some anime, but I can't think of it right now. She's this approaching. Pretty cool. All right, guys. Now we're at to the fun part. Southern horror folk. All right. Now I have this. Okay. So we brought back Grief, another horror situation. No, it's not the video that we was watching from before. We didn't do episode 3, but this is another horror one to satiate you guys wanting to see that. So we'll see how this goes. So let's go. Yeah, I know.
Hello friends, this is Grief speaking, and today we're diving into Harrow County. This is a series that's been showing up in the comments pretty much since I started covering comic books on this channel. Now that I've actually read it, I completely understand why. It is right up this channel's alley. It's really got all of my favorite things wrapped into one graphic novel. A folk horror setting, disturbing creatures, and beautiful watercolor artwork combined to make one hell of a horror comic. It follows a farm girl named Emmy who's had some strange things happen to her leading up to her 18th birthday, and it all seems to connect to the old oak at the edge of her farm, the place where a powerful witch was once hanged and burned. I don't want to give too much away, but trust me, this is a must-read in the horror genre. It's a pretty long-running series, and so in this video, I'm just going to be covering the first 2 story arcs, titled Countless Haints and Twice Told. It actually works pretty well because there's a complete story being told in these 8 issues, and it's a good stopping point. But if you like it and want me to do more, let me know. Before we get into it, I want to mention that I recently started memberships on my channel, and we've been doing Grief's Movie Club. We recently did Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein and Pan's Labyrinth. So if you want to get in on the discussion, check out the membership options. Anyway, that's enough jabbering. Let's get into the comic. This is Harrow County Explained. Part 1. We start off right in the drama. Sometime in the mid-20th century South, the people of Harrow County are putting a witch to death. But she's not dying easily. Hester Beck has been shot, stabbed, beaten, and finally hanged by the neck. And when the priest went to give her last rites, the rain washed the words from the pages of the Bible. We learn that at one point she was a beloved part of this community, curing frailties and ailments with incantations. However, it seems that it came at a cost, as the farmer's livestock began dying in Hester's presence, and she often met with the local children in the creek, giving...
So let me get this straight. You killed her because... Oh, so she was a local witch. You guys was okay with this, but when things didn't go your way, you off this woman? You guys are hypocritical as fuck. That's some stupid shit. So let me get this straight. You go up to the... You guys are against witchcraft to a degree, maybe to somewhere. And you guys said, you know what? Even though she's a witch, she's helping us with our whatever, so we're going to let her be. And as soon as things didn't go down your way, or things just didn't go exactly right, you off this woman? I'm pretty sure she didn't do it on purpose, unless there's a literal reason.
Strange sermons and baptisms. She also had blasphemous congress with heinous things out in the woods. The people turned a blind eye to all of this, but could not ignore her actions anymore when they discovered how she fed her vile companions and strengthened her own gifts. Here we see a disturbing panel of Hester crouched and clutching a crying infant, seemingly snatching it from a family in the night. Now, hanging by her broken neck, the witch still breathes, and finally, they light her on fire to finish the job.
How do you have all that power as a witch, but don't off these people? Huh, that's weird.
Face melts away, Hester warns them that this is not the end, and that she'll be back one day to see them all once more. The years have passed, and we can see the tree Hester was burned at still left with an ugly mark from the flames. In the background sits a humble farm, and here we meet Emmy as she wakes up from a bad dream. A dream of that awful tree and the terrible things hidden beneath its roots. She can almost hear the screaming of haints. She can't see them, but she knows they're there. Countless haints surrounding her bed. If you're unfamiliar, haint is a southern term usually meaning evil spirit or ghoul and is thought to be a variation of the word haunt. Funny enough, it's most commonly heard in the term haint blue, a paint color used to paint porches, ceilings, and doors in the South. This was originally done to ward off haints by tricking them into thinking they were seeing the sky or water, which they traditionally couldn't cross.
Who the fuck thought that was even an idea? That's very strange. I don't care if that's a southern thing. That's just fucking dumb.
Obviously, this is all folklore, but it's still a common practice today, and many swear that it's actually a good deterrent for spiders and wasp nests. Okay, that was one hell of a detour, but I just found that fascinating, and you'll be hearing that word quite a bit in this comic. Anyway, Emmy glances out her window to see the old tree. She knows nothing of the witch and has been told instead that it was struck by lightning, and shortly after, it rotted and hollowed out. Strangely, the townspeople decided to fill its hollow with concrete. Emmy hated and feared this tree, and we get a good look at why as she recalls her nightmare. Shown in dazzling vibrant watercolors, the nightmare tree has jagged teeth and tries to uproot itself from the ground, all while shouting lies, lies, lies on repeat. She convinces herself that it means nothing and that the tree's just normal, but even so, she dreads falling asleep again. The next day, Emmy talks with her father Isaac as they approach the barn, and it's clear that they have a loving and playful relationship. Emmy tells him she has some name ideas for the new calf, but her father tells her not to name them. You don't want to get attached to the livestock. When they enter the barn, they see a grisly sight. The mother cow is moaning furiously, and on the ground lay a calf covered in blood. Another calf is nearby, and this one is for sure dead. Not only that, but it looks mutilated or deformed. In fact, it seems to have 6 legs. Isaac says they need to end the suffering of the injured calf and leaves to grab his shotgun. Meanwhile, Emmy comforts the poor dying animal. Isaac loads his gun, but before he can even enter the barn, something miraculous happens. Emmy comes running out, and walking beside her, perfectly fine, is the young calf. Her father can't believe his eyes, and Emmy comes up with a name for the little guy, Shaky. Later, Isaac is burying the calf that didn't make it when Emmy asks him why so many have been born like that. And apparently, between all the animals, this has happened a dozen times. Livestock dying. Sounds a little familiar. Their conversation is interrupted, however, when a wagon comes onto the farm. Emmy recognizes it as a man named Raya who sells odds and ends and often stops to bring her new books to read. His daughter, Bernice, is around Emmy's age and they get on pretty well. As the two girls talk, we learn that Emmy is about to turn 18, and Bernice asks if she plans on leaving this small town, but she feels obligated to stay and help her dad on the farm. Meanwhile, Raya and Isaac have a kind of cryptic and eerie conversation. Raya notices the many graves of the animals and questions if something is going on. He seems to connect it with Emmy coming of age soon. Isaac refutes what Raya is implying, saying that he hasn't seen any signs like curdled milk, smell of sulfur, and Emmy hasn't said anything about having weird dreams. Raya agrees that Emmy seems normal enough, and Isaac gets a little defensive, saying she is normal, and after what they did all those years ago, she ain't coming back. Raya says he believes him, but if he's wrong, if he's missing something, that girl will have her revenge on all of them. Okay, well, clearly these two were part of the mob that killed Hester Beck, but how does Emmy fit into all of this? The next day, Emmy goes for a walk in the woods by the farm. She's played in these woods her whole life, and they seem to stretch on forever. As she crosses the old rickety bridge over the creek, Emmy spots something on the bank, a boy. She calls out to the boy who's covered in dirt and holding a stuffed rabbit, but he doesn't reply. Instead, he runs the other way. Emmy chases after him, warning him to be careful because he's headed right for an overgrowth of thorns. Sure enough, she finds the massive tangle of thorns and a dark opening in the middle. Worried for the boy's safety, she climbs in after him, scratching her hands and slicing a nasty cut into her cheek. Finally, she comes
I wouldn't even bother with that kid. If he wants to go in there, he can go there his goddamn self. That's not my kid.
Upon a trail of blood and crawls on to see where it leads. What she finds on the other end is pretty shocking and grotesque. The skin of a boy hanging from the thorns, dangling and covered in blood. Even more terrifying is that his lips twitch and the skin tries to talk. His breath like a slaughterhouse. She looks in horror, another haint whispering its secrets to her, trying to warn her of what's to come, of the power within her blood, and the terrible darkness that comes with it. Part 2. Next thing we see is Emmy shoving the bodiless skin suit into her satchel, telling it to be still as it wriggles to try and slip free. She describes his skin as warm and sweaty. Gross. She knows exactly what she's found.
She's holding it? Oh shit, she's holding it. Oh my god. Bro, what the fuck? Why would you touch that? I would leave that shit alone. I'll leave. What the fuck? Why are you touching that? Ugh. It must be all weird and and it's alive. What the fuck?
Deathly pale and gravely
piss me
silent.
off.
The restless ghosts of Confederate soldiers searching by the moonlight for body parts. The spirits of children who got lost in the woods and starved before finding a way out. But now, Emmy had found one for herself, a real-life haint. She actually seems excited about this, and surprisingly unfazed at the living flesh she now holds. Kinda makes this whole thing even more creepy. She gets back to the farm and runs to her room. She needs to change out of her bloody clothes before her father sees, and doesn't want the skin boy to peek at her while she changes, so she shoves him in her bottom drawer. Okay, that's pretty funny, actually. A few minutes later, her father knocks on the door and asks where she's been all day.
The only time we ever seen something like this and it was funny is when, well, I think it was kind of funny. The subject matter wasn't, but it was kind of funny. It was the, you know, the smoking commercial for those who grew up like I did, with the girl sitting in the chair, and because she smokes, she's just kind of sitting there. It's a metaphor that she's not, like, motivated to do anything because she smokes weed all damn day. It was part of the, I think, the Biden, no, not Biden, it was the Bush administration, or the war on drugs at the time, I think. And if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. She's just sitting on the chair and she's all lifeless, but she looks like a big flat skin suit. It was kind of funny.
Just tells him she went on a walk and mentions getting cut up
a bit creepy though.
Pretty bad on some thorns. But when she looks down at her hands, the scratches are gone, and the big cut on her face is healed up as well. Isaac gives a concerned look and tells her to help him outside when she gets the chance.
You know
After
it.
he leaves, Emmy wonders how the scratches healed so fast. She tells the skin boy he'll have to stay in the drawer for a while and to be good while she's out helping her pa. Outside of Emmy's window, we can see a bloody handprint, like something was just watching her. That night, she has another dream about the tree. People are gathered around the old oak, cold and quiet like haints themselves. It can't be a good thing coming back to this place after what we done, one of them said, but they heard crying like that of a baby coming from the oak. So they chop into the swollen tree trunk and inside find a strange sight. A small child naked as if coming out of the womb. One of these people is Isaac, Emmy's father, and his wife, who pulls the child out from the tree and says that she can take care of it. Shortly after, they find another girl in the tree and say that it looks just like the first. Beautiful. Only in the dream, she's hideous and decayed like a corpse. This is actually some interesting foreshadowing. Emmy wakes up with a gasp to the sound of rattling. The skin boy is making a ruckus in the bottom drawer, and Emmy pulls him out, asking what he wants. He manages to mutter out the word window, and Emmy walks over to look out at the old tree. She sees the silhouettes of people gathered there, and asks the flesh how he knew. The skin replies, but not directly, saying that the pact must be honored. 18 years and she's showing signs. Emmy quickly realizes that the haint is telling her what the people are saying at the oak tree, and he continues, though we only get fragments of the discussion. They talk of the witch that they killed and the pact they made. It seems Isaac is amongst them and says that it's not the same girl. He raised her. This is his daughter. Emmy wonders how the skin boy can hear what they're saying when he's here with her, and we then get a look at the tree where a red figure sits in the branches. On a closer look, it seems to be the boy's body, removed from its flesh. I have to say, that's a fascinating and disturbing concept.
Wow. That's kind of cool-ish in its own weird, creepy way. That's some JJK shit. That is some JJK shit. I'm not even gonna play. You can see that in JJK or Johnny. What was that dude? The horror anime dude. I forgot his name. Junji Ito or some shit. That's where that's some JJK shit.
Skin boy continues repeating the words, "The witch must die." Isaac heads home and enters Emmy's room, only to find it empty. Outside, Emmy has donned her coat and satchel and is running into the woods in a panic. Tears in her eyes at the realization of what her father plans to do to her. She travels into the darkness with her lantern drawn until she hears a presence nearby. Luckily, it turns out to only be Bernice, who seems to be on her side. She was actually looking for Emmy to warn her about the mob that's coming for her. Emmy flips out. She just doesn't understand any of this. Why would her pa want to hurt her. Bernice takes her hand and says they need to keep moving. She doesn't know much herself other than overhearing her father talk about a witch and a birthing, and some sort of agreement to kill her. As they move along, they find themselves in a clearing, and on a closer look, it appears to be a very old graveyard. The grave markers are so old that the words have worn off. The people buried here are forgotten, and Bernice suggests that maybe they were meant to, that she had heard about old cemeteries hidden in the woods where folks buried undesirables. The word sparks suspicion in Emmy, and she questions whether Bernice led her here on purpose, but the girl pushes back, saying she came here to help her. Suddenly, they both hear a voice whispering from Emmy's satchel. The skin boy is saying, "Not alone. Never alone." The girls look around to find flaming skeletal corpses crawling out of the ground and
Oh, this is foreshadowing something. Maybe there's gonna be older people who's gonna get burnt and shit.
surrounding them. Part 3. The flaming spirits stand behind the grave markers where they were once buried and soon start moving in on Bernice and Emmy. Just before they reach them, Emmy demands that they stop right there, and strangely, they listen to her. She says that if they really wanted to hurt her, she thinks they would have done it already. She shouts at the creatures, asking them why they don't have anything better to do than try and spook people. As she yells at them, the Haints actually seem to fear her. And this is the thing.
Is that a thing? Or that's just assuming? It's not like a thing.
That scared Emmy more than anything else that night. With the skeletons at bay, the two girls move forward, but the flaming ghosts block their path as if trying to stop them. Emmy commands they move aside, and finally they leave the creatures behind. What Emmy doesn't know is that these beings were actually trying to help her, and if they had mouths, they would have told her not to go that way. Soon they see lights ahead and realize that the mob is close by looking for Emmy. Out from her satchel, the skin starts speaking again. She couldn't have gone too far, she's just a girl. Tracks lead this way. It seems that the boy's body is stalking the group and repeating what they say again. And we get a glimpse of skinless legs leading the group away from Emmy. After what happened in the graveyard and now her talking satchel, Bernice is starting to wonder about Emmy. Maybe what they said about her is true. Maybe she is a witch. Emmy denies this, but out from behind her walks Isaac, and he says that it is true. Every word of it.
Shit,
And he sees the look in his eye and the
cool.
shotgun in his hand and tells him to stop whatever he's thinking of doing. Tears well up in the man's eyes and he tells her not to speak, saying he doesn't want to kill her. He puts his shotgun down and approaches her, saying it's good that she doesn't know and that she'll be gone before she realizes what she truly is. He suddenly begins to strangle her, his own daughter. Bernice tries to push him off, but he throws her aside. He continues choking Emmy, crying and saying he's so sorry. Bernice sits with her head in her hands, feeling completely helpless when she spots a disturbing sight, a saggy hand reaching out from the satchel. It can't do much to stop Isaac, but the boy's body can. Out from the trees jumps the skinless body of the boy, who pounces on Isaac and starts beating the shit out of him.
It's called, let me see, hello friends today. Hollow Country Folk. Hollow Country Folk horror comic.
Describes it as an angry, ferocious thing that's stronger than 6 men. As it wallops the old fool, the boy's skin can be heard from the back saying, "Get away from her, don't touch her, and she's under our protection." Watching this with bloodshot eyes and grasping her bruised neck, Emmy considers for a moment letting the creature finish the job, killing her old man like he tried to kill her. But she eventually tells the boy to get off of him. She tells him she's not what he thinks she is. She's not a monster. She's not evil. The battered old man says, "No, not yet at least," and the skinless boy makes a horrendous screeching noise at him. It's almost a jump scare when you turn the page and see his horrifying face. Emmy tells the boy that he's done well, but to leave them be for now, and he scutters off into the woods. Emmy angrily walks over to her father and asks for the truth. So, Isaac tells her everything. How they killed the witch Hester Beck 18 years ago, and how she promised she'd come back. As he speaks, the thought of ending her father comes back to Emmy, as if the spirit of Hester's revenge has taken control for a moment. But she snaps herself out of it and backs off, deciding she can't stay here. She tells Bernice to look after her father and make sure he's alright, and as she leaves, she tells him to leave her alone. Like she said, she's no monster, but she can be. Walking alone in the dark, the anger in Emmy recedes, and now she feels nothing but shock and sadness in its wake. Finally, she breaks down into an ugly cry. These woods were full of twisted evil things, countless haints, and it was terrifying to think that she could be one of them. But that doesn't mean she was in full communion with these ugly things. There are some creatures dwelling in the dark and lonely spaces that would never accept her and would kill her the moment they laid eyes on her. Emmy passes an old broken down wooden shack, and inside we see a large black creature that straight up looks like a demon with 4 goat-like eyes and horns. Part 4. Emmy continues crying and walking through the dark woods, and the great beast follows behind her, muttering the words, "Not again." The skin then warns her that something is coming, something old, and she turns to spot the monstrosity leering at her. It's worth noting that in the opening to this comic, Hester is seen communicating with this same beast in the woods. He speaks in a really weird way, kind of like Middle English mixed with a southern dialect. I won't try to do the voice out of fear of embarrassing myself, but he asks Emmy if she really doesn't recognize him, and says that it's like pouring salt in the wound. Emmy tells the beast to step into the light, but she's met with the creature's huge arm batting her lantern to the ground and breaking it. He tells her that she doesn't command him anymore and accuses her of leaving him here alone. She said she promised to come back and he figured her a liar, but now he realizes that she really forgot him. He screams this in her face in a terrifying display of his prowess. Emmy backs away and runs as fast as she can from the monster. He cries out after her to come back and not to leave him again. Emmy sprints through the woods and out onto the road where a pair of headlights greet her. A man gets out that she recognizes as the town's pharmacist, Mr. Sorrel. He was a kind man with a soothing voice, and seeing her shook with fear out in the darkness, he offers to give her a ride to town. She takes him up on it, but before they hit the road, the man pulls out a rag presumably covered in chloroform to knock her out. It seems he has other plans for Emmy. Emmy comes to, and the first thing she sees is the disturbing sight of Mr. Sorrel's face. At first, it's all distorted, and the watercolors are used really well here. It just looks really off-putting. She's tied to a chair, but Sorrel tells her that this is all for her own good. He says he's honored to have her here in his home, and Emmy screams at him for kidnapping her. He refutes this accusation and actually says that he's just following her orders. He says that he's only doing her bidding, and that's why they're all here, although some of the flock has gone astray. He goes on to explain, and we see the story unfold in a flashback. Sorrel tells Emmy that she is the witch Hester Beck reborn, the same woman who was birthed up from the earth all those years ago. There's a kind of unsettling image of the witch crawling out of the mud like an Uruk-hai from Lord of the Rings. When Hester first came to be and offered to help the townsfolk, she was rejected. So she went to the woods and called up the Haints from dark places to protect her. Still, she felt alone, and finally, using blood and dirt, she raised men and women from the soil. They looked by all means to be ordinary people, and she sent them to live amongst the country folk. She blessed them with free will so that they would cherish the lives she had given them, but soon their faith and loyalty turned to hate and fear.
So it makes total sense why they fucked with this at first. Okay, this is why I don't like making these accusations were off bat, because you never know. This is why you have to hear the full story before you make a thing, because watch it or read it and then you get to understand. That makes a lot more sense. What the fuck?
Actually, there was dissent amongst her creations. Some of them thought Hester to be a creature of evil. Others thought they would never fully be alive until their creature was dead. Mr. Sorrel finishes his tale and tells Emmy that they are her children. Despite his creepy-ass demeanor, Emmy believes the pharmacist is telling the truth. Maybe she is a witch, and that would explain everything that's been happening to her. She then realizes that this means she should also be able to control him. She commands Sorrel to let her go.
To begin with, yes. Yeah, it's a Frankenstein thing. She made them out of dirt and blood, or whatever case may be, and they gain more sentience, and they want to be real people, so they killed her, per se.
He's happy to see that she may be taking her place as the reborn witch, but refuses to let her go, saying he's blessed and has a sacred mission. He points to his ear, which is all closed up and swollen. He says before the witch was hanged, she told him she would come back, though she may not remember who she is. She gave him the task of reminding her when she awakens again, and to not let anyone dissuade him from this task, even herself. It's pretty disturbing. As she whispers this to him, a tiny snake comes from the witch's mouth and crawls into his ear, leaving it all bloody. So I guess this is why Mr. Sorrel, despite claiming to be Emmy's loyal follower, won't listen to her commands until his mission is complete, to convince her she truly is Hester Beck. As he speaks, we can see a dark figure entering through the window in the other room with yellow, piercing eyes. And before Sorrel can figure out what it is, the skinless boy pounces on him, screeching and violently attacking him. Emmy says that she obviously doesn't need protecting, but that he did help her remember who and what she is. Next, we see the rest of the mob who meant to kill Emmy coming up with a plan to try and find her. It's weird to think that these people are actually made from mud by the witch. Isaac tries to make the argument that Emmy is good. She could have killed him and
the witch did a better job than Edward and his brother. No transmutation circle whatsoever, just a little blood and mud and call it a day. Still went rogue, but then lost an arm and a leg or a whole body in the process.
Had every right to do so, but she let him go. She might have come from the witch, but she's not the same. The others say it's too late to let her go. She knows they want her dead and will want to get them first. Just then, Emmy herself walks in. She tells them she knows the truth, even if she doesn't quite understand it all. She comes to ask them to accept that she's not the woman they killed. She wasn't raised to be like her, and all she wants is a normal life. She figures that's what they all want, and they thought killing the witch might have granted that. She doesn't even blame them for being scared, but the fact is she's not Hester. She doesn't want to hurt anyone. One man interrupts her speech saying it's a trick and that they should kill her now while they have the chance. A handful of angry people agree and attack her, but Emmy raises her hands in defense, and the people are hit with a bright light, turning back into dirt and falling to the floor. She shouts at the remaining people that what she created, she can also end. If they try to kill her, she'll take them with her. Later, Emmy sits in her bedroom, and her father knocks on the door asking for a word. He tells her how sorry he is. He was so afraid that he lost his senses, and he let the others convince him it was all true. But he realizes now, even if she is the witch reborn, she's her own woman too. He swears he won't let anyone hurt her. She's obviously going to take some time to get over the fact that he tried to kill her, but she thinks he really does love her. The months pass, and things seem pretty much back to normal. Well, as normal as they can be in Harrow County. There are still plenty of Haints hiding in the hollows. Would they seek her out for guidance or some darker purpose? Emmy sits on the porch when a wagon pulls up to the farm and a young family asks for her help. Their child is sick, and the pharmacy has been closed up ever since Mr. Sorrell went missing. Emmy says it's good they came to her. She tells them to come inside and that the kid will be just fine. It seems Emmy has embraced her gifts and is using them to help others. It then jumps to a large city. A butler brings some tea to a high-rise apartment. He greets a woman standing by the window saying, "It's a lovely morning, isn't it, Miss Cammy?" The woman agrees, saying, "How could it not be? After all, it's all hers, isn't it? The city, the world, all of it." She turns around and we see that the woman is the spitting image of Emmy. Part 5. As Emmy looks
there's
out
more.
into beautiful green pastures
Holy shit, there's
of
more.
Harrow County, she can't help but feel lonely.
Bro, I
She
thought
walks
that was
back
the
to
end.
the farmhouse to find baskets of gifts and food from the townsfolk. She's actually a little annoyed at this point, saying it's too much, and a lot of it will go to waste if they keep it up. But her father doesn't mind, saying he won't have to butcher their livestock if they keep getting food like this. Upstairs, Emmy finds the skin boy has slithered out of her satchel and onto her bed. He doesn't like her going outside without him, but she can't keep him with her all the time. She lays on the bed next to him, saying she wouldn't mind having a normal life now and then. After a pause, she reminds herself that she's currently having a conversation with a dead boy's skin. The people in Harrow County continue to ask for Emmy's help with various problems, including matters beyond their understanding. A strange creature has been spotted at the granary, turning any grain it touches to rot. Emmy checks it out and finds the Haint hiding in the rafters. It kind of reminds me of the gremlin on the plane in the Twilight Zone movie. It actually seems to recognize Emmy in some regards, saying that it knows her, but she looks different. Emmy's friendly to the creature, asking its name. It says it has none, and Emmy says that they'll just have to change that. But first, they need to talk about why it's scaring folk and how to settle it down. Emmy comes back down to the others and tells them once every couple of weeks to leave rotted fruits and veggies up there, and in return, the creature will take care of rats better than any barn cat. Oh, and her name is Priscilla. Her and her pa leave the granary, but encounter an angry-looking fella by the name of Jim Webb. He asks Emmy if she could help him sort out a problem. He thinks his wife has eyes for another man, a younger man, and he asks Emmy if she would afflict the man with an illness. He even implies she could kill him if necessary. Emmy is disgusted by the request, but Jim says isn't that what she does? She's been helping people, yeah, but there has to be some kind of balance. She tells him firmly that she doesn't hurt people. It's not who she is. But if he bothers her again, she might change her mind. Jim doesn't seem to be happy about this and gives her an angry glare. Later, we see Emmy walking through the woods. Years ago, Hester Beck was the mother of Haints, calling them to serve her. And after she died, they were left orphaned until Emmy rose up to take her place. She passes through the cemetery of undesirables, and the flaming skeletons try once again to block her path. But she says she knows what she's doing. Coming upon the old wooden shack, she calls out to the great beast that she encountered that night. She leaves some food for him, and as she lays it on the ground, the monster speaks, saying she shouldn't have come here. He says she turned her back on him, and now she has no control of him. He could gut her where she stands and use her innards to sop up the blood. Well, Emmy's a brave soul and opens the door to see the the monster. She says that he was created by Hester Beck, but now he's his own creature. Something Emmy can understand. The monster says he has learned to live by himself and appreciate the silence. So why is she here bothering him? Emmy says that seeing as how he broke free from Hester, she's wondering if the other Haints will do the same. The monster thinks that it scares her. What if these Haints turned on her? But Emmy was actually asking more for herself. Could she break free from Hester too? Back at the farm, Bernice has come by for the first time since that night in the woods, and her and Emmy are glad to have each other's company. Bernice wonders what everything means though. Her own grandpa Raya was one of the people made from the mud by Hester. So what does that make her? You know, I didn't really think of that till now, but yeah, that's kind of a weird thought. She's the offspring of a fake person to some degree. That's gotta mess with your head. Emmy says that she's just another one of Hester's creations as well. She doesn't know what that really makes them, other than friends, if Bernice still wants to be. It starts to rain, and seeing...
Well, if you think of it, if Hester made him out of blood and mud through her powers, doesn't that make her technically her mom? Isn't she like basically the mother of all these other people by default? Because it's her powers, right? So technically, isn't ultimately she's technically your mom? I got you.
As the storm is coming in, Emmy invites Bernice to stay the night. While they discuss it, a car pulls up to the farm. A nice car. Emmy's excited to see who it is, and is shocked when she sees the woman climbing out. It's Cammy, her sister and spitting image. Maybe Emmy isn't as alone as she thought. Part 6. As the storm rages on, we can see the body of the skin boy hiding grumpily under the porch from the rain. Inside, Isaac tries to make conversation with Cammy's butler, but he's getting nothing back. Meanwhile, the girls huddle up on Emmy's bed, and she's excited to talk to her long-lost sister. Apparently, Cammy grew up in the city, and as soon as she found out about Emmy, she started traveling here. Bernice questions if they really know their sisters, but Cammy says they have the same birthday and look alike. She then rudely tells Bernice not to interrupt. Emmy defends Bernice and says that everyone's been through a lot around here. Cammy says it's been hard for her too. She's left wondering why she was taken from her birthplace and never got to know where she was from until now. But Emmy says that now she is here and she has a sister to help her through it. The next day, early in the morning, Cammy wakes up Emmy and says they need to go on a walk. Leaving Bernice to sleep, they run out to the oak tree in their nightgowns. Cammy's got a big grin as she sees the tree she was birthed out of. The tree where, as she puts it, they killed her mother. Emmy is quick to deny Hester as her mother and says that her mother died when she was young, referring to Isaac's wife. Cammy says that she also grew up with someone called herself her mother, but that she was a cold woman who didn't care for her. But now she knows about her real mother, who was murdered here. She gets excited, saying that Hester was buried right here, and she bets they could dig her up without hardly trying. It's a really unsettling sight seeing Cammy dig into the dirt with a big smile, hoping to unearth the witch's corpse. Emmy softly tells her that she really doesn't want to do that, and Cammy, covered in mud, hugs her sister and says she's glad they found each other. At the same time, the body of the skin boy creeps out from the tree, hissing at Cammy. She's not surprised by it and instead just says, "You've got a familiar too," like it's a dog or something. Cammy...
I always wanted a familiar myself. Familiars are kind of cool. They come with certain perks, and sometimes they come with horrible perks too. Debuffs, if you think of it. Buffs and debuffs. And they usually come with some form of blood pact. Yeah, they usually come with a blood pact or some type of family blood pact where you have to honor certain conditions to have this particular thing be under your control. Sometimes it could be generational, it can be passed down, or sometimes there's a form of sacrifice that needs to be given. Nothing too major, but usually something of value. That's usually how they work. I think most cases, not all the time, but there are exceptions and rules to this shit.
He leaves and Emmy goes back to sleep, waking up late that day. As Emmy eats breakfast, we check in with Cammy, who's gotten all done up for a walk about town. As she does, everyone greets her, assuming it to be Emmy, and she doesn't really correct them. At the local diner, Jim Webb spots Cammy walking by, and thinking that it's Emmy, grabs his steak knife and begins to stalk her. People continue greeting Cammy with big smiles, and in the reflection of a storefront's glass, she notices she's being followed. followed. She confronts Jim and tells him that she must be confusing her with someone else. She asks him what he was planning on doing with the knife he's hiding and makes him hand it over. Funny enough, he doesn't hesitate to hand it to her. Cammy calls him out for attempting to attack who he thought was Emmy and wonders why he would do such a thing and how she can help make it right on her sister's behalf. So he tells her the spiel about the young man coming onto his wife, and Cammy says that she can help him with that and that they're going to be great friends. It cuts to a man walking up to a cottage with flowers in hand. He calls out for Celia, and it seems that this is Jim's wife and her suitor. The woman comes out and tells him it's not appropriate for him to keep coming here, but something seems horribly wrong. The man drops the flowers and grabs his face in agony. She gets a better look, and it's a terrible sight. His face is covered in boils, and plants are growing out of his mouth and eye holes. He cries out in pain and runs away, clutching his face. That was the last time anyone ever saw him. It seems Cammy granted Jim's wish and afflicted him with something terrible, turning him into yet another haint. Cammy is looking to be bad news. Part 7. This issue kicks off with Cammy taking a stroll through the woods with a smile as always. She walks up to the wooden shack where the great beast lives and says it's a beautiful day for a picnic. She calls out to the monster saying she'd love to have a chat with him and has her butler start setting down a blanket and food. The beast thinks it's Emmy, but Cammy quickly corrects him and says that they've never actually met. She then says she's pleased to make his acquaintance and invites him to join her. She then pulls several plates out of the picnic basket and it's all rotten and covered in maggots.
I'm not gonna lie to you, her demeanor and how she's acting reminds me of Yo's older brother. I forgot his name, but like you get that feeling for those who watch Shaman King. This is what happens when you mess with the Lorax. I am the Lorax. I speak for the trees. And for some weird fucking reason, it's speaking Vietnamese. That shit is funny as oh my god. But yeah, her demeanor comes off as like how I forgot his name for some odd reason. Like Yo's older brother from Shaman King. She's just so calm, but yet viciously evil at the same time. It's like it's very unsettling, and she's just very calm with everything.
Plus, her wine glass is filled with pure black liquid. She starts eating a rotten chicken wing and tries to convince the monster that they should be friends. Meanwhile, Emmy walks about the farm, trying to fight off a looming sense of dread that she's had since Cammy showed up. She finds her father in the barn and asks if he needs help. He says that he could use the help of 10 men, but didn't want to ask her since she's so busy. Emmy says that she could create the men to help him. In the blink of an eye, she could make them out of thin air, so he could rest. He says that, yeah, she could, but she won't. He knows her well enough. She wants things to stay the way they were before all of this. I wonder if Emmy really could do that. Makes me wonder what the extent of her powers are. In the woods, Cammy finds another haint in a dark puddle of goop. She says she could smell its stew pit as soon as she entered the county. The monster rises from the puddle, and it's a hideous creature, a skeleton with strange growths and covered in the black stuff, which Cammy calls bone sauce. What a foul-sounding term. She then says she just wants to be friends, and she can help fill its pit till it's overflowing. Next, she comes upon a clearing with a partially tilled patch of farm and red eyes watching from the dark tree line. She beckons the red-eyed creatures out, and they're even more disturbing than the last haint. Human corpses, or rather their rotting skin.
Bro, this is some JJK shit. Like, I feel like this is JJK shit. Like, what is happening?
Which is filled with rats. They look like zombies, kind of, but are only being moved by the many rats inside. Definitely the creepiest of the haints so far. Cammy tells them that since they've taken the shapes of men, they shall work like men, and commands them to plow the field. But first, she'd like them to come with her to tend to man's other business. I guess the way to befriend them is by treating them like the men that they're inhabiting. At the farm, Emmy is putting out the laundry. She's not completely unaware of what's been going on, and has sensed that Cammy is up to no good. She wishes she could hide away from everything, but she has responsibility now and a flock to tend to. Whether she wants it or not, she would fight to protect them. The skin boy's body shows up to talk to Emmy while his skin is hanging on the clothesline, which is a kind of morbidly funny image. It seems Emmy has had him spying on Cammy. She says she's glad they're friends and asks the haint if the others are as loyal as him. He says that some are, but not all. She tells the boy that he knows what to do then. He's no longer her spy. Instead, he's her ambassador and sends him off into the woods once more. At the same time, Cammy is continuing her own quest for loyalty. In an old abandoned farmhouse, she finds 3 haints that kind of look like a cross between an old witch and a giant crow. She tells them to quit hiding and go do what they were meant to, commanding them to take to the sky. As the night falls upon Harold County, Emmy walks to the edge of the wood and stops when the skin boy tells her that Cammy is approaching, and that she's not alone. Cammy runs up and hugs Emmy, telling her about all the wonderful creatures that she's encountered. Emmy throws her sister off and says she knows what she's planning on using them for, and she won't stand for it. Cammy knew she might say something like that, and remarks that these gifts are wasted on Emmy. She believes Emmy should have been dragged away from here. She declares that this is her home, and plans on taking it back. Behind Cammy is a small army of haints, including Jim Webb, ready to fight for her.
Yeah, you can tell she's insane.
Part 8. You
can tell that the sister's insane. She lacks any form of like self-control, but she's very calm at the same time. That's the kind of crazy you don't want to fuck with, because that crazy is so ingrained in its nonsense that it doesn't even matter anymore.
It happened. On a night much colder than it ought to be, the haints came for Emmy. Various ghouls, ghosts, and monsters surround her. She tells them to back off, but Cammy tells her she can't control them any longer. They only listen to Cammy now, and she offers Emmy one last proposal to join her so that they can rule together. You know, some real Darth Vader shit. Tears form in Emmy's eyes at these words. She feels sadness realizing how close she was to having a sister, someone who understood her. But she can't go along with Cammy's plans. Cammy doesn't seem to care that much and says, "Oh well, then you better start running." With no other options, Emmy runs deep into the woods. And Cammy tells her butler that she trusts him the most. If these specters can't teach her sister a lesson, then he must finish the job. The butler asks what Cammy will do, and with a devilish grin, she looks at the farmhouse, saying she has her own way of punishing her sister. Once again, Emmy finds herself sprinting through these familiar woods. She crosses over the rickety old bridge, haints hot on her tail, and one of the boards breaks, slowing her down quite a bit. She barely manages to get across and grabs her satchel, but the tarry bog monster is close behind her, saying he's gonna squeeze out all of her bone sauce for his bath. There's that phrase again.
Sauce?
I kind of like the ring of it, actually. Makes me want to make a hot sauce called Grief's bone sauce. Anyway, right before the creature can cross the bridge to her, the creek water splashes up and destroys the bridge. I guess she did this with her witch powers. Unfortunately, one of the flying bird haints swoops in and knocks her to the ground. As the other creatures all move in, it looks like it's over for Emmy. But she has a plan. She knew Cammy wouldn't chase her herself and would leave the ghosts to do her business, just as she'd known her whole life that she was never truly alone. Up from behind her, Emmy's own army of haints rises up, including the creature from the granary, the flaming skeletons, and of course the skinless boy. She yells.
Yeah, this is some JJK shit. This is some necromancy type shit. It's like cursed spirits after cursed spirits. This is like they're like Ghetto, right? Like he can control other cursed spirits. That's what this is. It's a cursed spirit fight. Was just passing by. I love the horror country. Oh, you know what this is? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, bro. Melancholy, you're awesome. Some of them like Magoo, then when he does his thing with his hands.
Out to Cammy's monsters, taunting them to come and get her, and says don't they dare keep her friends waiting. Oh hell yeah, a goddamn ghost battle. We get a badass series of panels of the monsters all fighting each other in beautiful watercolor glory, and Emmy makes her escape. However, she's cut off by the butler. He starts attacking her, saying he would never do anything to hurt his mistress, but by killing Emmy, he can pretend even for a moment that he's free. Man, even Cammy's closest companion hates her. The butler is inches away from grabbing Emmy when out from the trees, the great beast from the wooden shack emerges with a massive roar, pinning the man to the ground with his huge fist. Emmy asks the monster why he helped her and wonders why he didn't throw in with her sister. He answers in that odd voice, telling her not to presume to understand him. He recognizes now that Emmy isn't the same as the old witch. She doesn't seek to control the haints, but cohabitate. Cammy thought she could manipulate the beast in the same way she did the others, but this monster is an older, unnatural spirit. The beast sums up why he didn't join Cammy in one sentence. She invited him to a picnic. Okay, that made me laugh, but it actually explains it all in a very concise way. Back at the farmhouse, Emmy rushes inside, yelling at her father that she's being chased. They have to bar the doors and keep the haints out. He looks at the window and doesn't see anything. Meanwhile, Emmy has a sinister smile and grabs his shotgun. Okay, something isn't right here. She asks him if having a gun like this makes him feel powerful like her, being able to end a life with the twitch of a finger. She aims it at the back of his head and pulls the trigger, but nothing happens. The real Emmy then barges in. It seems she knew Cammy may do something like this and must have emptied the shells from the gun. With the jig up, Cammy reverts back to herself.
Wait,
I guess she
wait a minute. When did she have time for that? Wait a minute. That's bullshit. How did you have time for that? I'm always trying to put people... I got you, bro. We just found it out. We're just sitting here just listening as we enjoy this as I do work. When did she have time to do that? There was never time when she just showed that off. What the hell? And she didn't know about her sister until after the fact. Like, how did she have time for that?
It's magic to take on Emmy's clothes and hairstyle. Emmy accuses her of doing all of this because she's jealous and she wants to hurt her, because Emmy actually has people who care about her. Cammy assumes she's talking about her father and reminds Emmy that he's not even real and that Hester made him out of dirt. She says that Isaac is no different than any other creature, just like that slithering skin Emmy keeps around. Cammy's then interrupted when the floorboards break and the roots of the oak tree spring out, grabbing hold of Emmy and dragging her under the house and toward the tree. Kinda reminds me of Evil Dead. After pulling Emmy all the way to the tree, the roots let her go. Cammy follows after her sister and accuses her of being scared of seeing their mother's face. Once again, Emmy denies the witch of being her mother. Cammy says that the only person who really cared about them is buried in the ground, and how can Emmy deny her? Her eyes wet with tears, Emmy cries out that if Cammy wants her so bad, she can have her. Just then, the smoldering corpse of Hester Beck drags itself up from the earth, and Cammy, for the first time, feels the dread that Emmy has always felt. She cries out for her sister's help as the rotted cadaver grabs her by the hair and starts pulling her into the ground, until finally, they're both gone back into the earth. Emmy kneels on the ground next to the twisted...
I don't understand. Why would she...
soil, and despite everything Cammy did to her, she says she's sorry. Some time passes, and Emmy and her father are rebuilding the damaged floor that she was dragged through. She tells her dad that she could close her eyes and make things good as new if she wanted, and they wouldn't have to do so much hard work. Isaac says he doesn't mind the work. It reminds him that it's real, that they're both real. Emmy asks her father if he thinks that everything that happened with Cammy, if she made it happen somehow. He says, honestly, he doesn't know, but he's glad that that girl's gone. Emmy goes outside to fetch some more wood, and we get one last narration about how, at the moment, the ghosts of Harrow County had scurried back to their graves, the place where all dead things lurk, dreaming of a time when they might live again. On the final page, we get one last ominous look at the old oak tree that Hester and Cammy reside under, and that is the end of Harrow County, at least for now. Well, there you have it, guys. Harrow County. I honestly love this series so far and would love to cover more of it, so let me know and I'll make another video covering more. I just love the setting, using old southern folklore as a basis, and it's cool to see a witch story that feels more based on the early history rather than the pointy hat Halloween kind of witches. What did you guys think, and what was your favorite haint? Let me know in the comments. Shout out to Kill Me Katie, as always, for the intro and outro music, which is likely playing right now.
We got one more video. I actually have one other video, and since I am more of an anime channel, this one's an anime one. Well, at least manga one specifically. Some of us will know what this is. Maybe some of us even read this before, but this one is called the most... Oh, this is still from Grief, but it says the most underrated horror manga. How do I say this?
Bibliomania.
Bibliomania. So we've actually talked about this before with Sufferance before, a few times, and I think even we called the Masked Man. So we're gonna play this. Some of you might recognize the art style and even it itself. So let's see.
A young girl named Alice wakes up in a white room with a number tattooed on her hand. She's guest 431 of the manor. Here you can have anything you want, as a talking serpent will grant your every wish. However, Alice is interested in getting back outside to the real world. The problem is, the only way out is to pass through all 431 rooms, and the further Alice gets from her own room, the more her body will rot. Bibliomania follows Alice as she makes her way through the manor, encountering the guests and their wishes. Some are funny, some are sad, and some are very disturbing. All the while, Alice's body begins to break down from the rot. Can she make it to room 0 before her body crumbles? Or worse, will she become a victim to one of the disturbed guests and their twisted fantasies? Find out as we do a deep dive into Bibliomania. Hello friends, this is Grief speaking, and I'm excited for today's video because we're going to cover my favorite obscure manga, Bibliomania. I originally found this one on the Disturbing Manga Iceberg, and it was easily one of the standouts on that whole chart. Don't worry, it's not as up as Child of God, but it does have its share of unsettling moments, mostly in the body horror department. The only thing I don't like about Bibliomania is the fact that it's not officially published in English. Yeah, the copy I have is actually in Spanish. Well, maybe if it gets a little more attention, we'll get the English version eventually. Anyway, get ready for one hell of an adventure with some shocking twists and stellar artwork. This is Bibliomania Explained. Chapter 1. Alice in Phantasmagoria. In a dense city, an explosion lights up the sky. We then see some narration that reads, "I heard a loud sound. I opened my eyes. It would seem the sturdy coffin that sealed me has been broken. I'll leave this coffin and feel my body for the first time in a while." In the center of the city is a massive sphere, and it seems this is the source of the explosion. There's now a massive hole in its side that's smoking. From inside, a giant creature starts to emerge, and the people on the street are running for their lives as the voice continues, saying, "I'll eat without thinking of anything. I'll eat and eat and eat." We can see a few men who've taken refuge in a building, only for huge, sinister eyes to look into the window at them. It's an eerie image, especially with the narration ending with the words, "This is my only happiness." This is followed by a beautiful title page showing ships broken to pieces in the nearby ocean and Bibliomania at the top. The letters made up of small characters that would easily fit on a deck of playing cards. These characters are actually seen later in the story, so this page is fun to go back to after you finish. After that ominous opening, it moves into the real story. A bell rings out and a voice declares that a new guest has arrived. On the floor of a completely white room sits up a girl named Alice. She looks up to see only one object in the room, a large door. She looks at her hand and sees the number 431. On the door is the number 430. The door also has a beautiful design covered in an artistic filigree. It's actually a large part of this comic style. You'll notice that some of the buildings and ships earlier had similar patterns on them. With a bemused grin on her face, Alice approaches the door. She reaches for the handle, which has the symbol of a snake on it, when suddenly a disturbing face appears behind her. He welcomes her to his manor and introduces himself as the Serpent, a fitting title as he looks like a large snake with arms and wears a suit. He says it's been a while since he's had a guest and seems delighted at Alice's arrival. He snaps his fingers and summons an armchair out of thin air for Alice to sit in. Then he tells her to wait in this room until the party begins. He says there's going to be a wondrous banquet, but it'll take a little time to prepare. As he speaks, strange symbols can be seen forming behind his teeth, and he tells Alice that as long as she's in this room, she can have anything she desires. Alice's belly rumbles, and to demonstrate what he means, the serpent snaps his fingers and giant strawberries begin raining from the sky. At the same time, massive cakes grow out of the ground like a dessert paradise. The serpent tells her not to leave the room and disappears. It then cuts back to the destroyed city, and we see the words Alice, 5 days until entry, at the top. We can see Alice unfazed walking through the empty streets until she comes upon a small doll. She picks it up and its arm falls off. Suddenly she catches a familiar smell in the air and begins following her nose. Behind her, the doll lay on the street with a butterfly resting on it. Okay, so maybe this is before Alice entered the serpent's manor. Back in room 431, Alice has had her fill of desserts. In fact, the giant plates are basically empty, so she really went to town, I guess. Well, out of boredom, I guess, she once again approaches the door to room 431. She opens it up and begins to walk through when she feels a sharp pain on her hand. Her skin looks like it's rotting or something, and as she investigates, the serpent appears screaming at her and pulls her back into her own room. He tells her that if she leaves, her body will begin to rot, and the further she gets, the worse the effects are. He goes on to explain more about the manor, how there are 431 guests and 431 rooms. For every new occupant, a new room is added, and that's how it's always been since the beginning, a long time ago. He says that one day when room 666 is added, the manor will be complete, and they can all celebrate with a big party. He adds that any guest attending the party will not be able to leave the manor for all of eternity. He considers this a good thing since here you can have literally anything you can imagine. It's so much better than the outside world, which is full of suffering and conflict. Alice furrows her brow and says there are good things out there too, you know. She then throws a quick tantrum saying she doesn't want to go to the party, she wants to go home. It almost seems like the serpent looks right at us and calls her a silly girl. He informs her that there is one way to leave. If you wish to return to the outside world, you'll have to get to the very first room to be made in the manor. Room 000. Alice immediately jumps towards the door before the serpent can finish. He grabs her by the collar and continues, saying that in order to get there, she would have to make her way through all 430 rooms, which is a problem because, as he mentioned, the further she gets from her room, the more her body will rot. But here, she'll be just fine, and as proof, Alice looks at her hand to find that it's healed back to normal. By the time she would make it to the exit, however, the rot would consume her entire body and she would die. As the serpent continues his warnings, Alice slowly sneaks off toward the door once again and simply says, I guess that means I gotta hurry. She opens the door and the serpent tells her point blank that she'll regret this. It then cuts back to the broken city once again, this time saying 4 days until entry. Alice casually walks through the wreckage with a smile, sniffing the air to find the source of the smell. Eventually she stands on a massive gun near the beach and declares that she's found what the smell is. The gun here is really interesting and suggests that this is either a futuristic or alternate world because of the difference in technology. There's something about the design that kind of reminds me of Full Metal Alchemist. But let's move into Chapter 2, The Trials of Room 430.
Chapter 2, The Trials of Room Boogaloo.
Back in the manor, Alice steps into room 430. Her hand immediately begins rotting, but she pays it no mind and actually sings a cheery nursery rhyme as she walks. She finds herself in the middle of a town in feudal Japan, and a voice rings out saying that the court is now in session. A giant mechanical samurai comes out and sits at the top of some steps, asking for the sinner to come forth. Luckily, he's not referring to Alice, but an unfortunate teen in a school uniform whose head is covered by a large block. Two mechanical men bring him before the giant and tell him to confess his sins. The blockhead admits that he bullied a classmate and drove him to suicide. Whoa. Well, the samurai judge follows up by asking, why did you abuse him? Surprisingly, the teen on trial admits that he did it because it was fun, even saying that his victim was a pussy bitch. We get a glimpse of the bullying, although in this flashback, the student still has the block on his head. He's forced his classmate to strip to his underwear, and this sicko sits on him like a human chair. It's actually worse than that. He puts a bottle under the kid's forehead for support, which must hurt like hell. Eventually, his victim can't support his head any longer, and the weight breaks the bottle, making them both topple over. The bully is pissed and says that he had no right to stop being a chair. After some physical abuse, the bully pulls his phone out to get a photo of his victim, laughing the whole time. Damn, this got really dark. The judge asks if it was really that fun.
I know he's dead now, but like, fight back. At that point, you just gotta say, fuck it. I don't give a shit he's mean to me. I'm gonna beat the brakes off this dude. You gotta sometimes you just gotta hit the fuck it button and just hope for the best at that point. Like, throw hands, dude. Even if he beats your ass, at least he knows you're not gonna take that bullshit. Fight back. Fight the shit back. I would do that. Like, even if he beats my ass, at least you fight back. Don't take that shit, bro. Fucking crazy.
And before the guy can answer, the mechanical men cut off his head. This happens so quickly, it actually surprised me. Alice, as usual, is unfazed, just watching this unfold with curiosity. The serpent shows up and says that this is no place for children and yanks her up with his coiled tail. The judge then has the next sinner come to trial and it seems like it's the same guy. The serpent tells Alice that ever since this guest came to the manor, he's been killing the same person over and over again. Just then, the blockheaded bully is beheaded once more. It's become clear now that the samurai is the bullied student, and he rages out, screaming that he's not a chair while beheading his tormentor over and over again. Apparently, he's done this for years, and we can see him raging out at the bully, saying, "How about you be my chair, asshole?" From further away, we can now see that the thousands of heads he's chopped off have formed a sort of chair under him. It's a great revenge tale, except for the fact that it sounds like a miserable existence living in bitterness for all of eternity like this. The mechanical swordsmen around are laughing maniacally and look pretty disturbing. The samurai not only judges his bully, but everyone else who sat there and watched doing nothing. In the end, he wants to kill everyone, making this area a lot less safe for Alice. Just as the mechanical men slash at Alice with their swords, the serpent grabs her again, yanking her to safety. Behind them, there's a pretty wild panel of the samurai slashing up hundreds of victims and crying out that it'll never be enough for his chair. At this point, it's clear that Alice needs to leave, so she presses on to the next room. Chapter 3. The Bird of 413 and the Hero of 385. In the past, Alice, now 3 days from entry, jumps from the massive gun and to the rocky beach below without taking any fall damage. She continues sniffing and says, "It's close." Alice walks through another door and finds herself falling upward into the sky, eventually landing on something soft above. The serpent appears and tells her that the occupant of this room wished to become a bird, and we see that Alice landed on the bird's back. It's huge and has a human face, which is kind of creepy, but beautiful at the same time. This guest wanted to be free from the meaningless borders drawn across the ground and to be free of the conflicts of man. So she became a bird, soaring through the sky and forgetting she was ever human. The serpent asks Alice if she truly wishes to return to the outside world, and she answers with a smile, "You bet." At this point, her arm is pretty unsightly, rotted into a twisted, mutated mess. As the bird continues flying through the heavens, the serpent reveals that he himself has never seen reality.
Thank you,
the
guys.
system forbids him from leaving the manor, but listening to his guests has made him think. For a human to leave this place is to let go of great happiness. Alice says that that may be true, but she doesn't want a world built on her own lies. Instead, she'd rather experience the itty-bitty happiness of the real world. The great bird flies past a moon, atop of which sits the next door. Alice jumps off towards it, declaring that she hates lies. She waves goodbye to the bird and the serpent and enters the next room.
Not sure.
Alice, 2 days until entry, walks along the beach. In the water are many more large stones, some twisted and broken. She continues searching among the wreckage along the coast for whatever it is she wants, and it cuts back to the manor. It's clear that we aren't going to see every room of the manor, as Alice is now at room 385. It makes sense, though. This would be the longest manga ever if that were the case. As she enters, we get another glimpse of her rotted arm, and it now has bits of feathers sticking out of it. It's almost like it's been taking on some of the other guests' characteristics. It's also now up to her shoulder. Alice takes 2 steps into the room when a huge alien monster lands right next to her. She just grins at it, not concerned at all, and it goes in for the kill. Just before it smashes her face in, a person moves in with amazing speed to save her. He's a superhero with a metallic exosuit. Kinda looks like Ida from My Hero Academia. He talks all dramatic, calling the alien an evildoer, then introduces himself as Space Mobile Suit Prince Ericrom. After this theatrical moment, he looks over at Alice, who clearly doesn't know who he is. The alien leaps at him, but Ericrom pauses it like a video game and turns back to Alice, still shocked that she hasn't heard of him. He explains that he's from a best-selling comic book. He unpauses the creature and turns around to slash it in half with his energy sword. Nearby, a giant slug creature opens up its sides to reveal more aliens, and it launches them out like pods. It's actually some cool creature design here, a mashup of biology and technology. Anyway, the aliens surround Alice and the hero, and strangely enough, they're yelling things at him like work and get married. Ericrom does a super move, rapidly
I get it. Okay. He says work, get married. Okay, I get it. This is a dude who's trying to escape reality, so the evildoers are people telling him to grow up. Okay.
And exterminating them in a flash. As soon as he does, a bunch of hot bikini babes come running out to surround him. Alice is just casually watching this whole thing and calls it cliche. Suddenly, a massive alien creature shows up like a boss fight, saying he's going to reduce the galaxy to dust. Ericrom decides to take on such a foe, he'll need to do a suit swap. And for a brief moment, we see who he really is. A severely overweight balding man in his underwear. This is the
there it is. Got it.
and it's obvious what his wish is. He
Yeah.
changes into a suit with a blaster cannon, looking cool as ever, when Alice says, "You're not exactly young, are you?" Her speech bubble strikes him through the chest and hits him for 999 damage. Okay, now that's funny. The giant alien mocks him, saying he can't even handle the words of a little girl, and then calls the hero his pathetic son, saying, "Leave your room, do some work, get married." And we can see a glimpse of what the guest's life was like in the real world. Him sitting in front of a computer monitor surrounded by Aerochrome figures and posters. He yells out at the alien, a representation of his father, demanding that he respect him. They battle it out, and Aerochrome deals the final blow, destroying the beast. In the rubble, Alice spots the door to the next room. A ton of bikini babes come running out to surround the hero and kiss him, and Alice gives him an uneasy look before leaving. I love this chapter because of how it slips into being a comedy for a few minutes, even though ultimately the guest backstory is still pretty sad. Chapter 4, the dining table of room 285.
Very much.
We cut back to Alice one day until entry, and she's still searching the beach. She looks into a huge destroyed tank and seems to find something. It looks like a book that's been chained shut. She sniffs it and says it smells like her little brother. Then walking back toward the destroyed city, she says, "Let's go home." In the manor, we get a montage of various rooms as Alice makes her way through. Room 366 has a guest smoking multiple cigars at once with smoke coming out of his eyes. 359 is full of instruments and music, and in 339, the guest has made himself a tree and become one with nature. As she continues to travel, we can see the rot growing across.
I was just gonna ask, where's the rot happening? I was just gonna ask, where happened to the body horror, because she was not changing. She passed like 4 or 5 of these by now.
Alice's body, now reaching the back of her head. Room 330 seems to be a massive orgy. In 324, the guest is traveling the universe as a spaceman. In room 298, the guest has made himself a huge baby playing with toys, and the guest of 306 has made himself immensely rich. Alice enters room 285 and mentions that her body is heavy as lead on account of the rot spreading so badly. It's actually one of the most disturbing moments so far. The rot on the back of her head produces the full snout of a dog. It pokes out from her hair and breathes heavily. It's really off-putting. This room is the most normal that she's entered. It appears to be just a house. Eventually, she comes upon the dining room where she sees a family eating dinner. A husband, his wife, and their son. They question who Alice is, and she tells them she's heading for the outside world. She asks if they'd like to come with her, and the father is immediately enraged. He yells at her for barging into his house and calls her a brat. The serpent appears and points out how bad the rot has taken over her body, calling it desire poison. He also says that this guest would never accept her offer to leave. In the real world, he was a teacher, teaching logic and ethics to children. Ironically, his family was far from the ideal that he taught. His wife was distant and his child was a total brat. This contradiction between his doctrine and reality crushed him. We can see a creepy image of his students pointing at him and questioning his own ethics. This drove the man to drinking, and he fell victim to the curse of time. In a sort of symbolic retaliation, the man picks up a clock and throws it into an hourglass, shattering it and sending gears, bolts, and sand onto the floor. In room 285, the man now serves up plates of the sand and clock parts to his family for dinner. It's really bizarre and quite unsettling, but in this place without time, he'll never grow old, his family will never leave him, and they are perfect in every way, in line with his own brand of ethics. Here, he can have a perfect life. Even so, the man chews on the clock pieces, making horrible noises, and Alice questions if this can really be called life. Even more disturbing, some of the metal pieces pierce through the father's cheeks and blood runs down his face. Alice moves on through the next door. Chapter 5, The Bog of 276. In another flashback, Alice, now 10 seconds before entry, sits on her bed and breaks open the locks around the book. Its covers bear resemblance to the doors in the manor, and she begins to open it. When she does, it floats into the air and all the pages flutter. The seconds count down, and before you know it, Alice is sucked into the book. This seems to confirm that the manor is actually this book, and these flashbacks were leading up to Alice appearing in room 431. Inside, she's not looking too hot. The rot is now moving onto her face, and she's walking slowly through room 276, which is covered in thorny roses. The occupant of this room is a beautiful woman who continually stares at herself in the mirror. She asks Alice why she insists on returning to the real world when there is nothing there but pain. Alice tries to argue with her, but the woman cuts her off and asks her if she knows what it's like to fear death every night. She compares it to drowning in a bog. Here, she can remain beautiful forever. Alice asks her if she had a family. Was no one one there for her? This really sets the woman off, and she yells at Alice to quit her nonsense. Her face has rapidly changed to that of a decrepit old woman, and thorns grow out of her face. In reality, this woman feared death, and aging horribly, was kept in a hospital waiting to die. Her family disdained her for having to foot the medical bills. She eventually escaped the hospital and wandered into the woods, planning to hang herself. However, as she puts the rope around her neck, she looks over and sees the book. As she explains this to Alice, the thorns on the roses begin to cut her and fill the room with blood to the point that it's waist deep. The woman says in this room she can live forever and reveals her face to be nothing but a skull now. Alice is silent and turns towards the door, wading through the blood. The skull-faced woman laughs ominously as Alice exits to the next room. Outside, we can see the book sitting on Alice's bed, and up above, a hole in the ceiling. That looks exactly like the one made in the giant sphere from the beginning of the comic. In a slow zoom out, it's revealed that the bed rests on top of thousands of objects and artifacts from all across history, like a bizarre collection of everything that's ever existed. At the bottom, dozens of people are tied up and blindfolded, screaming for help. What the hell is happening here? Chapter 6, The Tombstone of 268 and the Researcher of 255. Breathing heavily, Alice makes her way through the manor. At this point, almost her entire body is rotting and transformed as she steps into room 268. It consists of hundreds of paper strips with symbols on them, like ribbons of information. The serpent stands inside as if waiting for her. He tells her that this room's occupant was like her and sought to reach room 0, or more accurately, page 0. He reaches out his arms and says that this is all that remains of him, waves of information in a sea of data. His soul became words after his body crumbled, and now they reside here. There's a beautifully disturbing image of Alice, half of her face now rotted with tentacles growing out of it. It's a really gorgeous panel. The serpent once again warns her that if she proceeds, she'll end up like this. However, Alice says nothing and continues to the next door. The serpent ponders what drives her. What is it that she wants in the outside world? She leaves, and he calls her foolish, saying that she has no idea that room 0 was never made to be reachable. He gets pissed off, impatiently waiting for the book to reach page 666 and having to fulfill these ridiculous wishes for humans. He ends by saying something kind of ominous. I must bring them also. They will listen to my voice. It cuts back to the people who are tied up outside, and they start screaming that it's coming back. The beast has come. Alice wakes up in room 255, and curiously, she's completely back to normal without any rot. She finds herself in a large glass chamber like a test tube. Soon, a creepy-ass scientist peers in at her and presses a button which sends her through a long series of tubes before spitting her out. The scientist tells Alice that thanks to her, he's got some great data now. Several more similar-looking scientists surround her, and he says that he cloned himself in order to analyze the book from every possible angle. So I guess these aren't other scientists, but rather odd-shaped clones. We get a zoom out of the lab, which is massive and complicated, but there's a lot of data to process after all. The scientists say they found her at the entrance, collapsed and ready to die, but he injected her with a drug that he developed that suppresses the rot, although it only works once. They all laugh creepily while staring at her, and then the scientist says he'll explain the secret of the book that they're all in. Weirdly enough, the top of one of the clone's heads pops off, and his brain jumps out with arms and legs, and it runs around like a dog playing with Alice. Weird, but cute. It rests on Alice's head, and its eyes project a screen on the wall. The scientist uses this like a PowerPoint presentation and says that once the manor, or book, reaches 666 people, it will bind all of their flesh and souls together, merging into a being of great power. This is the party the serpent speaks of. For every wish that's granted, the occupants become more insane, and they grow further away from their neighbors and the outside world. It makes them stay in their rooms and rots away their desire to escape. The scientist pulls down his eyelid to show the room number on his eye. Every occupant has this somewhere on their body. He goes on to explain that the book also has a system in place that makes reaching page 0 impossible. The book is designed so that the lower the page number, the faster the body rots. Those in rooms below 100 can't even enter their neighbors' rooms without crumbling completely. All the scientists bunch up together in a creepy panel and laugh, telling Alice that she'll never make it to page 0, and warn her not to go any further.
But what happens if she goes backwards? If she goes backwards, does the rot stay, or does it reverse? I wonder.
Alice just smiles and asks them a question. How can they tell which scientist was the original? All at once, they answer, me of course, and point to themselves, which sends them all into a furious argument, and they start fighting over who's the original. As they do, Alice keeps on smiling and walks into the next room. Chapter 7, Run Towards Death. We get another montage
Yeah, it might
of the
stay
rooms that
mostly.
Alice is running through, although the guests and their wishes
But then
have...
again, it probably reverses because when she was in her original room, she healed. So it might just reverse.
Come completely unhinged and disturbing. The further she goes down, the longer the guests have been there, which has slowly made them go insane. And their wishes are a body horror nightmare as they twist into deformed shapes. At the same time, Alice's body has begun rotting away again at a much faster pace this time. In fact, the rot has completely covered her body and turns her into something of a body horror exhibit of her own. In one of the standout panels of the manga, we see her running full blast while her face has taken a twisted and grotesque form. Once again, the art here is stellar. The serpent appears and wonders if the maddening pain has crushed her mind yet. She just leaps over him and runs to the next door, rapidly passing through the rooms while her body becomes less and less human. Eventually, she gets to room 100, remembering what the scientist said about those that travel to the pages below. Still, she enters room 99, and immediately her body rots severely and starts to crumble, collapsing to the ground like a broken husk. The serpent arrives and declares her dead before laughing maniacally. He gleefully says that this is the result of those who seek to escape. You'll only die and turn into words. However, as he goes on his I told you so rant, Alice seems to move, and out from her deformed shell of a body, her human fingers poke through. Alice then stands up out of the crumbled shell like a cicada shedding its skin, and she fully emerges looking completely fine. Chapter 8, Guests. Back to her normal self, she looks up at the serpent with her big eyes and begins walking forward. The serpent is stunned and can't make any sense of it. Alice simply smiles as she passes him and then breaks into a full sprint towards the next room. As soon as she gets through the door, her body instantly rots into another broken shell. But Alice simply leaps out from the shell, once again fully renewed. The serpent watches in shock as Alice moves with beast-like speed through the rooms, constantly rotting and reviving over and over. He tries to understand it. Is this a system error? Does she somehow possess an immortal body? Whatever it is, he says he can sense the candle of her life going out. There's no question that she's dying hundreds of times over. Finally, Alice reaches the final door, to room 000. As she walks into the room, she steps out of another dead husk, renewed again. In the room is another door with a magnificent structure around it. The serpent says that this is the table of contents, and he demands Alice tell him how it's possible that she got here. Alice starts to walk towards the final door, and at the same time she speaks, saying, "Once upon a time, in a certain island country." The serpent interrupts her, and she just smiles at him, saying, "We'll continue this later." And then she enters the last door. As she walks through, the number 431 dissolves from her hand, and she disappears. From the doorway, strange symbols appear like that of what we saw in the serpent's mouth before. Up above are hundreds of lights representing the many rooms. The ones with occupants are lit up. Of course, room 431 goes out. As the serpent rages out over Alice, the light of room 431 suddenly lights back up. Could it be Alice? Did she somehow return? Then the remaining rooms rapidly begin to fill, and all the lights are blinking on until finally all the rooms up to 666 are occupied. The serpent is shocked and elated at what he's seeing. The manor is now full, and the serpent's eyes shine white. Chapter 9, Banquet. The long wait is over at last, and massive cables with symbols on them burst from the structure and into the serpent as he screams out that the party has begun. He seems to take on a more sinister shape as the cables fill his body with, I'm not sure what.
Hey, is there... Let me see. Hey, is there a way to buy character redraw? Yes, you can. There's a description there if you want to check my, my commissions. So you can go check. So it's in the descriptions. You can check and you can see the menu and then you can make a decision.
The serpent disappears onto the floor and arrives at room 666. The guest has just arrived and
there it is. You can take that link right there as Mikey gave you.
Stands up in surprise as the demented serpent
It
lunges
should say
at him,
digital
devouring the man
commissions.
whole. After doing so, the serpent grows more arms and moves to the next room to consume another meal. He travels rapidly through the rooms, eating their occupants, the new arrivals as well as some familiar faces from the rooms that Alice visited, like the bullied student. In the outside world, the book still sits upon Alice's bed, and it begins to...
Bro, I do have a sketch as well. I'm not sure she will be a challenge. Hey, anything's... If you think I could draw your character, just let me know.
Cables with symbols on them burst from the structure and into the serpent as he screams out that the party has begun. He seems to take on a more sinister shape as the cables fill his body with, I'm not sure what. The serpent disappears onto the floor and arrives at room 666. The guest has just arrived and stands up in surprise as the demented serpent lunges at him, devouring the man whole. After doing so, the serpent grows more arms and moves to the next room to consume another meal. He travels rapidly through the rooms, eating their occupants, the new arrivals, as well as some familiar faces from the rooms that Alice visited, like the bullied student. In the outside world, the book still sits upon Alice's bed, and it begins to glow with sparks shooting out. It floats into the air, fluttering violently, and the guests of the many rooms can feel the effects, including the scientist, and he realizes that the feast has begun and that the serpent is arriving. As he and his clones are sucked into the great beast's mouth, he says, "O serpent, enjoy reality to your heart's content," as if he knows something that the serpent doesn't. The serpent continues onward after consuming every guest and jumps through the door in room 0. In the outside world, we can see the serpent's twisted form manifesting into reality from the book. It is a hell of a sight, like a Dali painting mixed with Junji Ito. Now a massive beast, he bursts through the dome in the city, emerging as basically a kaiju. Chapter 10, Remembrance. The serpent, now a towering monstrosity, sees his reflection in a nearby building and is pleased to finally enter the real world. He starts crushing buildings just for the thrill of interacting with something real, I suppose. And then he notices that nobody is here and he's alone. In a sort of rage, he conjures up an energy blast, ripping the city up even more, and demands that the humans come out to worship him. Then from nearby, he can hear someone singing a nursery rhyme. A young girl appears atop a crumbled skyscraper, and it is none other than Alice, and it looks like she's ready to tell the serpent the rest of her story. Once upon a time, in a certain island country, there lived a unforgetful princess. The girl was terribly ill and couldn't go outside, so instead she read. Possibly because of her strange illness or because she was born with it, she had a peculiar memory. Once she'd seen or read something, she would never forget it, like an extreme photographic memory. Because of this, she could absorb information at a blinding speed. She had books ordered from all over the world and of every genre until she had a library full of them and became obsessed with knowledge. She wanted to know as much as possible about the world that she couldn't see with her own eyes. She wanted to know everything, the whole truth of the world. Eventually, she made plans to create the book to end all books. Here we see the construction of some bizarre and enormous device that seems to be channeling energy into the book, and the princess named this book that contained all knowledge the Book of Truth. We can see her reach out and grab the book, which begins to transform her into a giant hideous beast. She immediately begins turning the servants into words and consuming them. The book automatically transcribes all human memories and emotions, and so the princess and the book were now one, turning humans into knowledge and storing them within herself. Now we know what all the massive guns were for, as the humans attempt to fight off this monstrosity that was laying waste to the population. They built a massive gun that could shoot biblioclastic rounds imbued with concentrated magic, using ribbons of knowledge to seal the beast in a large tomb. The very same sphere that was cracked open at the beginning, and if you hadn't pieced it together, Alice is the princess and she was the beast sealed within the sphere. I would have never expected the manga to go this route, but man, I love the world building here. Plus, biblioclastic ammunition is such a wild and creative concept. Chapter 11, The Great War. The war against the princess had ended and the people celebrated. As the years passed, the population grew and a city was built around the prison. As time went on, so did technology, and using the princess's research notes, scientists were able to create their own copies of the Book of Truth with lower page counts to be used in war. Here we can see a creature that looks like the serpent being fused into the book, and looking at its cover, it's clear that this is the very one that the serpent emerged from. Despite making copies, these were inferior knockoffs that couldn't even decipher words that they'd eaten, but they were powerful enough to be useful for the human army, until their research facility was bombed, burning up most of the books. A few lucky copies survived and were scattered across the globe. Time passed again, and soon the humans forgot about the Book of Truth that they had put to sleep. Then, nearly 150 years after the Great War had ended, the Book of Truth opened up once again. We can see the sphere crack open and an obscured monster break free and start consuming humans after turning them into words. The public freaks out and tries to figure out what's going on, but the internet is flooded with bad information and theories, making it hard to know what to believe or who to trust. As Alice tells the story, she laughs about how, in the end, They're the same as her, looking for information in order to live. There's a great 2-page spread of Alice in a massive Cthulhu-like form destroying the city. With no other option, the human military recycled some of the biblioclastic rounds from a bygone era and fired them once again at the beast. However, this time it did nothing to the book, who had already eaten plenty. And so the second war ended with the book gaining victory. In the present, Alice explains how she got so many people to enter the manor so quickly. She says that she just forcefully showed the serpent to her food. We get a glimpse once again to all the people tied up at the bottom of the sphere, and can see Alice showing them the serpent book, which absorbs them. Because she used up so many of these people, she had to get more food elsewhere, which is why the city is empty. The serpent silently stares at her, and she asks him, "Did you really think you were the only book? Did you think you were special?" The serpent starts raging out, screaming for her to stop. It slashes at her with its massive tail, but she just laughs and casually jumps out of the way. Then she transforms into a creature herself. Her shadow dwarfs the serpent, and when we finally get a look at her, she can only be described as glorious. 10 times bigger than the serpent, she still looks like Alice, but in an adult form, and also resembles that of a butterfly. It's a very cool design. Chapter 12. Sunset. Alice says she was aware of the serpent's existence, and she entered knowingly because she wanted to see what was inside her worthless little brother, and nothing more. She starts laughing at him, and he runs away while the towering Alice walks slowly behind him. She then says, "Let's review." A book with far more than 660...
Why she's pretty? It's the fucking East. That's why. That's why she's pretty. We're in the East. We're not in the West. Because this was written by some Westerner. That bitch will be some type of morbid-looking, hole-driven, oversized bitch. I say she will be Shrek. I swear to God. That's why she's pretty, even though she's a monstrous monster. Yep, it makes sense.
66 pages was made, a book incomparably greater. As Alice speaks, she transforms into the Lovecraftian monstrosity once again, and with her mouth splitting open to reveal jagged teeth, she says that this book consumes souls even now, adding more pages to it. The serpent falls to the ground as the all-powerful Book of Truth closes in on him with her many arms, ultimately trying to absorb him along with all the information within. The serpent cries out in agony, but Alice says to rejoice, he will live on in her records. Finally, the serpent's belly bursts open and all the information within him, including the guests, come flowing out. In a beautiful few panels, the souls of all the characters we met along the journey turn into words, as Alice takes them in, saying she won't forget even the tiniest, most insignificant wavering of the serpent's heart. With his last breath, he asks her, what good will recording all this information be if all life ceases to exist? She admits that it's most likely meaningless, but she has to. The serpent is stripped of almost everything, and only a skeleton remains. Alice finishes by saying that this is her only happiness. She finishes absorbing the serpent and turns back into a little girl looking over the destroyed city as the sun sets. She says she has to consume the souls of man, adding more words, although there's no one left to read them now. We get a glimpse of the doll in the empty street with the butterfly on it. And that is the end of Bibliomania. Yeah, this was a wild ride, and while it's not as surreal or interpretive as something like Spa, it does get pretty complicated by the end, and can be unclear exactly what's going on. So first I'll break down what actually happened here in chronological order, and then we can talk about theories and possible themes behind Bibliomania. So let's break it down. Alice was originally a sick girl whose illness left her unable to venture to the outside world, so instead she learned about it by reading. Due to an almost supernatural ability to absorb information, she sought to make the ultimate book that held all possible information, and using the technology and magic of her world, crafted the Book of Truth. She fused with the book and began to absorb people and all of their knowledge, quickly growing into a godlike entity, consuming millions of people until the military crafted a weapon that could at least keep her at bay and locked her in a massive sphere-like prison. After hundreds of years of slumber in this prison, she eventually broke free and began terrorizing the population once more. Only this time, she won the battle and essentially consumed every human. While she was dormant, the humans used her research to make copies of the Book of Truth to use as weapons of war. But in an attack, they were all burned, except for a few copies. One of these surviving books was The Serpent. Alice searched the city until she found this copy and willingly entered it, appearing in room 431 and making her way through the book out of curiosity in her quest for knowledge. As essentially an immortal being, she beat the system and survived long enough enough to look through every room of the Serpent's Manor and leave out of room 0. On the outside, she used the Serpent's book to absorb her captive humans, filling the remaining pages and completing it. With this, the Serpent consumed the souls of the manor and emerged into the real world as a godlike being himself. However, he was an inferior copy. Alice easily defeated him, and ever hungry for knowledge, she then consumed the newly transformed being and all of the guests inside. It seems that Alice only allowed him to transform out of curiosity, and by completing the book, she could gain new information. However, she...
Oh, whoa. Holy moly. Okay, hold on. I just got that. Hold on. I just got the email. It popped up. Oh, you picked Kofi. Okay, information. Oh, $30. Okay. You want me to do that? Okay. $30 you put in. Okay. Let me see. Sketch only request traditional work. You want a traditional work? Oh, wait, I should explain this. So when traditional work wise, I can't send it to you like in a piece of paper, but I can draw it for you and send you a picture of it. Unless you want, you can always switch that for a digital version of it. I don't know if because like I don't really do like all that setting the letters and stuff and mail shit because that causes issues. So if you're looking for something traditional, like if you want like does that make sense? Digital works. Okay, that's fine. All right. Sketch only $30 specifically. Okay, says she's a little Padawan who loves clones and making paintbrush. Okay. Attach JPEG. Look at this. Oop. Oh, okay. It's a furry drawing per se. It's called furry. All right. You want me to draw this character? All right. You picked. Let's see real quick. Sorry, that just kind of just threw everything off. I didn't even see that coming. Let me see. I can definitely do this. Okay, I can definitely do that. Let me see. Quick, let me look at the digital course. So let me see. You said design sheet commission. Should be only. $30. Full body. Sketch. You want it as a sketch full body. Okay. Sketch full body. Just a sketch alone, correct? And that will fall under the. Let me see. That'll fall under the Chibi. Chibi OC. Oh wait, you want a Chibi art style commission? Yeah. Okay. Did you look at the thing over here? It was for the digital one. Did you look at this? Because this is fan art. This one's fan art. So the $30 will go to the fan art one. If you wanted a OC Chibi, like this is Chibi OC commissions, that'll be $80. Is that too much for you? I had a feeling she was the real monster all along. Yeah, she was just fits because the serpent believing it was something. I did not see that. Didn't let me scroll. It didn't let you scroll? Which one did you what did you click on? You clicked on the traditional sketch request one? The traditional one. You didn't click on the digital one, right? That's probably why you didn't see it. Did you see that? The digital, because this is a digital one. Let me see, in the phone. You only saw this one, right? Was it this one? You saw only this one, right? Okay. Okay, I'll do you a solid. If you can add $10, I'll do the sketch. If you can, because I'll be half of this, so I'll do the half of this. If you can add $10, if you can add $10, I'll do the sketch for you. Because I sorry for that, for the misunderstanding. I'm not gonna make you pay 80. If you add $10 more, I will do the other half for you. I promise. Is that a deal? Sorry for the misunderstanding. This is why I always tell, I should take that down actually, because a lot of people are going to. I should actually take that down because that's gonna cause trouble. I thought I put the description on that a long time ago, but I guess I didn't. It didn't go through. My fault. But yeah, I'll do half of this. It'll be $40. So if you add another 10, I'll do it for you. I promise. The full body sketch and see how your character looks. Just to compensate for the mistake. That's not your fault. That's actually my fault. I should make that more easier for you guys. I'm sorry about that. Let me see here. Once you drop the 10, then I'll definitely do it for you. I'll get straight to it in front of you as we work. Let's see here. Oh, cool. New Chrome is available. New Chrome is available? What do you mean new Chrome? New Chrome. She's a Padawan, right? Okay. Padawan with bat wings. Fluffy tail, bat wing, Padawan. I'll put her like Jedi, like Padawan outfits. Okay, I gotta look at some research stuff on that. And she seems to be like, I wouldn't say furry because if this is Star Wars, they usually have different like races and stuff. So I wouldn't put it past if they have like a character that looks like a fox or something. I don't know what's the species specifically we're talking about here. Is a fox or is a wolf? Wolf, fox? Like, you tell me. Let's see here. Wolf, fox. Send message. Let's see here. Google. Stripe payment. Okay. It's obvious as a turtle. It's obvious as a turtle. it's turtle. Okay. Till Kyla drops that. I don't know. I'm just gonna say her name. Like, it's still Kyla drops a 10, then I can start. I'll just give her time to give the 10, and then we can start. So since she dropped that, I'm gonna draw. We're gonna play another video though. We'll play another video. I don't see why not. I got time. It's obvious as a turtle. Okay, she's look at yourself logo. Let me see. I think she did. I just saw it. Let me see. That's all it allows us to do. Check your thing. Try to see on Kofi. Did she send it? I don't think she did. Hold on. Your supporter left you a tip on the message. Okay, let me see. Just here. Hope did it right. Okay, I sent you a soup. A soup. Oh, a soup. Wait, did you pick a soup? Let's see here. Let's see here. They wanted to probably pick the other tiers. The night soup. Pick a night soup. Which soup did you pick? See here. You did it right. Not a lot of people touches the let me see membership. Ship. Each ship. Not a lot of people touch the what do you call it? Not a lot of people touch the Ko-Fi thing. Let me see. I think you're literally the first person to actually touch it. Okay. Body soup. That's cool, but like, which soup did she buy? You see, did it as a tip if it helps, and she's a wolf dragon hybrid. Okay. New to this, I'm sorry. It's okay. I've never seen anyone actually use the Kofi thing. So it says you bought a soup, but I don't know. It doesn't tell me which soup you bought. I'm not received 10. I don't know how to make sense out of it. Like, it's funny I have this, but I don't know how it works. Join. Am I under for abuse? Oh, let me log into the page. Hold on. Maybe that's why I'm having. Oh, that's why. Okay, let me see. 1 second, guys. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. I think I figured out what was the issue. Let me jump in here real quick. Okay, notifications. Okay. Yes, you did. Income. Okay, cool. Yeah, you did it. $10. Yeah. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that. Yeah, you dropped the 10. Okay. Let's get straight to it. Let's do this. All right, I'm gonna put this on the side for now because I'm pretty sure most of you figured out who this character I was working on for the Gachiakuta Animatic, but since Kyla came in and dropped in, I will definitely do it right now. So more reactions for you guys, I guess. So let's go. All right, let me turn this for you. Let me start this for you, Kyla. So many buttons. Sorry for the mat. No, it's fine. I no one really touches that. Rarely. That's good. I didn't know like anyone actually would touch the Ko-Fi. I put up there as an option, but no one touches it because I don't think people really familiarize themselves with it. Is there a pose you want me to do specifically for this character? Because I know it's a sketch version, so like, thank you for your composition. Commission is already greatly. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me put over here. All right. Oh, wait. Hold up. We was at the far end of this.
The entire.
Hold up. Let me get this right back up. So many stuff I have open. My fault. All right. Put it back here. I'm going to make a new thing here. Go. Put this here. Okay, thank you for the thing. Proceeds to do a JoJo pose. Well, they're the customers, so they need to pick if they want a specific pose. Is there a pose that they want? If they have a pose, you can send it to me. She is holding a helmet. Oh, you just want that specific thing. Okay. All right, in that specific way. Okay, I thought you wanted, like, this is a concept idea, but I guess you want me to do it in exactly that pose. You want me to do it exactly in this pose? Struck a pose. Pose. Move. What the hell? Okay. You want me to do it exactly in this pose? Surprise me. Okay, I got you. All right. Make sure she has the... I'll make sure she has the helmet.
Entire world's population or just this city. And on top of that, the Serpent's book wasn't the only one to survive. It mentions that the others were scattered around the world. So I imagine next, Alice will track down these other copies, or as she calls them, her little brothers and sisters, and do the same thing to them as she did to the Serpent, allowing them to transform before absorbing them.
Just to be clear, this will be a chibi version. Is that okay? This will be a chibi version. Will that be okay? Will that be a problem? Okay. All right, I'm gonna have something.
Could easily imagine a sequel where Alice tracks down the other books, or even better, an anthology series.
First thing, before I get into the sketch, can you tell me a little bit about this character? You don't have to tell in the whole chat, but you can send me a message. Just give me a bit of a personality, just something really quick. So what her pose doesn't seem too off for the character, because I know that's kind of a... I like to respect the OC of my characters when of people who want to draw their characters. I want to at least keep the personality in check, because I want to draw a character who's super shy and then they're taking a very brave pose. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't really, it goes kind of against the character design principles on that. And as a character designer, I like to respect those OCs. She's adorable and loves the clones in Star Wars, but is a silly girl. Okay, silly. Cute and silly. I'll probably find something cute. I'm gonna find a cute pose, something silly, right? Okay. She could create a civilization and reproduces to fulfill the requirements for devouring them. Yeah, that could be. She could did that. Could have did that. Let's see. Okay, let me find a good, cute pose. Something that really speaks that particular way. Okay. That's not bad. I think I can pull something off. Okay, I think this can work. Silly and cute. Gotcha. How old is this individual? Just make sure, because even this is gonna be chibi. I need to make sure the body type matches the age. Could be cute and considered shy. Let me see here. Adorable. She loves clones in Star Wars. She likes clones. She loves the clones in Star Wars, but is a silly girl. Do you want me to incorporate the helmet still, or no? Childish, about 4. Oh, childish, she's about 4. Okay, she's a 4-year-old. Oh, she's that young. Okay, put the helmet. Okay. Okay. A child is about 4. So she's 4 years old, just to make sure. Because given the species, I don't know that's like, does that matter based on like the species? Like I guess because they're a dragon, like what is that in human years? Yes. Okay, she's 4 years old. She's okay. All right. That's gonna be interesting. All right. She's typically a pup. Okay. How much are puppies? Like 4. Okay, then. Okay, I gotcha. All right, let's see where this goes. See if I'm doing this right.
Series that focuses on some of the rooms we never got to see in the manor. There's a lot of possibilities there, so I really hope this manga gains more popularity online. Now let's talk about some of the themes and meaning behind this book. I can't find the author themselves explaining what it's really about, but I kind of prefer that because it makes it more open to interpretation. Probably the most common takeaway from readers seems to be escapism and the theme of desire versus reality. In the manor, the guests can have anything they wish for, but they often become fixated on the troubles of their past lives in the real world. While they use their wishes to make perfect realities for themselves, these wishes keep them stuck wallowing in bitterness, envy, and revenge. In the real world, we're forced to work through problems in order to move forward in life, but ironically, the manor's guests seem to never conquer their demons. Instead, they create realities focused around them. Another major theme is obsession with knowledge. This is sort of where the title comes into play. Bibliomania is the excessive collecting or even hoarding of books to the point where social relations or health are damaged. Alice was obsessed with seeing the outside world, and her only outlet was reading about it. Eventually, she does see it, but ironically becomes a monster in the process. Instead of experiencing the real world, she instead analyzes it through words, and by doing so, destroys the very thing she wanted to experience so badly. To me, this is a warning about the limits of knowledge and its contrast with actually living. There's a great quote by E.B. White: "Explaining a joke is like dissecting a frog. You understand it better, but the frog dies in the process." Now, obviously,
damn, I never heard that one before. I have never heard that one before. Damn, that's a good analogy. It's like explaining it to a feminist. Wow, holy shit, that makes a lot of sense. Holy shit. That is holy crap. I have never heard a concept like that before. That's a new one. I like that. That's a very good concept. Jesus Christ.
Is about humor, but I often relate it to life itself. For instance, you can read everything there is to know about a dog by reading books, but none of that knowledge will let you experience what it's like to play fetch or rub a dog's belly. Finally, I think there's an interesting analogy in Bibliomania regarding technology and the internet. When Alice emerges in the modern day and starts wreaking havoc, no one knows what's true or what to do because of the overload of online information. This is obviously a real problem as information gets harder and harder to verify, especially when you throw AI into the mix. books. What's interesting is that Bibliomania was originally published in 2016 from what I can tell, but this sequence of people panicking online eerily mirrors the breakdown of information that happened in 2020 and after, somewhat predicting the dangers of too much information. Anyway, I could dissect this book to death, but I'm curious what you guys think. What did you get out of it? Let me know in the comments. Shout out to Kilman Katie, as always, for the intro and outro music, which is likely playing right now. And if you want to see your art at the end of my videos, email me a submission to the address below with a name or social media handle. But I appreciate...
Might do that one day. Let me see. That's a really great way to explain that. Gotta remember that one. Yeah, that's actually really good. I like that. Damn. Holy crap, that really just took me out. That was like, that's a good response. Holy shit. Okay. Go back here. From that, okay. I got another one. And this one is a manga focused one. Let me see here. So it says here, the obscure horror manga will ruin you. It says, Child of God. I've heard of this one. I think even Sufferance talked about this too. And The Masked Man and some others I can't think of right now. They have recommended these. I wonder how this is going to turn out. So I heard this one's a horrific one. This one's going to be like a what the fuck moment. So put on your underwear, boys and girls.
Child of God is one of the most unsettling comics I've read. Is it because of the violent murder? Partly. Is it because of the showcase of human ugliness? Sure. But mostly it's because the story is the first-person account of a psychopath and killer. We look into the mind of someone who completely disassociates with the rest of humanity and feels no remorse for his destructive and sadistic actions. Trapped in a bubble of nihilism, he sees human life as meaningless, and so wants to destroy everything. Worse than that, you get the sense that the evil within this killer is almost a cosmic force, or at least he thinks so, and that in itself is scary as hell. This is a comic that is gruesome, barbaric, and depressing. The beautiful art style helps make a slight buffer from the unhinged acts of graphic violence displayed, but make no mistake, this story is not for the faint of heart. This is Child of God.
Oh no. I watched
Hello friends, this is Grease speaking. Today we're going to be taking a short break from Western comics and dipping our toes back into the messed up world of horror manga. Many of you may be familiar with my Disturbing Manga Iceberg series. While making that, I read some of the foulest and most depraved works of horror fiction I'd ever encountered. Some of these mangas were so revolting, I straight up blocked them out. I basically took the Men in Black neuralizer and wiped that shit from my memory. But some of these comics, as disturbing as they were, still stick with me for one reason or another. One example is a one-shot horror comic called Child of God. With a mixture of beautiful, unique art and unsettling storytelling, this is one of those messed up comics I just had a hard time putting down. It follows the life of an unnamed serial killer and cult leader starting from birth to adulthood. If you're a fan of the novel No Longer Human or Junji Ito's manga adaptation, you'll find the autobiographical style here familiar. This is a first-hand account of a psychopath. I should note that in this manga, the central character is never actually named, which makes it so much harder to explain in a video like this. So just for the sake of ease, I'll be calling him Norman, named after the iconic psycho himself, Norman Bates. Anyway, this long of an intro always gets me a little antsy, so let's get right into the comic. This is Child of God Explained. Chapter 1, Child of a Black Sun. On the very first page, we see an infant in a toilet, and it has one of the most what the f opening lines I've ever read. This is how I was born. I was born from my mother's asshole. You must allow me absolute freedom. I mean, what a way to kick things off, and honestly, this is a good insight into how messed up this manga gets. We then get some strange cosmic imagery as Norman describes coming into existence in his mother's belly, and how he watched as dozens of his brothers and sisters were digested. We see him as a sperm, and he explains how he attached himself to his mother's stomach lining. He slowly begins to form into a fetus, and we see his birth into the toilet bowl. Looking up, he sees a black hole, which he calls a god of revenge. This is where his story begins. A child of blood and excrement. The child of God. He simply says, "Then I stood up and began my life." He goes into a T-pose and his shadow forms a cross on the floor as he dedicates his new life to getting revenge on the world. Yeah, so in this chapter, it's hard to separate what is literally happening from the poetic language, but the fact that he ended up in his mother's belly and mentions all his potential siblings being devoured implies that he was a product of not intercourse but oral sex. Somehow he managed to survive as sperm and grow within her belly until he was ready, and his mother shat him out. There's pretty clear symbolism in the art here that is just vague enough that I don't think I have to blur, but basically the black hole seems to be, well, his mother's hole. Whether this is what actually happened or just a mythological origin story, it's still really disturbing. Honestly, we haven't even scratched the surface on this one, so let's keep moving. Chapter 2, Childhood. On this chapter cover, we see many children carrying different small pets, except for Norman, who's holding a severed human arm.
You know what?
In the
I'm gonna
region
change
Norman
this
grew
one.
up
Hold
in,
on.
there was a custom. If a baby walked before their first birthday, a large ball of sticky rice was tied to their back. That way, they wouldn't leave their parents when they grew up, I guess. Norman stood up at 10 months old, and as expected, his family tied the rice to his back. However, Norman didn't fall down, and soon someone pushed him so that he fell onto his back. Everyone then looked down at him, laughing. He didn't cry, though. Instead, he lay there as they stared at him, as if he was dead. We jump forward in time a bit to
Okay, I'm gonna do a different pose. I think a better pose.
Norman's first trip to the
A
barber.
little bit
He's
more.
wearing a dress here and says that he was raised as a girl until the age of 2 and never had his hair cut. This is just an interesting aspect of the story that is never brought up again.
No, you're fine.
Anyway, as him and his mother sat in the waiting area, Norman looked up and saw a disturbing thing. The barber's chairs had become what he describes as executioner stands. One by one, boys climbed onto the platforms and melted. This bizarre process seemed familiar to him. He looked at his mother only to find an old witch in her place. She told him that these were his brothers, and he understood her to mean that he is the only survivor out of countless children who have died. It's another strange and symbolic section, but let me warn you, the second part of this chapter jumps right into the shit. Literally. Norman says he developed the habit of playing in his feces since his parents failed to potty train him. The pungent smell induced a sort of ecstasy in him, and we can see the kid rubbing it on his face. He then mentions how sometimes he wouldn't eat it.
No!
I haven't covered anything this gross in a while. Finally, his parents were fed up. They consulted a doctor who recommended that they give Norman clay to play with as a substitute. As the doctor hoped, Norman lost his fixation with poop and became utterly obsessed with the clay. He built hundreds of clay figures until his room was filled with them. Then, one day, he smashed all of them to bits, ripping their heads and limbs off in a brutal fashion. He labels this as his first atrocity, and we can see from his perspective that he imagines the clay figures to be real. Human figures cover the floor around him with their bodies torn apart. Shortly after this, Norman's pet cat was killed, and we can see its head sat in a puddle of blood, as well as its body nearby with its guts torn out. If you're uncomfortable with this kind of gore, it only gets worse. Norman says he loved the cat, and it loved him, but we can see him brandishing an axe, implying he was the one who gutted it, as if we didn't already guess that. After this, Norman cried all day long, and the adults tried to comfort him, never suspecting him as the killer. It's interesting to me that he doesn't call them his parents, but just adults. So you could already see his level of emotional detachment. Norman then sat crying until he himself no longer believed he killed the cat. Once this happened, he suddenly stopped crying. This was the year before he started elementary school, which leads us to Chapter 3, First Love. Norman starts elementary school, and his parents put him in a class for the emotionally disturbed, as well as those with personality disorders and mental disabilities. I guess they could sense something was wrong with this kid. Norman says this was a waste of time because he had already rejected things such as emotions and personality as unnecessary to his life. Every week he went to the group and had no idea how to interact with the other kids. They drooled, and some of them picked their noses and ate their snot. So Norman did everything he could to avoid touching them. Because of this, he was labeled uncooperative, and it was taken as a possible sign
I love how bro thought, oh, you're weird and strayed for like picking your nose and stuff, but you ate poop, bro. You're not one to speak. You are far from now. You are lost your privileges. You can't sit up here and be saying this knowing that you out here eating ass. Oh my god. That shit crazy.
Of autism. Not wanting to be sent to a hospital or institution, he tried to build good relationships with the adults, taking part in their stupid games. Here we can see Norman playing a traditional Japanese children's game called Hide-Jisan, meaning old bearded man. He plays the game perfectly, trying to fit in and seem normal, but clearly he takes no joy from it and finds it ridiculous. Norman found only one thing bearable amongst the miserable hours that he spent there. One of the volunteer teachers, a college student. She noticed that Norman didn't like playing with the other kids, and so out of kindness, she played with him. They would sometimes cuddle, and while he didn't understand fun, he thinks he must have been experiencing something like pleasure. When he uses the word fun here, I think he means like arousal. Later in the story, the word fun comes up several times, and it clearly seems to be a sexual thing, and it's just so chilling the way he describes this stuff. It was only because of this teacher and to please his parents that Norman endured the humiliation of participating in this class. One day, while watching the other children, Norman realized that his favorite teacher wasn't there. He searched the surrounding area for her, eventually wandering into the woods. Here, he found a small cabin and heard screaming coming from inside. He peeked through the window to see something absolutely horrific. Though at the time, Norman had no idea what he was witnessing. We see the college girl is being assaulted by a masked man. It seems he had kidnapped and brought her here. It is a brutal scene, as in the process, the masked man is choking her to death. After the man finishes, it's clear the girl is dead, and he leaves her corpse behind. Norman watches all of this through the window and enters the cabin after the man leaves. He stands over the girl's naked body and just stares at her, commenting on her swollen face. Instead of screaming in terror or crying, this twisted-ass kid blushes, and in one of the most fucked up comic panels I've seen recently, he moves in on the corpse, describing this as his first sexual experience. Oh my god. He goes even further by saying that this influenced all of his later sexual encounters. And it only gets worse from here, guys. Chapter 4. Prey. Norman has now entered middle school, and his parents were pleased that their child, who was once considered mentally disturbed, was now doing great in school. However, Norman thought of this school as a prison, and in a great sequence, the kid shifts into apes and pigs. This is the way he sees them. It kind of reminds me of No Longer Human, when Oba sees others as insects. Norman determined that this place had absolutely nothing to do with him, though there are certain skills needed to navigate society, like learning not to stand out. But it's not enough just to sit quietly. That can be just as noticeable. The trick is to be average. To be averagely cheerful, smart, stupid, and obedient. And Norman learned to wear a faint, cowardly smile on his face, honing these skills in order to distance himself from society. It was all so meaningless to him. The children here were not very picky about their prey. Any small perceived difference was enough to attract attention, and Norman's class chose a lone girl to torment. We then see an example of this horrible bullying. I mean, really, this is beyond bullying. It's assault. But some kids pin the poor girl down on her desk and grab her hand. One of the bullies holds up a needle, saying if you make a sound, you'll get another one, and if you cry, that's another on top of that. Then in a sequence that honestly the bully sticks the needle into the girl's finger right under her nail. Of course, the girl cries out in pain, and so they stick a needle into another finger. It makes my hands tingle just to think about it. The students then tell the girl to say thank you, and
what? Fuck! No! No! Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! My hand! Oh, I can... Ah! Bro, no! Ah, shit! Bro, this reminds me of that scene from, Higurashi. When they was doing that fucking ritual, and they put their hand, they was holding the girl's hands to rip off her nails. Oh fuck! Oh my god, I was not ready for that at all, dude. Fuck. The nail scene, yeah. I'm thinking about it. That's what.
She does. She thanks them for this torture. Jesus Christ. I thought Norman was bad, but these kids are sadistic too. And it's all for no particular reason. Just that the girl was a little different. And don't worry, it just keeps getting worse. One day in class, some of the students pass around a video camera. On it was a video of the girl being dragged into the bathroom. The other girls surrounded her and made her defecate. Then they forced her to eat her own excrement. I told you it got worse. And by the way, for such a short comic, this is the second time we've seen coprophagia. Although in this case, it's not a medical disorder, but just straight up coercion. So the kids all passed around this video and laughed. Okay, I actually side with Norman on this one. These kids are monkeys and pigs. He makes the point that these children would one day become adults. They would be considered good citizens. That day, Norman stayed after school to help a teacher with something, and when he returned to the classroom, he found the bullied girl still sitting at her desk, staring off into space. As he got closer, he realized she had wet herself, and her fear was so great that no expression could convey it. Instead, her face was blank, and she sat in a sort of shock. Watching her, Norman found she piqued his curiosity. Just as the rest of the class saw her as prey, he too saw her as a sort of prey. He approaches her and asks if he could help her. She just stares at him, and he then asks, "Shall I kill them for you?" Which leads into our next chapter.
I am doing a commission for a client right now. She wanted me to draw her character, so I'm trying to find a very wholesome way of doing this. So just give me time. I'm gonna make it make sense.
Chapter 5, The First Murder. Well, it gets right to it. The very first image in this chapter is the most shocking so far. One of the students' naked corpse belly down in the dirt. Her head and hands are cut off and placed upright. Most disturbing is a bouquet of flowers that seem to be shoved up her tail end. This is like a Hannibal Lecter level presentation. Norman purposely situated the body in the open area behind the gym so that the students would find it before the teachers. They formed a circle around it and stared silently in shock as if performing a strange ritual. Eventually, the teachers came out and called the police, then sent the children home, aside from the first few who found the body. We can see Norman and the bullied girl lock eyes. It seems this was one of the girl's bullies, and she must heavily suspect that this was Norman's doing. The school was then closed down for a while, and the story was all over the news, though Norman pretended to be indifferent. Well, more accurately, he really was indifferent. Once again, we are hit with a sudden and jarring image as the next page showcases the second murder. This time, the body was found in a nearby park the day that the school started back up. It's easily the most graphic image so far. The girl's stomach is cut open and her entrails are pulled out, strangling her. Her intestines, which she's hanging by, are wrapped around her neck and shoved into her mouth as well. Once again, it's an almost artistic display with the body being placed intentionally. After this incident, cameras were put up in the schools, though Norman calls it a pathetic attempt by the adults. And then we see the third crime. This time, a student is shoved into a toilet in the bathroom. A broom handle is placed under their knees and their legs are tied shut. Once again, their stomach is cut open and it seems like there's some object shoved inside. The media had made up its mind. This was the work of a perverted serial killer. The reports were quite detailed, but Norman seems almost pissed off that the news had neglected to mention how the victim's income was violated, as if he's not getting all the credit he deserved. The crimes were not discussed in front of the children. Norman says that children were always viewed as victims and that this was part of his plan. He began to feel omnipotent.
Oh, sorry, bro. You came us in our creepypasta moment. We're doing creepypasta lists. I know, this is the most funniest thing that y'all hear to hear this. This is insane. I'm like, the irony in this, the irony in all of this is that I'm drawing something wholesome and cute while we listen to something horrific and insane. This is insane, bro. Oh my god. Just shit. Yeah, you just got unlucky. We usually do videos like this. Oh my god, bro.
But at the same time, wrapped in
This
a
is the
bubble
irony
of
in
vague
this.
nihilism. One day while out for a walk, Norman encountered the bullied girl walking her dog. They hadn't spoken since that day in the classroom. She approaches him and asks
Came at
him
the
to
right
stop,
time, Kyler.
saying that the last victim wasn't involved in the bullying. Norman simply replies that they were all involved as far as he's concerned. The girl suggests that he'll eventually get caught, but Norman believes this won't happen since he has no connection to the victims. The girl then asks, "What if I tell?" But Norman doesn't believe that she would. She looks at him and says,
I know, you came out
"You're
the wrong,
right."
a very
And then she
interesting
grins
time.
and practically skips away. The first time he had ever seen the girl smile. Then, in a jarring page turn to the next panel, we see the girl hanging from a tree by the dog's leash and a bucket kicked over below her. Although on its face it looks like the girl did this to herself, it's also a possibility that Norman forced her to do it. Either way, it's a sad end to this girl's sad life. Chapter 6. Boys. We have another time jump here to when Norman was 14 and had made something like a clubhouse in an abandoned factory outside of town. Here he would meet with 12 younger boys who were all drawn to him like a cult leader. At this point, no one spoke about the incidents from a few years back, as if the whole town was determined to forget it ever happened. Norman believed these boys, even though they had no way of knowing, could sense something in him. Something children are instinctively fascinated with: death. Although Norman was now going through puberty, he had no interest in girls, and in fact found them to be disgusting. After school, he watched the boys play for hours in the clubhouse. Often it was a game of cowboys and Indians.
Not liking where this is going.
Two groups and make them pretend to kill each other, and he would play the leader of the cowboys. Norman says they made the games historically accurate, and the Indians would always be slaughtered.
I find this really funny, how... Like, bro, I find this funny how this somehow has an English interpretation, but the one we was listening to with the anime chick and she going through the doors, that doesn't have an English translation. Ain't that funny? Ain't that funny? Ain't it funny that this has an English translation, but the other one didn't? And that was not as gruesome at all as this one? Holy fuck.
They would run around naked and the cowboys would scalp them. We see this all playing out in the imagination of the kids as if it's real, including the barbaric scalpings. At the end of these games, Norman sat with a pile of scalps at his feet. In reality, these were just wigs, but it served as a substitute for the murderous impulse that had grown within him since his last killing. One day they brought a new kid to Norman, saying they found him by a train station hungry. Norman describes the boy as dirty and beautiful.
I know, but it doesn't have an official translation. This one does. That's
Norman
what's
asks him if he's hungry and throws him a bread roll, which the boy gobbles up. He stares at the kid all creepy and asks if his parents abandoned him. There's an eerie image here of the frame behind Norman taking on the pattern of the black sun.
Oh god.
Chapter 7, Holy Communion. I'll warn you now, this is probably the most up chapter in this whole manga, which is saying something. Norman looks down on the child as he eats the bread like a looming figure of death. He says, to be honest, he fully understood what he was to the boy at that moment. He completely lost the will to resist. Norman pulls out a knife and says, that's right, accept me, good boy. I will be the one to decide. He slices the boy's cheek and then moves in and starts licking the blood out. It's so creepy. He then uses the knife to cut the back of the boy's shirt and shorts off, and, well, you can imagine what happens next. It's one of the most uncomfortable things I've seen in any manga.
Holy
you can just
shit.
see the tears welling up in the boy's eyes, and Norman's cheeks turn red. This goes on for a moment while the other boys watch, and finally, after the act is finished, Norman pulls the knife up again and repeatedly stabs the boy in the back while blood sprays onto his face. As fucked up as this manga is, the art is so unique and striking. The boy bleeding out on the floor as Norman looks at him, his face covered in blood. It's just visually very cool.
I noticed like the art style makes it easier to, like, I wouldn't say watch, but like it's not as detailed as it should be, because of most anime is like really detailed like this. But because it's not a particular anime art style, it's like a one of those gothic like art styles, if you know what I'm talking about. So it's not that pretty, but it gives you the concept. It's more what plays on your mind. Yeah, you gotta read
Norman
that
just
Bible,
stands
bro.
there staring at the blood pools around
This
his
is
feet,
insane.
and the other kids keep watching silently. He describes this as a religious ceremony and proceeds to do a bizarre and terrifying ritual. He cuts off small chunks from the dead kid's defiled backside and throws them on the ground in front of the other boys. He then instructs them to eat the flesh and calls it bread.
Holy
With tears running
shit.
down their faces, the children eat the boy's flesh, and in
How
the
is
process...
it? Wait, who the fuck? Who left this teenager for all these children? Where's the adults? Bro, where is the adults? Where the fuck are the adults? This is crazy, Gray Sketch. Thank you. Let me see. We're gonna be spamming Bible verses in the chat for this one, bro. Don't eat that. Where's the adults?
Later, they chopped the body up and hid it in the woods. Norman watched as they all dug holes in the ground and buried the body parts. It was then that something crystallized in Norman like an awakening. He became aware of his influence
became a cult leader.
and desired to make use of it. Chapter 8, The Path to Freedom. More time passes and Norman is a little older, at this point looking more like an adult. He makes a creepy comment about how the boys in his cult had all grown up as well, and were at their most beautiful. The group was no longer satisfied by simply pretending to murder in their games. At first, they began attacking vagrants, and we see the boys using weapons to beat a man to death in the dead of night. Norman notes the way the boy's eyes glittered with bloodlust in the darkness. Great, he's fully formed his own personal troupe of psychopaths. The group continued to kill homeless people, carefully varying the time, location, and method as not to connect the murders. But it was too easy. The police hardly pursued the cases and chalked it up to infighting between vagrants. Society didn't seem to care either.
What? Are you serious? What? Bro. Yeah, it's one of those daycares. Oh my god.
Same people who years before made a fuss over a handful of dead kids couldn't care less if every last outcast was murdered. This aspect of society disgusted Norman. Next, they began attacking random passersby out in the open and surprisingly pulled it off. Norman describes how they would do it. Find someone walking alone, preferably an ordinary salaryman or housewife, stab them right through the heart so there's no struggle, and leave the knife in place. Then walk away as if nothing happened. And that's it. Easy. It would often take over an hour before anyone even noticed the body. Most people didn't want anything to do with someone collapsed in the street.
This is okay. This one, I think this particular scene is like I think this is more of a social commentary on this specific scene, because that happens a lot in I don't know, it's just in Japanese culture. I think it also works here in New York. So that's what I'm saying, right? Ain't there like DNA evidence to find this? I'm saying the same thing. Like, what the fuck? Nice, bro. Watch that Gachiakuta. But I think this is a social commentary part. This part particularly, because like when that happens, a lot of people ignore the body when someone like collapses. They don't really put the effort. It happens a lot in Japan. They just see someone sitting there. They just kind of ignore them. They don't really think nothing's technically wrong. They're just sleeping. It's insane.
Person was nothing but an annoyance and a spectacle. While most of the murders in this comic are gory and revolting, these more subtle murders are still really scary because it makes you think maybe someone could pull this off in real life. Imagine you're walking in a crowd and get stabbed through the heart, not even being able to process what happened, and how long would it take for anyone to notice? Well, not a single one of the boys was caught doing this, and the police were powerless in the face of these unmotivated and unrelated murders. They were satisfied with these thrilling games, but Norman felt something was missing, and he knew exactly what it was: freedom and clarity. There's a creepy image here of Norman sitting in his chair as if it's a throne. He decided to kill his parents next. Not because he had anything against them, but because he needed absolute freedom. So he ordered the boys to do it. He wasn't hesitant in killing them himself, but there needed to be no connection, a rule that he took seriously. Next, we see Norman's parents sitting around the dinner table when the boys break through the window and begin to attack them, all the while singing Happy Birthday.
I heard that before. Yeah, a rich girl, like she was in rich girl clothing and they helped her. I think I heard that. It is dumb, but like I actually heard about that. That's actually insane.
Sometimes this comic reminds me of Clockwork Orange as well.
I think it was in What You Can Do.
It's a creepy scene of them singing and tormenting the couple, strangling the father, and stabbing the mother. As they finish the song, they smash the mother's face into a cake she'd made, and they all stand there staring at the lifeless bodies. Next, the house is burning down. Norman and the cult watch the flames, and for some reason, tears run down his cheeks. Then he saw it in the flames.
Walked in a very interesting time.
Within the fire, there are hundreds of boys looking back at him, implying he wants to expand his cult. The fire was eventually put out, and Norman reveals it was his 17th birthday. This means that the cake the mother made was likely for Norman.
Where is bro's parents? Where are the parents? How is dude doing this? Where is his parents? There's these kids' parents? Where is the what the fuck? Yeah, most likely.
Which makes the whole happy birthday thing even more sick. Chapter 9, The Stumbling Stone. We see Norman in bed with, I'm assuming one of the boys, but because of the androgynous art style, I'm not really sure. He says that his parents left him a large inheritance that was more than enough to live off of as he grew up.
What? He has a large... What? I hate this. I hate this so much. Oh my god.
So he never had to work and was thankful to his parents. The person in bed asks him what's the matter, and he just says, "Oh, I was just hoping humanity would be wiped out soon."
That's a boy.
It's scary that this is a casual thought for him. One day, one of the guys in his group says that he wants to leave, something that truly surprises Norman. He says that he's leaving for a girl that he likes. Norman is shocked and asks him if he really finds women fun. The kid just nods, and surprisingly, Norman gives him his blessing, telling him to go, and if he ever wants to come back, he'll be received with open arms. The kid practically runs away, and the others ask Norman if he's sure. He confirms that they do not chase those who wish to leave. And that recurring black sky...
So we're doing a... So this video, for those who are wondering, this is a creepypasta thing that we're listening to. It seems to really work with y'all. Brings a lot of people in for some odd reason. We did one with an anime chick going through a bunch of, like, crazy doors, so...
pattern appears behind Norman's eyes and the members of the cult. It seems this is implying that Norman is not happy about the kid leaving, and something sinister is building up within him. Next, we see the kid who left the group on a day out with the girl he loves.
They're gonna kill the girl.
They seem to be getting on really well. Later on a dark night, the boy has put together a bouquet for the girl who's waiting for him at a park bench. We can see that familiar black sun pattern filling the shadows around them. The girl sits on a bench under a street lamp waiting for him, and in the darkness, we see some figures looming. They approach the girl, who is obviously frightened. Of course, it's members of Norman's cult. They surround her and then pin her down, beating her up and choking her on the pavement. The boyfriend shows up as the rest of the cult scatters off into the night. He drops the flowers at the horrific sight. His lady is naked, dead, and sprawled across the park bench, her eyes bloodshot from being choked. It's kind of heartbreaking, this guy standing here staring blankly at her corpse. Although, at the same time, we have to remember that this kid was part of the cult too, and likely killed several innocent people himself. I don't know, man. This comic just doesn't let up. It's so dark from start to finish. Chapter 10,
I'm doing a commission
Judas.
for a
As
client.
the guy carries the girl he loved deep into the woods, we hear Norman's monologue. He says he was a fool. He broke his only rule, that murder should have no reason, goal, or connection, though he knows what it was that made him do it. Since the world began, there was one emotion that stayed constant for him: fear. It's clear that Norman hates the fact that he allowed emotion to rule over him, and thinks that acting in this way is too much in line with the world that he despises so much. It's also interesting to note that Norman doesn't say since he began, or since he was born. He says since the world began, implying that the whole universe came into existence with him. The kid lays the girl's body down and pulls out a knife. At first, it looks like he's going to chop up her body and bury her, but instead he seems to have gone back to his old ways. We see what he's done to his girlfriend's body, and it is reminiscent of Norman's early murders. He's left a handful of cuts on her chest, but more unsettling, he cut off one of her breasts and shoved the bouquet of flowers he brought into her downstairs. It's absolutely disgusting. Norman says that the boy did return to him after this, but for revenge. We see
I knew this. I knew that was coming. I knew he was gonna go after him. I knew it. Alright, this might be his downfall.
Asking for forgiveness over and over again, until finally Norman goes over, kneeling beside the boy to comfort him. As he does this, the kid pulls out a knife and stabs Norman in the leg. And into the final chapter, Chapter 11, Judgment. Norman is left bleeding on the floor, and the other kids in the cult all stare at him wide-eyed. It's as if they now see Norman's attacker as the new cult leader and quickly group around him, all asking what they should do next. After a short discussion, they decide to kill Norman. The new leader says that they need to give him the death he deserves. There's no hesitation from the group, and they only ask what this death should be. The new leader responds, "Let's feed him to the pigs." So they all pile into a truck and drive out to the countryside. Norman lay on a slab of wood, still bleeding profusely from the stab wound. The monsters he helped create stare at him blankly with no emotion behind their eyes. They bring his body to the pig pen at the farm and throw him into it. Quickly, the pigs surround him and start tearing him apart and eating his body. There's some...
Is that a thing? Is that a thing? I don't know. His parents left him a giant sum of money. He doesn't have to work. He's like 17 and already rich. That's a thing? They'll do that? Oh my god. What the fuck? Holy shit. Pigs will do that? Oh my god. Looking at pigs differently now. I'm looking at it. Holy moly, that's crazy.
Beautiful art here as the pigs are all closing in. It's ironic that Norman saw the children in his school as nothing more than pigs, and now he's meeting his end by the same creatures he compared them to. In the end, we only see some blood and a section of Norman's head lying on the ground. He says, "Humanity should probably rejoice that my life ended like this, but you mustn't get careless. I will always be reborn again somewhere." And that is the end to Child of God. It really is a dark and morbid story from start to finish. There's obviously a ton of symbolic imagery in this manga throughout, and there are so many sequences that could be pondered on. I mentioned the recurring image of the black sun, a starry black pattern that shows up during Norman's violent acts, tying him to his belief that he is actually a cosmic-like entity born from a black star. Like I said, there's a lot you could unpack in this one, but I want to know what you guys think. Is it just a senseless excuse to display evil? Is it a work of art? And are there any deeper themes to explore here? I have to admit that no matter what Child of God is trying to be, I found it captivating either way. I should note that if you like the art style, this manga was made by a brother-sister duo who have actually produced a lot of really strange material over the years. And it's often just as
pretty much
disturbing.
done. He was defeated, so we'll jump on something a little bit more nicer. Let me see. We'll find something a little bit more eye cleansing. Holy shit, that was insane. I was not ready for any of that. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I was not ready for any of that. Yeah, we're gonna listen to something a little bit more. Let's see. Let me see. Bible verses. Let me see. Let me see. Let's get some food. Let's do something with food. Food. That was... yeah, food at Disneyland. My favorite thing to draw
Disneyland claims to be
making character designs. Alright, this one is called from Nick Giovanni, or D. Giovanni. I ate every food at Disneyland. This is 9 minutes long. Let's see what it's about.
the happiest place on earth. But that can't be true unless their food is good. Today, we're headed to Disney to try all the fan favorites. Pineapple Dole Whip, churros, pickled corn dogs, and even something called blue milk. We'll eat it all. Before we go, we are gaining rapidly on Gordon, so make sure you go down and hit that
Wait. I have something for you guys. I just remembered. I have something... What? No, it was doing a creepypasta section. Let me see. I had something way better than what I think of it now. Here it is. It's an animation. This is going to be kind of fun. Let's see where this takes us. All right, I saw this. I didn't see it, but this is something that popped up just 4 days ago. It's called Rude Awakening, Episode 1. Serial Smackdown by Team Horizon and B. Adams. We'll come back to the food in a second. I just remembered. This looks epic and fun. Oh, no, not that one.
Fucking bullshit. I hate this goddamn place. Holy shit. It's shiny. It's glowing. Damn, it's sold these since I was a kid. Come to think of it, it might just be the last of its kind.
Uh-oh.
What? Hey! Hey, sir. I'd appreciate it if you'd let me have that back, please.
Uh-oh. There we go.
Shut your ass up. All right, you know what?
Shut your ass up.
Do not get this damn box.
You fucking moron! Look what you did! What do you mean what I did? You did this shit! Yeah-huh. Yeah-huh. Fuck you! Eat a dick!
Oh my god. Everyone's taking pictures. Woo. Yeah. You watched this before. Animation plus art is a jam, but no attention span.
Both of you step away from each other. Now. So, do you guys want to tell me why you're fighting? This dude here! Hold up. One at a time. You, in the green. Go. This dude here stole my cereal box and ripped it in half! Your cereal box? You didn't even pay for it yet. Besides, it was gonna be mine first, so you can go fuck yourself! No, you go fuck yourself! Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Are you saying you did this all over a box of cereal?
You mean this box right here?
Hmm? Holy shit! It's
That's
shining,
rare.
it's glowing, it's beautiful! Oh, come on, Munchie. I'm getting late. I did it, Munchie. I did it for you. I did it all for you.
Hold on.
Man, I haven't had one of those since. Wait a minute. You two are under arrest for disturbing the peace, vandalism, loitering, assault on an
No,
officer,
it's just
disrespecting my grandma.
correct. That's it? Aw. Yeah. And it is independent, so. Run. What is this? Hey, sad boy. Alright. Found something that looks interesting as well. Hold on. What is this? Yeah, check this out. Just this one out. Right. No, it did? Are you asking or are you just telling me? No, no. Is it out yet? Because it's not. I don't see it. Oh, no, no. Oh, maxing. It's the 15th, yeah. No, no, it's not out yet. I'm looking at it right now. He didn't post it. Sadly, it's not here. Ta-da! There's our babies. Send it to me, cause I'm on grief. No, he's not. Dude, send to me if you ever. I'm on his website. I don't see it. That could be any game, any type of game. Oh, that was cute. Sad. For the king, that is. Let me see. Awakening. I saw something. Is this in English? No, it's not in English. Is this in English? Yep, that's not in English. Sadly, that's not in English. Insane. Okay. Yeah, run. Huh. Should now be on the cover. Is this in English? I don't think so. Nope, it's not. Sadly. Let me see. Our future is fucked. I think so. No. It's gonna be a helmet. I have to make it a little bit more bigger, but in a second. So this is from Mori, Mori. He has 2 million followers. He posted this like 18 minutes ago. And it says, the future is fucked. I don't know what he means by that, but we'll see. I can give a wild guess what he means by that. Oh, shit. This is not good. No, this is not good. Bro, he's using AI, and he's using it as a rig. So it's mimicking his movements while being another that's, oh my god. The catfishing in the future is going to be fucking insane. Oh my god, no. Oh, this is evil.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I just gotta say that we are officially cooked, man. And before I go any further, I just want to say I do have a bit of a sore throat, so sorry if my voice sounds weird right now. Apologies, you know, sometimes we do get a little sick. But guys, this is something that I've been seeing within the last 48 hours going viral all over the internet, and this is some software made by AI, specifically the Kling AI platform. And as you can see, this, man, the technology is so crazy. So here you
if I was any of these celebrities or anything, I would sue the fuck out of these people. I would sue the shit. I would sue the hell out of these people. Straight up, that's not good. This is gonna cause some massive problems. Okay, he sent it to me. Oh, you're talking about you're talking about that. You're talking about the sentence to be a hero. I thought you was talking about the creepypasta thing.
have the user using the AI, right? He's
If I watch that, will that have spoilers? Because I want to see episode 2. Because I haven't seen episode 2 yet. I would sue
little box right here, and he's essentially using the AI to get AI constructed models of any celebrity for that matter, but specifically in this case the actors from Stranger Things. So here you can see what's her name, Billy Bobby Brown, or Millie, sorry, and you can see the level of detail from Kling AI trying to replicate the faces of these actors. It's just genuinely scary, man. I think from this day on forth, there's nothing you can really trust on the internet anymore. And the uploader of this video said, forget everything you knew about video creation. This type of content will become increasingly common in 2026. The difference is who understands the process and comes out ahead. And I just gotta say, yo, holy fuck. Listen, I was already a skeptic to begin with.
I'm telling you, we're gonna need some serious AI regulation on this, because this is gonna be dangerous. This is gonna cause massive confusion. Like, imagine you have political opponents you don't like. You can just pay someone just to pretend them. Another creepy manga like the last one is not what I need right now. Yep. Yep, like this was insane. I didn't think it was this. I thought he was talking about somebody misbehaving.
With the likes of certain individuals who knew how to CGI and use Photoshop to manipulate and trick people into believing things that are not true. I was already a skeptic when it came to blackmail and people using software to plant people in places that they were never in. People using, you know, Photoshop to digitally alter certain posts to insert words that were never there or typed by the person who posted it. But now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are truly fucked. And of course, people in the comments are saying, I swear, I'm scared. Another person said, I like AI, but this can have negative consequences. And by the way, guys, do you think a regular person like this in the public is the first to come across this technology? Do you really believe this technology is all of a sudden coming out of nowhere and that the military, intelligence agencies, and certain shadow organizations didn't have access to this years ago?
Yeah, right? That's what I'm saying! That's what I said!
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, understand by the time it gets to the public sphere, the public space, oftentimes, not always, it'll likely already be old technology.
Oh my god.
I mean, where should I really even start?
Yeah, this is just as bad as like the X thing. By Infinity. Okay, later Infinity. Let me see. By later, bro. Okay, we don't need this much AI to be. Yeah, we don't need this much. This is a unnatural rapid growth of something that's gonna cause major problems.
Yeah, this is scary. And you want to know who I feel bad for the most? Is pretty much all the old people out there, especially the boomers. What are the boomers, like 70 plus years old at this point in time? Like these people.
Oh shit! I saw this the other day. I just thought it was like, holy shit! Hold on, let me show you something. I saw this the other day. Holy fuck! Hold on, wait. I think it was right here. Oh my god. I think I saved it. Here it is. Holy moly, dude.
Hello?
Christopher.
May I ask who's calling?
Hey, Christopher, this is Giuliano Massarelli. I was reaching out about the life insurance inquiry sent in. Did you end up getting that in place?
I've already asked, I don't know how many times. If you take it off your call list, I'm good. Don't order that.
Oh, okay, so you got your family protected?
We're good, yes.
Okay, and what type of coverage did you end up getting?
Bro, this is dangerous. I don't like this at all. I don't like the future. I don't like it. I don't like it. This is not even like, oh, you're old type shit. This is dangerous as fuck. This is dangerous, bro. Oh my god.
Look at the movement here.
Hold on. Let me just go back to the thing. This is dangerous. I don't think this is a good idea. I think this is a lot of weirdos and sickos will use this for very insane reasons.
Especially the sugar daddies of that generation. They're cooked. It's all over for them. Anytime, bro. Anything that can be produced online, FaceTime, Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook. They're not going to be able to distinguish fact from fiction.
Yeah, that's where the problem comes in. People go use it for blackmail. People use it for political reasons. People go use it just to fuck with someone all damn day. Whether it's a celebrity or an e-celebrity, a TikToker, a content creator, anyone. Someone just normally. They can just make a video of them doing something insane, record themselves, and share it around their school, college, high school, middle school. This is dangerous as fuck. And I don't even think it's that hard to produce. Because the people who are producing it don't look like some type of super genius in the first place. So, like, that tells you everything. If predators can get a hold of this, of course they plan for blackmail. I'm going to jump if this is going to get more updates. I'm telling you, it will. One thing, when something's brought into this world, it never really just stays where it is. That's one thing I learned.
Whole community is going to be one-shotted like Hiroshima, Nagasaki. AI is about to run through a whole generation like the Black Plague of the 1400s. Nigerian and Indian scammers about to have a field day scamming old-ass, horny old dudes for their entire life savings, retirement, and 401ks by doing exactly what this guy is doing on screen. Like, it's pretty much over. Honestly, if you have an elder or senior citizen parent out there, grandparent, please just keep them offline for the rest of eternity. It's over. And of course, the top comment says, Indian guys going crazy for this, yo. Yo, the whole country of India is about to come up majorly off of this. Someone else said, what will OF models do now? That is a good question. Pretty much at this point in time, they're damn near indistinguishable. Ash says, we're going to see a societal-wide movement towards the imperfections to verify it's human. Hey, and when that happens, AI is going to try to replicate those imperfections too. Ani said, what in the world? Can you stream with this too? Like a virtual camera? Not yet, but it's coming. So not
Oh
only
my
are
god, bro.
OnlyFans-
Imagine a bunch of Kai Sonets. Holy shit. Imagine a bunch of people LARPing as Kai Sonet and Speed. Thousands of different channels just looking like them all day. Holy shit, that will not be fun. Oh my god, saying insane, stupid shit. Oh my god. This... Bro, think to yourself on this. Because people want to do stupid shit like this, you have to pay $4,000 for RAM. For you to buy 2 sticks of RAM, you have to pay at least $4,000 plus, because some moron wants to look like Speed. Think that to yourself. That's fucking crazy.
This model's about to go out of business because of this. But VTubers too, pretty much or maybe not. Maybe they're just gonna upgrade to lifelike human models to replace the furry little anime girl cosplays they like to do online. There's one that also scared the hell out of me.
So, is it any good?
Bro, tell me this does not look like an actual real girl with makeup on. Like, genuinely, the level of detail that this software is able to produce is... Again, the whole boomer sugar daddy community is about to get one shot like the asteroid did to the dinosaurs 70 million years ago. The amount of fraud claims, scam claims, retirement fraud claims we're about to see pop up within the next 2 years will be incredible. It'll pretty much make those Nigerian email scammers of kings and
We'll watch something positive. I got you.
queens in Nigeria who lost access to a bank account with $10 million in it. If you know, look like child's play. And apparently back in the day, a lot of old people fell for those scams, as obvious as they were to us. So imagine that, a simple scam like that, people falling for. In comparison to this new age technology to where if anybody has any face online, they can pretty much take that face, your granddaughter, your daughter, your uncle, your cousin, your father, overlaid into this cling software, digitally model it, and sync it with your face via their camera, pretend as if they're kidnapped or broken down on the side of the road or overseas and need help. You send them money to some undescript location with a checking savings account number. They're crying, they're in distress, they act like it's a life or death situation, and then that old person just so happens to end up sending them thousands of dollars. Like, the amount of scams you can
AI
do with this is pretty much endless at this point. And by the way, for those of you who don't believe that this is AI, it literally is. You can see the imperfections here near her.
Oh yeah, wait, let me see. He said, Elena said, for 1940s are going to have flying cars in the future, 2026. Let's make an AI goon model. You're not wrong. You are not wrong.
Her hair is a little too firm, as you can see here. I don't think, the hair, unless there's like mousse. Yeah, no, a bit too firm. And her facial movements are just a little too uncanny. Like,
bro, no, don't do this. I hate it. Cat, something Cat. I forgot that Asian chick's name. She does the same shit too. Don't do this. This leads to problems. When she did this thing where she'll get like a story where someone's using AI in art. And then when she looks at the art, she'll like pull out all these different, oh, this looks too this looks too that, this looks too this. And there'd be like major imperfections. It was like, bro, don't do that. Yeah, don't show your face, especially till this thing gets regulated. That's the only time you can actually show your face, if that even works, so.
things, it just seems a bit weird. This would be the facial movements of somebody who's incredibly high. But obviously the average person is not going to be doing all this analytical observations of what they're actually seeing on screen to see if it's AI or not.
It's honestly kind of crazy that with just 16 gigs of VRAM, you can already generate like a 15-second HD video.
This bitch just said, it's amazing you have 16 gigs of RAM. You can do this. We're paying $4,000 for 2 sticks of RAM, bro. Think to that to yourself. The RAM is more expensive than your whole rig. That shit is crazy. Think to yourself, the RAM is more expensive than your whole rig. That shit is crazy. You have to buy a pre-built, and that's not even all that like cheap either. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, it's not perfect, but look at the motion and the lip sync. It's actually really well done.
Bruh, yo,
Bro,
guys,
it's too close.
And then, as you can see here, I'm moving it slowly, right? Like, look at this motion blur. Look at the AI models, like the acne, the wrinkles. I mean,
This should be banned. This should not be in the hands of like any person. I can just imagine what's going on in the dark and deep web. I can just imagine the shit that is going down, the cesspool that is happening there. And this is the regulated internet per se. Bro, this is the regulated internet that we're on top of. We're on the surface level internet. Just imagine what's going on in the deep web where there's no regulation whatsoever. That shit must be going insane, bro.
still looks a little uncanny, so this isn't as good as the beginning, right? This is like way better here, and you had better examples here. So I guess depending on the user who's inputting the what do we call it, the prompts, and
I feel bad for dudes who are like famous, because now a dude who just wants to fuck with you can just do this. Or I feel bad who are like dudes who are like famous, yeah, where like women, people are or just women in general, or children. Oh god, they're fucked.
Level of quality for the models I suppose they download will determine how realistic it looks in the final product, but you pretty much get the book. Also, someone says here's how to do this in 2 minutes. Go to Kling AI, so that's the platform. Use Kling motion control. I'm not sure if it's paid or not. Upload video that you want to mimic, so that could be anything online. Add character image, and that's it. The amount of use cases for this are insane if you think about it. So yeah, and this is obviously they're selling the software 10% off, so they may give you a free trial or not.
I'm not gonna lie, I can see a bunch of VTubers, probably myself, using the AI thing to turn our anime characters into real people. Our anime OCs into real, like, representations of ourselves. That would be cool. Wouldn't that be that's the only thing I would think that would be kind of cool, right? You have your anime rig, and you put it through an AI, and it looks like a human version of that rig. That would be kind of crazy. That would be crazy. So, like, take someone like, what's her name? That shark chick. And she throws it into an AI thing and turns into the... I can see that happening. I can see that happening. First one that comes to mind is Crony from... Yeah, and then they still keep, like, the same attributes of what they are. Like the what do you call it? Oh, yeah, comedy would definitely be... Or, yeah, Gura. I can see that happening. And then, you know what? In the long run, this will actually help VTubers more, because now they have more expressions in their faces, right? That's what the peanut guy did, right? The peanut VTubing guy with the peanut, he put his eyeballs and his mouth on it and gives expression, right? Now, if you take, like, yeah, someone like Kenji, throw him through an AI, and he just puts the rig on top of himself and he's talking, you know what I'm saying? Like, think that to yourself. It will show more expression in their faces.
So yeah, at this point in time, I've never been happier that my face isn't really out there. Like, I'm incredibly grateful for that. But again, it's just like, eventually my face will be out there and I will become a victim as well. Technically, my face is already out there if you know where to look for it, but yeah. I saw the natural progression of this happening over the years, and I'm sure I've made videos about this that you guys have seen if you've, been a long time viewer. This is just the natural progression of this technology. This was the logical conclusion, and it's only gonna get better. It's only gonna get better. The uncanny valley features and the, the weird quirks that AI make, they're gonna get steamed, they're gonna get perfected.
This is the only time you'll ever see me use AI on stream, is only when I'm doing the rig. That's the only time you'll see me, if I'm using my rig and make it into like a human version of itself. That would be kind of cool. I would like to see that at least. That's the only thing I want to see. Everything else, I don't give a fuck. I don't care for anything else. But that's the only time I would like put my character through an AI thing and rig it into like a human version and see how it looks, just to see. It might look ridiculous though, given that mine's a chibi, so you get like a lifelike chibi looking version of it. Like, wow, that'd be fucking weird, to be honest.
They're gonna, eventually become wrinkle free, and when that happens, hey, you quite literally will not be able to trust anything on your own online without some type of software to detect if it's AI or not. And unfortunately,
honestly, what's gonna happen if this doesn't get regulated and everyone's just doing this? Everything you see on the internet will not be trusted at all. So when you said I saw it on YouTube, that's gonna be out the window. I saw it on TikTok, out the window. That's not. You know what I'm saying? If you see someone like, you see a video of someone killing someone on the internet, you can't trust it. It's probably not real. Low key is not real because it's everything so easily manufactured with like a couple of like software and a couple of buttons that you just can't trust anything that you see at that point. So it won't be that big of a deal. You saw it on Blue app. You saw the Blue app. Oh fuck.
Living in man, it sucks. It sucks. Culture, like society, really did peak. I would say maybe 90s, 2000s before social media and all this bullshit took over. But hey, man, pray for us. Pray for Gen Z. Pray for millennials. Pray for Gen Alpha and pray for Beta because this is what we're gonna have to live through. You know, as Gen and everybody else who are older than that generation are on the way out. We are unfortunately gonna have to live through this mess. And,
What's gonna happen if they have like if you see anything that's made from Marvel or you see anything from the government saying, "Oh, there's a nuclear weapon coming our way," people are gonna laugh at it and move on and say, "Oh, that's not happening," and then we're all gonna die because these morons. And I'm saying every billionaire and millionaire tech person thought it was a good idea to give a bunch of idiots something free or pay for a little bit for just to use their shit just because they want to make profits. This is gonna be exactly what happened in Fallout. All for profit. Well, in the Fallout show, that I think that derives completely from the message of what that actually was in the real game. Let me see. Let's find something a little bit more positive. All right, so this is from Silver. Silver sent me a picture. Send me a video about Send Us to Be a Hero. But let me see. Okay, so this is from Silver. He sent me a video here. It's about Send Us to Be a Hero. For those of you who have watching it, it's pretty peak so far. Episode 1 was kind of crazy, animation-wise and stuff. And the Broads one. But the Bros one. And we're gonna see what Chibi has to say about it, about episode 2. I don't think it has any spoilers, so don't worry. But it seems really interesting to hear about this, so we're gonna listen to this, and then we're gonna watch some food videos. I'm gonna knock this drawing out pretty fast. I'm gonna put in the features now.
It's little stuff like that just goes the extra mile for an anime for me. Like, I love this scene. Like, let's replay that. It's such a good little scene. It's great character acting to showcase what type of personality Terita has. Like, it's kind of been obvious with her introduction in episode 1, but this sequence is just so good. She gets so excited to be helpful in any potential way. She sticks this like pike into the ground.
The live action one.
I'm successful.
The live action One Piece one you're referring to?
I love the reaction. Like, Chibi and editing, please zoom in on her face right here. Please, just look at her face reaction. It's so good. Oh, I love this. Okay, so Sentenced to Be a Hero episode 2 is actually finally here, and as you can see by my expression, I'm happy. Like, I was just smiling while watching this episode because I loved episode 1. I was looking forward to seeing how episode 2 was going to be, and it honestly did not disappoint. And I'm going to dive head first into this episode, discussing the nitty-gritty details in just a moment. But I do want to say one big detail here, and that is there was a lot of people doom posting about Sentenced to Be a Hero before this episode aired. By the way, oh my goodness, she's so cool, dude. Like, dude, she's so cool. Like, look at this sequence, bro. So cool. Such a badass female character. But, okay, into the main point. There was a lot of doom posting about this episode, that there was, like, a lot of assistant directors or something. I could be wrong there, don't quote me on that one. But apparently, like, the staff listing showcased that there might be some complications behind the scene, and maybe that is indeed true. But the point of the matter is that there was a lot of people, and people that were even going out of the way to defend One Punch Man Season 3, by the way, which is very interesting. Basically, individuals that were trying to defend One Punch Man Season 3 and say you shouldn't really complain about it at the start when it first started
were for some reason wanting to doom post about Sentenced to Be a Hero episode 2. And I'm just like, that's interesting. That's very fascinating how individuals are acting about that. But with that being pushed to the side, the point of the matter is there was a lot of people really trying to be a Debbie Downer, trying to drag Sentenced to Be a Hero into the mud and act like it was not going to be good, that it was going to be a one-hit wonder, and that episode 2 is just going to be a spiral of degrading quality and turn into a dumpster fire. And I had a little bit of worry, I'm not going to lie. I did have some worry going into episode 2 because of just how spectacular episode 1 was.
Yeah.
But now that I've watched episode 2 and I've seen the quality of the animation, art, and everything else in between with the music choice and the voice acting and everything, I feel like this is a nice baseline of what to expect from the upcoming episodes. And this is probably not going to be the best that we're going to see. There's probably going to be even better episodes as we continue venturing on throughout Sentenced to Be a Hero. But the point of the matter is that if we can keep this quality from episode 2 onward, I feel like this is going to be one of those series that's going to continuously be talked about on a weekly basis. And I feel like it has a very strong following already. I mean, episode 1 exploded in popularity. Everybody was talking about it for a good reason. I mean, it's amazing. Like, it was just a labor of love. Like, the first episode felt like a movie-level production. It felt like there was actually movie quality poured into an episode, and I feel like that was a lot of people's impressions when they finished it. But back into the point of episode 2. Besides the Doom posters trying to really drag this series into the mud, I feel like anyone that actually sits down and watches this episode is probably going to really enjoy it. Like, if you loved episode 1, I feel like you're going to really love this, because obviously this episode kind of drags down the stakes considerably, and it more or less focuses on the character dynamics and kind of how they're going to function as a team going forward. And I think that's completely fine. You don't need continuous action-packed, high-stake episodes for every single episode for a series. Like, you don't, because you need to have some time to chill, relax, and build up to that threat, that dire situation, so to speak, that we got at the end of episode 1. And I feel like little expressions like this, which I've already showed this clip already, little interactions like this from Terrarita and how she's wanting to be praised by her Wagakishi, I think is very adorable. It really showcases the dynamic of her character with, Xylo, that, is our MC for this story. Xylo comes off very abrasive, very distant, very cold-hearted, someone that doesn't really want to get too attached to a lot of people because of just how his backstory is. We saw it at the end of episode 1. It makes sense why he acts like he does. It's very understandable, and especially the reason why he's keeping, the goddess at a distance makes even more sense, because it was clear that the way he viewed his previous goddess that he had to put down, he loved her. Like, maybe as he was acting like a father figure towards her, or maybe something else. I have no idea. We don't really have full-blown...
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is the only thing I had a problem with this particular show, or at least that attitude towards the goddess that he was dealing with. The thing that I did not understand, and maybe this was just a translation problem, or the way the localizers did it. He said, this is what changes this aspect for me for him. He said, I will never trust a goddess ever again, right? And then when he said that, I was like, oh, he was probably got burnt by one. Kind of makes sense, because anyone who says that usually sounds like they got burnt by someone, or he was, But the issue is when what we found out is how. Oh, okay, because in the anime, and I don't know if it's the same on the Japanese version, but the way he says it in the English version sounds like he was burnt by her, but that's not even the case. It's actually quite different from what it's been like. What's interpreted here, it's like it was more like they both got burnt than by the church, if anything. So I'm like, where did this distrust of the goddess part come from? That part I did not get. That threw me off. Maybe it was like a translation problem. Thank you, Sad Boy, for that. I appreciate my dude. 152 likes. Yes, we did great today. Today was a great day. We did great with the reactions. I think you guys enjoy it. Yeah, that threw me off really hard. I think that was a translation problem. The localizers fucked up somewhere down the line on that, because that threw me off hard.
Context to how their relationship actually was. The point of the matter is, he definitely viewed the goddess he was working with as family. I think that is very apparent. And I think that because of that very bad situation and the trauma of that, He's keeping Terita at a distance because he doesn't want to get too attached to her because something might happen or something bad will happen to her. And it's not because he doesn't just want to get attached to her. He's also trying to protect her. And this entire situation at the end really labels this entire situation just like that. That the Holy Knights, or not in this case, the people in power of this, empire, is really trying not just to get rid of Xylo, but there are, in some ways, if you read in between the lines here, it feels like they're really trying to get rid of the goddess as well.
Hello, I lead scientist and I am the research project called the Human Lab, where we study the psychology of community of VTubers. I feel like you're joshing with me saying that because you put that in the chat. Because if you was legitimate, you probably would have send that message to me in a Discord, a private Discord, or email. I don't feel like you would reach out to me in the chat. I feel like that's a little bit of a joke there.
Which makes me really question what's going on here.
I guess, but I don't know. I feel like that's a bit of a reach, though. Because like it just doesn't make sense in the wording of that.
One big thing I have to wonder is why would they do another situation like this? Why would they want to get rid of a second god?
I don't think answering that question per se. Oh, did you? Okay, you can tell me. Oh, okay. Like characters. Well, you got... Well, this is... wouldn't this be better if you send this to me in a DM instead of on the chat? It sounds like more of a personal question if you want data. I'll answer your question, but you have to send that to me in a thing. Because I feel like... okay. Okay, I might have to look into the thing. I'll answer... I don't think your question is like out of line or crazy. I want to answer your question honestly, but I think that's something that should be meant for like a survey, per se. Yeah, like send me that message in a DM. I'm willing to answer it because it sounds like nothing insane. Actually, that's not even like a VTuber thing. That's could be any content creator question, because a lot of content creators get treated like that whether they're a VTuber or not, because people see them as like characters in their own way because they watch them on TV or YouTube for so long. They don't see a person. They see a character at that point. Like when you watch enough Markiplier, right, or you watch enough Speed, or whatever case may be, you're not seeing them as a person anymore. After a time, you see them as a character. I guess that makes sense, but it makes it sound like he's talking about like it's the goddess's fault, though, the way that's worded. Like if okay, this is what I would do. I would never trust a goddess again. I said I'm not getting affiliated with no more goddesses or church ever again. So when he says church, you say, okay, the goddess did something to him in the church, but the church is, or like I'm not going to fall in line on what the church wants. If you said that, then I'm like, okay, this has to do with the church specifically, not the goddess personally. You know what I'm saying? If you word it like that, that kind of changes the dynamic of that saying. Because now it doesn't feel like it's like, oh, the goddess is talking because it's because of the church. Or because the church wants us to worship the goddess. Like, I'm not listening to the church. You know what I'm saying? So I would change that a little bit. Well, he is a hero. He's going to be forced to be around members like it in episode 2. I gotcha. I would word that a little differently. It's like, I'm not going to take anything that has to do with the church. If he said that, then I'm like, okay, it has to do with the church specifically. It makes more sense.
Because it's implied that these goddesses are...
But anyway, to answer your question, I want to answer it, but if it's going to be something that's going to lead to personal questions, I suggest send these messages to me in DMs. If this is real. Yeah, that's where I kind of want to see. It got me kind of. I want to see that particular scene. What he says. Hello.
Fight back against the demon blight, bring down demon kings and demon lords and stuff. So it's like, why would you want to give up a very powerful weapon that could help you? Why would you want them to die or turn into some form of demonic demon blight? Like, why would you allow that? And it's very obvious that the people at the church and the people in power and everything for this series is definitely aware of demon blight affecting goddesses. Anyone that's acting like they are not aware of that is just, you know, being dumb. Like, it's very obvious they're aware of it. The thing is that why are they hiding it, and why are they wanting this to happen, or allowing this to happen, more or less, to goddesses? Why are they putting them in situations like this? That is a very big question. Now, there are...
Either, I think, in my mind, I don't know if anyone knows, maybe they're using it, doing this to the goddess because there's some type of prophecy. Yeah, I would do that. Because, like, it's probably some type of prophecy, or they're trying to gain some type of power over the goddesses so they don't have power over them. So if they have enough goddesses that end up being, like, corrupted, they can use them for their own political means. Oh, for real? That's nice. I actually like that. This is why I love about anime. It does really well with world building. That's why I like Mushoku Tensei. I really like it because it's all about the world building. I like that more. It's not the characters who's in the world, it's the world that revolves... No, it's not the character that revolves around the world, it's more of the world, the characters is interacting with the world itself. I like those type of stories. No, it's okay. I don't want to... I want to answer your questions. I don't have no... if it's legitimate, if it's real, then you put the effort to send it to me. But I want to answer it honestly, but I don't want to answer it on chat because it's going to disrupt the stream and it's going to throw things off if it's something really serious. So, and plus, if it's some weird thing that you're trying to bait me to say, that's one thing, and I can avoid myself getting myself in some insane trouble. So I suggest, if you're going to ask me to send this to me in a DM, or construct it as a form of survey, you can use ChatGPT to do it for you, so you don't have to do all that work. Yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot of little subtle hints at world building as well within this story that I do want to take a few moments to talk about. Like, there is a moment, like, let me see if I can actually find it. I might not be able to, but when they're walking through the snow here, there is, like, glimpses of tanks, like, actual, like, World War tanks in the background and stuff when they're, like, venturing through the countryside. There is little hints that there is, like, oh, like, right here, actually. This is like old era piping. Like, if you look very closely, this is a very intentional design. And I really want to point this out, that the technology that we see...
Just to be clear to you, Rhina, I'm willing to answer your questions. I'm not trying to avoid or not participate. It just feels kind of like one of those things that might be inappropriate if it's something you're trying to really build data on.
From this world is... implying that's in the Middle Ages. Like, that's, you know, they're knights and swords and stuff right now, which is cool for a fantasy setting, don't get me wrong, especially if you're fighting demons of some kind. But when you take a hard look at, like, some of the little hints, especially with the world building of episode 2, it's implied that the technology and society itself has fallen to a different low. Like, humanity has regressed as a species in terms of the technology that they're aware of. Because there are some signs that they are very technologically advanced. I mean, look what they were doing with the demon against the demons when they were using the projectiles and all that to bring the demon lord down in the first episode. But then you have these absurd situations where they're just using swords and stuff, and, you know, they're just, like, using what you would see in the Middle Ages. Like, why would you do something like this if you have this type of advanced technology? There's a lot of, like, imbalancing of, you know, the usage of technology. And you see multiple times that there is, like, stuff in the background that's decrepit or bad looking that implies that the world is post-apocalyptic, that this is potentially Earth, that is somehow been ravaged to some degree by these demons, which has caused this entire situation. Which I think is pretty cool, by the way, because it's like, it's implying that this isn't in another world or anything like that. This is actually Earth that has just been completely ravaged, which is really cool, and it makes you wonder, how did magic become a part of this world? Was it always there? Was the demon blights always there? Was the demon blights some form of weird experiment that eventually broke out? Is the demon blights, did they start thanks to goddesses? I mean, there's a lot of ways to look at this and how you can view it or how it's implied, but the point of the matter is that there is a lot of subtle world building that is put in to this episode that I really appreciate. That if you're not paying attention to, you will easily overlook it and not really notice it at a glance. But with that being pushed to the side, I do want to talk about our characters that were introduced, because we got a nice listing of new characters that were introduced in this episode. Like, we got His Majesty, and we got this like zombie-like guy that like keeps himself at a distance that is literally just mindless. Like, you could tell that there's not really much going on in this man's head, which is kind of sad, because he is a good look at the future of all these heroes and what they will turn into given enough time. And this is a really sad situation, because episode 1, it showed to us that if they die, they will keep coming back. But when they come back, they lose a part of themselves. They lose their memories. They come back different, so to speak, which showcases consequences.
I kind of like that, because Dragon Ball tend to do this a lot. But then again, I know Dragon Ball had their own way of how they do things when it comes to death. But it was never really a real problem, if ever rarely, played into the show. It was more of a bit of an inconvenience, and is like a real massive problem, because in Dragon Ball it was like, oh, we can just wish people back with Dragon Balls, and the way they say it like that, it feels like there's no true consequence. Unlike this show, it focuses on the idea that if you bring people back from the dead, they actually suffer more than they are benefiting from it. So they're better off being dead instead of bringing them back, because they may not be the same. And I think that's a good thing, because I think they jumped on the idea of like what was that movie called? Lazarus? I think it was called Lazarus, where like a bunch of these scientists was like doing this experiment, what happens to the brain when they die, or something like that. They was doing something like that, and then I think one of them kind of got like, they did like a weird experiment where they end up dying for like a couple of minutes, and then they came back. But when the person came back, they didn't come back the same. There was kind of like this hellish individual. I think, isn't it 3 times from Namek, 1 time on Dragon, and I thought it was twice. I thought it was 2 on Earth and 3 for on Namek. Wait, did I get that wrong? Or is it 3 wishes from? Is it 3 wishes from Purunga and then 1 from the dragon? I don't remember. I do not remember.
Consequences for death, and I like that, because it means that it's not just a get out of jail free card. Like, you go in, you wipe out an army, you die, you get brought back, and everything's okay. I like the consequences that once you die and you come back, there is segments of you that are just going to disappear. You don't know what will disappear, but something will change about you. And if enough happens, eventually you will become like this, like a husk. Maybe they might go down a different route where you'll become a savage animal and you might become psychotic. I don't know. But the point of the matter is, this is an example of what will happen to our characters if they don't take their life seriously and they just throw their lives away. I like that. This is a nice depiction on the bad
so if you're familiar with them, he'll give you 2, but if you're not, you get 1.
Isn't done. Which, speaking of that, the bad end, it's heavily implied here at the end that the people in power are trying to separate him from his goddess, or in this case, they're trying to get her killed alongside of him. Which means that he would be brought back, and then she'll be dead, and then he would be criminalized, saying he killed now 2 goddesses to make him look even worse. Something along those lines. But I don't think the intention of these people in power in this world had any idea that, he was going to come in contact with the goddess. I don't think they wanted that to happen or anything, but now that it's happened, it seems like they're trying to spin it in a way to where it looks like he's getting rid of her instead of them getting rid of her, because that's what it looked like. Like, when you think about the way the wording and everything is displayed here, it's like they're trying to get rid of her. And episode 1 kind of putting her in that position as well made it look like they were trying to get rid of her as well, or feed her to the demon blight to some degree. So it's like, why would you do that? Why would you give your enemy such a powerful asset like this? Which also, I want to point out that the demons in this world more or less don't actually look like actual demons. It looks more like a fungal infection. I mean, this has kind of been obvious already, but I feel like this episode really does heavily imply that this demon blight is more like a fungus that gets into people and corrodes their very sanity and turns them into these monsters. And that's what it looks like here. It legitimately looks like, demon blight is man-made, because if we're going along the lines of this is a post-apocalyptic world and potentially the people in the power created this to some degree and they want to keep it around to keep people in check or something, I feel like this is more or less a man-made creation, like a bioweapon of some degree, and it's just turning people into mindless zombies. That's exactly what this looks like to me. Which I'm going to play a bit of theory crafting here, and I'm going to take an educated guess that the heroes and whatever is keeping them alive or allows them to come back, I feel like is more or less the same technology that is adjacent to Demon Blight. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but hear me out. I've read enough light novels, read enough manga, and watched enough anime to know when you have characters that have these, like, different, like, abilities or things that are not normal in comparison to the normal population, it's likely that they are potentially related to some degree to the main enemy's abilities and stuff like that. I could definitely see maybe if the heroes aren't adjacent to the same abilities as, like, the Demon Blight or something, like whatever's going on with them or whoever created them or whatever, I think that they were created by the same creator. Like, for instance, how heroes are able to come back and stuff, even if they're not the same abilities. I feel like the creation...
I don't know if that National Institute of Health was real. I don't think that was real. I just have a feeling that wasn't real. If it was, I don't think that was the best strategy to ask someone something like that. Because those type of questions seem more like... I don't know if it's a government thing, per se, but if that is real, I wouldn't put that in the chat. Yeah, no one will go in the chat. They'll send you a message, at least in some form. No attack on Ryan. I'm not attacking you. I'm pretty sure you're just trying to get data on how VTubers are treated. That's fine. But coming in saying you're a part of a national institute puts some red flags and makes people believe you based on those actions. So I would say, I'm pretty sure you're just trying to get data, and that's fine. Nothing's wrong with that, even if it's personally your own. I don't think there's nothing wrong so far because the question was just a basic question, if anything. I don't even think it was that bad of a question. I think it was pretty sound question. But if it's going to lead to like more personal questions, I suggest at least get that in writing and make it into like a legal document type thing where this is legitimate, or at least proving that there's legitimacy behind it, because people don't want to give their opinions and stuff to something and then, you know, there's no, you know, evidence that it's real or not. So like, that's what I'm saying. So just, if you're still in here, Rhina, if you're still watching, which I hope you are, but if you're not, or anyone's listening to this, if you're deciding to do anything like that, just be transparent. I think that's the best thing to do. Just be transparent. Maybe. But I don't think they did anything wrong. They didn't say anything insane. I would make that more of a DM type thing than a so what does it look like again? Okay. Yeah, I'm checking. I want to make sure I get the nose right because I want it to look as cute as possible. I think I can get a good angle on this. Yeah, I think I've done something worthy of time. Okay. I can get the angle right on this. But yeah, I'm just saying to them that I'm not attacking them. I think if they're really serious, I would just say, send me a DM and then I'll answer your questions. I have no problem. It's in the description if you're listening. I don't know if they're too shy, but if you're here, it's in the description. You can click the Discord or you can send me an email. My email's also on the business thing. It should be in my bio. It's a goon. Yeah.
Who created the heroes is the same people that created the Demon Blight. That's my takeaway on that. But I like this episode. It's a very fun episode. It's very enjoyable. I will be honest, it's not as good as episode 1. I will be completely blunt there. But at the end of the day, as I've already stated, this is a breather episode. This is an episode meant to wind you down, set you in the world, give you world building. It's not supposed to be movie quality.
Just put the link in there for them, just in case of this thing.
I'm just, you know, this is
because I said sorry if they offended me or something.
Sentence Me Heroes episode 2 had more movement in it than the entirety of One Punch Man season 3. I know that's not.
I hope I didn't scare them or anything.
It was basically a slideshow, but what I'm trying to say is that even the lowest bare minimum that is potentially people might say this is is way better above and beyond season 3. And I'm not saying that this is below average or even an average episode. It's definitely above average standards. I'm not gonna lie. Like out of episodes from 2026 so far that I have watched, this is definitely an above average episode too. It is. Like, it really is. And I think that anyone that's trying to doom post about it and act like it's terrible is just, they're wanting to find something to hate. They're wanting to find something to dislike about this series because they hate the fact that it is becoming popular. That is my takeaway on the matter. But, with that being said, Sentence to be a Hero. Yeah, it's not a one-hit wonder. I was concerned, but here we are. It's good. I cannot wait for episode 3 to air next week. Yeah, tell me your thoughts, guys. Are you enjoying this series? Are you going to keep watching the series? Are you going to read the light novel? Let me know in the comments below. Curious to see what you guys think. But if you enjoy my content,
I command you to stop. Stop. Where's the off button on this thing? All right. Thank you for that, Silver, for sending me this for the Sentence to be Hero. For a little bit of psyop of the episode 2. I will still watch it still. I know you didn't put a lot of spoilers in there at all, so that was good. Victory Screech! Woo! Alright, let's see. Now, Lyra wanted us... there was Lyra. Lyra said she wanted to see us watch. I'm pretty sure, especially her. Yes, it was. I find it funny that when we was watching something insane, we had 20-something people, I think almost 30-something people watching. It was getting up to likes after likes. As soon as we made it more wholesome, it got low. It's like if I'm drawing big titty anime chickens, you see a bunch of people in here giving me all types of responses, and then when I'm drawing something wholesome as this, it's just like... this throws that the human mind is really attracted to insane things most cases. Not all the time, but most cases. They want to understand things that they know really turns on that neural monkey brain in the it's kind of insane. All right, so this is the One Piece Season 2 official trailer for Netflix. I don't know if I might get in trouble with Netflix, but I don't care. So let's see where this takes us for those who haven't seen it yet. Megatron. People want chaos and boobs. Yeah, that's what they really want. They want the chaos and boobs. They don't want to say it because, you know, it'll make the blue hairs mad.
At first they were merely a rumor. A dark whisper.
Yep. And that's why Cop Girls
works.
They're an organization of assassins.
It's the absence of hope. You will never find the One Piece.
My friends.
Together.
There's nothing we can't take on.
So you're captain of the Straw Hat Pirates.
Megatron.
Monkey D. Luffy. You might think you're unstoppable, but your friends aren't made of rubber.
You gotta be.
These guys are unstoppable!
Now's my turn.
Good luck.
Yep. Someday. It's possible, boys. Let me see. It's weird because some they made changes, so that may not really sit well for most people. A lot of changes per se, just for it to make sense. Yeah, I would be a little more excited. I'm actually more excited for this than Doomsday. I'm not gonna lie either. I'm not even gonna pretend like I'm not. Let me see. That's gonna be in, I think, the next season. That's gonna be probably next season. We'll see. Maybe. Let me see here. All right. Later, Silver. Remember, bro. I'm near done, actually. I just gotta pull in the clothes. This is just be a sketch. I want to clean. I know it looks like she has a chipmunk mouth. Don't worry. That's not teeth. That is not teeth. That is not teeth. Just to be clear, that is not teeth. Yeah, go read a Bible if it helps you with your spirit. Go read it. I did give you guys warning. It's gonna be insane. I try to give you guys warning. It was insane. I did give you warning at least. And then just dropped it on you like that. You read the Old Testament. Let me see. Oh no, this is a commission OC I'm working for. I'm doing for my client here. She's in here right now. Kyla, she wanted me to draw her character, so I'm doing that real quick. Let's see. Oh yeah, you did. It was insane. It was insane. One of the most insane things I've probably ever showed on my channel.
I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble.
Okay. All right, let me see here. It says they want me killed for uploading this video. Let me see. So Chibi came out with another video no more than an hour ago and says here it's about the creator of Gachiakuta. That's why I'm showing this. It says Chibi review says they will kill me. They want me killed for uploading this video. What is this video? Is this about the art?
Trouble for uploading this video. People are going to try to send me death threats. They're going to try to cancel me, slander me in any single way. But what I'm going to talk about in this video needs to be talked about because
Child of God. It's called Child of God.
When you have an offer of a very popular anime and manga having to go on record and say something like this, and then something like this today, after already them being accused that they're racist a few weeks back for the live action that was completely out of their hands, things have just reached a critical mass that is just so toxic. I think it's actually rivaled or even surpassing the My Hero Academia fanbase, which is... I never thought was possible. Like, I never thought I would actually utter words like that out of my mouth, that there is a fan base likely more toxic than My Hero Academia. The same fan base that sent death threats to Horikoshi over just how he draws his characters. I cannot believe we've reached this point. Like, everybody is now talking about this in the last few hours. Like, you have the actual main Reddit r/Gachiakuta even talking about this for the last few days, and how people are even creating fan fiction of the author, forcing the author having to comment on this fan fiction narrative that they're creating about her. Like, this is what the author had to say. You can see Kei Urana at the top right there, and this is what they literally posted today. The internet, Urana is non-binary. And then this is what Urana says. Really, obviously in short, refuting those claims like, I'm not non-binary.
See, this is why you never, ever, 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 ever accommodate these people. This is why you don't accommodate the alphabet mafia, because shit like this will start happening and then they'll never leave you alone. This is why you don't go down this path with them. This is why you don't even oblige them. You just, no. I'm just dead serious. And I'm not talking about just regular people who happen to be gay. I'm talking about the insane ones. I'm not talking about just anyone. The ones that are just insane. Yeah, it is normal. 9 times out of 10, it is normal to a degree. But it is insane.
Pretty much refuting that, no, they probably don't identify as non-binary. And these people were so assured and assumed that, you know, the actual author of Gachiakuta was non-binary that they built this narrative, this fan fiction of the author to such a point to where you have like 35,000 likes, 1 million views, and thankfully now they're getting community noted, which leads to this post
or
right here.
Don't even mention your orientation. Try to make it as ambiguous as possible. Making it as ambiguous as possible, because like these people are insane. Remember, they still go after Oda for the Yamato thing. Is it Yamato?
So,
That's why I
this
show
is
your
the post
hands.
at least to where I got the information from at first when it graced my feed. It's actually insane. Like, this is insane just how deranged this fan base has gotten. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, this is unhinged. Like, actually unhinged, where an offer has to go on their actual social media and communicate not just with their Japanese fan base, but the people in the West. And I want to reiterate this before I go any further. These responses, like on the 13th of January, and then this response earlier today, this comes out after weeks of the offer being accused of racism. Like, back in the middle of December, towards the end of December, there was like a live action post.
She's gonna hate Westerners. She's gonna hate the West. If she has not, she will eventually. Everyone starts hating us because people like this exist. They don't know how to separate their nonsense from a show and make their whole nonsense their everything. They make everything about themselves their everything, and it's usually trying just to put a form of like control over other people. That's insane. If
to reveal for Gachiakuta, and everybody on the cover was Asians. Now, this might not seem like anything too crazy if you're out of the loop, but basically, Gachiakuta does have a few people of color within its manga. And obviously, if you're wanting to do a live action, it would kind of make sense to do a person of color for the character that is a person of color. But obviously they didn't, and probably the reason for this, which the offer kind of elaborates on, but it was revealed that there was not enough black actors within Japan to be able to do the role for the live action of Gachiakuta. That's at least the response that the company gave the offer of Gachiakuta. So the internet, regardless of the actual circumstances around it, started saying that she was racist for it, allowing like blackface and all this other type of stuff, which is complete insanity. Unhinged. Completely unhinged. Like, I saw this a few weeks back, and I was thinking of making a video talking about it, but it was crazy. But now it's escalated to such a point where now people are creating fanfics about the offer's characters, saying like, oh, your character is trans, and they're like, no, I don't think that's the case. The character is definitely not trans. And then, you know, they're calling the offer trans, or in this case, non-binary, correction, and then the offer refuting that as well. It's just like, dude, it's very clear that the offer is starting to not really like the fan base that they have. Like, it's very obvious.
That's
which is
and this is part of why when people ask me, I love your art, you do so well at art, why don't you start a manga or a webtoon? I'm like, I have really no issue of doing that. I just know what comes with that. First, you have to put that commitment towards it, and the second thing with that is that you have to deal with rabid fans who like your stuff, and then sometimes some fans don't know when to like let it be a medium, and that's it. They have to make it about themselves, and if you don't answer their questions, or you try to keep things on the hush, or you're trying to make characters that are appealing but yet make sense to the story, they're gonna make their stupid fan theories. And this is why I don't like the whole everyone talking about Stranger Things and saying, oh, there's a theory in this, there's a theory in that. People who usually do things like that in such a small amount of time are coping for something. It's usually cope, and the problem with that is they take that cope theory just to justify what's ever going on and ignore what the author said just to make their headcanon sound. That's insane. That's insane. And then if you don't go with that head theory that they made up, they have a problem with you. Remember, you made that universe. All of a sudden, they hate you for the universe you made. This is exactly what J.K. Rowling has to deal with on a constant basis. That's why I don't want to do it. Because if I actually write something that's worth a damn, if it does become anything, I have to deal with insane people. And everybody's like, why is there not a lot of LGBT characters in your stuff? Well, I didn't write LGBT characters. I don't have to. There's 1,000 other ones. Why do I have to? This is the problem. If I make a game that is only hetero people specifically, and that's because I know hetero ideals and stuff, why does it make you mad that it's not for you? Go read the other ones that has that in there. It's not that big deal. Try drawing once and try. Oh God.
Very concerning sign for a variety of reasons. I have seen authors communicate with their fan bases or deranged fans in the past. Like,
I can make her love the West.
He is communicate with his fan base, and eventually just shut himself off to where he didn't communicate with anyone in his fan base anymore because of just how toxic it got. And, you know, for a long time, I thought maybe, Kohei Horikoshi might do the exact same thing because of just how toxic, MHA was. But obviously that didn't happen. But we never saw Horikoshi directly communicating with his fan base. This is one of those exceptions to where you see an offer communicating with their fan base, and you could just see that there is definitely this tension, this anger that is silently bubbling to the surface, because these responses happening back to back indicates that the offer is either A, getting tired of these just narratives being spread, or the offer is just trying to set the record straight to completely silence this conversation in its entirety. Regardless, absolutely
they all miss your disembodied
these individuals are doing, creating fanfic, gleefully believing these lies and stuff, and the offer having to post on their official social media about this.
What? Read the thing!
Oh my goodness, dude. Like, I can't not... Oh, dude, it's so bad, man. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna leave it at that. I just wanted to talk about this. This fan base has really lost it. This honestly really is the current issue with modern day anime and manga fan bases. Like, I'm serious, because we didn't have this issue as bad in the 2010s and before that as well. It's escalated so much thanks to COVID. It's crazy. Like, this is unhinged. This is the very thing that happened to, the gaming industry and stuff. These deranged freaks that make these headcanons and different narratives about people or different things that think they know better than the offer or the person in general. You know, they think they know better, and it leads to so much toxicity, negativity. It just... Oh... Okay, I'm becoming a VTuber? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to leave it at that. You all have a good night. Leave a like on the video if you enjoyed it, and leave a comment as well. Chibi out.
She's just going to find time. All right, Chibi's done. I'm near done with the actual drawing here, believe it or not. I'm actually close. I just need to put in the hair, put in the clothes, and then do the helmet and then the wings. That actually won't take long. I'll do this. I'll put the clothes in, and then... oh my god, that's cold! Holy moly! Oh my god! Oh yeah, that reminds me. You missed it.
It's you.
She will. She will. She definitely will be my follower count as soon as possible. I have to design her VTubing model. You missed it.
With what?
We did some creepypasta stuff.
Oh damn!
We did 2 or 3 creepypastas, and the last one was batshit crazy, and it was disgusting as hell.
Have you heard of the one? Okay.
We did Child of God.
Ooh.
It was horrible. Horrible, not in quality, but horrible.
It's like when they cry, kind of horrible.
Worse.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, that was I think I just traumatized some of my viewers because it was that bad.
It was one creepypasta I came across.
Yeah.
It was about a couple that have been trying for a kid for the longest.
Yeah.
The wife is a painter.
Mm.
And she keeps having miscarriage. For some reason, she's not really affected by the miscarriage.
You know what? Wait, if this is a thing, send this to me. Don't even tell me this.
I can't find it. I've been looking for it for years.
What do you mean you're looking for it?
I've been looking for this creepypasta.
You should just subscribe it. Go to ChatGPT. It might find it for you.
I need to.
Yeah, the child God was insane. If you go and listen to that, we had Grief say it to us. You know Grief?
Yeah.
It was so far that was the most horrendous thing I've ever heard. So far, out of all the creepypasta, that's the most horrendous, disgusting thing I've ever heard. It was disgusting and just horrible. Just horrible.
It was a part of my imagination. That was a real creepypasta.
It was all part of her imagination. Said hi. Hey, Radioactive, what's going on? The only thing chat should do. Alright, guys, so we have this video here from Otozi. He just dropped this an hour ago. It says, new disrespectful IRL streamer. What?
Just finding videos are literally popping up an hour. They really did pop up an hour ago.
Yeah, I find some good videos, and then I subscribe, and they'd be posted in every 3 times. So I was like, The needle and the nail part was wild. Like that was probably the most upsetting. That for me was the most upsetting part. Visually, it made me feel like grab from my hands compared to everything else. Everything else was just gross, disgusting, and horrendous. And they're very good and they're fresh. All right.
You gotta punch them broken fingers.
Yeah, I had my hands too. That was crazy. So it says here, a new disrespectful IRL streamer just arrested in the Philippines. I think that's Johnny Somali's friend, ex-friend, that black guy who got knocked out with Johnny Salami, or whatever his name is. He got in trouble. Now let's see what this is about.
Seems like this disrespectful IRL streamer was arrested in the Philippines. And I'm saying it seems like because it sure looks like it, but we don't have any official report yet. And yes, before we're starting the video, I'm traveling, as you can see, and I got a haircut because I had a whole lot of time to kill today, because you'll actually see that in my next video, or a video that's coming very soon. Anyway, the story that we're talking about in today's video, if this is real, this is crazy. How do some people never learn? But the dude we're talking about today is somewhat known as Gino, who is essentially known from being Johnny Somali's sidekick. He had his whole claim to fame over in Japan with Johnny Somali. He was like his accomplice, you could technically say. They did actually get arrested together in Japan, but he did end up snitching on Johnny over in Japan and was then released from jail early, or way before Johnny. And then he ended up leaving Johnny in Japan. And at this point in time, he did go back to the States for a bit, but I guess he couldn't just stop the urge from going back to Asia and harassing people on the street for content. So he ended up going back to Thailand, where this clip went viral.
I don't care what it is. I want a good salon.
Oh, I remember this.
I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to, right?
I'm still trying to understand how you ever get to this point as a man. Like, number one, doing this to begin with, but also live streaming yourself this way is truly just a fascinating use of free will. Now, you would think that Johnny would actually hate Gino after, snitching on him in Japan.
Nope.
But both these guys, they don't have any morals, so it doesn't matter. So they did end up reuniting in South Korea, because I guess Gino didn't learn from the first time of hanging out with Johnny and streaming with him that it was a bad idea. Or just in general, that doing their kind of content while harassing people is a bad idea. But hey, clearly these guys are not learning anything. So again, they reunited in South Korea, and that's when they both started finding out, because he had the honor of getting knocked out together with Johnny, which is where that infamous Mario coin knockout clip is from. But after a handful of those moments, it seems like Gino had some sense knocked into him, and he realized, maybe I shouldn't stay in South Korea because I don't want to repeat the Japan situation. So he got out of there. And right after Gino got out of there, Johnny was about to leave, and he couldn't. So in this like brain dead version of two morons who cannot act right, Gino got the last chopper out of, I guess, South Korea instead of Vietnam in this case. But just because Gino had a little bit of self-awareness does not mean that he was actually smart enough to stop streaming in this matter. Because after being in the US for just a little bit again, I guess he just yearned to go back to Asia and harass strangers for content again. And for some reason, he decided to go to the Philippines after everything that's happened with Vitaly. And not only did he go to the Philippines, he decided to go to the Philippines and commit a serious crime. Again, after we know everything that happened with Vitaly. So like, why? Basically, everyone in the online community has seen how hard the Philippines backhanded Vitaly for acting out in the...
The person who made the art you're referencing, yes, they, is Kyla. Kyla made this, so she's paying me to draw her character, in, I guess, in my style, per se. But they paid for the chibi version, so... a chibi sketch version of them, so I'm trying to make it as good as possible.
Philippines. So why Gino would ever go commit a serious crime, which is actually worse than anything that Vitaly did. Because as long as Vitaly isn't charged for stealing that motorcycle, which officially he hasn't been yet, the charge that Gino is allegedly facing is infinitely worse than anything Vitaly is facing. And we know The Vitali has now been locked up in jail for almost a year now. And you have some crazy rumors coming from jail as well. You have all sorts of rumors circulating just in the last couple of weeks that he was seriously injured in jail. Now, we have no idea if it's actually true or not because it's hard to verify anything coming out of the Philippines because it's not as public as the U.S. In the U.S., you can pretty much look up most court cases. In the Philippines, you can't. But, okay, so as of right now, all of the information we have is from Johnny Smalley's Discord, a Twitter user by the name of Johnny So Smalley, and some Filipino news reports. So what started all this is we have Gino announcing that he got jumped in the Philippines. So here we see the pictures here. They jumped me here. He looks rough in that picture. And then suddenly we got him posting a picture of him in handcuffs
what's going on, dude?
Free
XMD?
Gino. Awesome. And of course everyone in the Discord's like, haha, no hopping on the plane this time because so many of the people in this Discord, they just want to see the downfall of Johnny and Gino and any of the other streamers. Like the whole appeal of watching these people is watching the downfall of these streamers, which is why they send these crazy donations to try to get them either arrested or for some fight to break out. But anyway, pay attention to this outfit because it becomes important later on. So we have a white collared shirt and blue jeans and a brown belt.
Yo, bro, I have no money, chat. I have no money, bro. I want to somebody.
I don't know when that video was from, but okay, interesting. There's rumors that's from one of his last streams, and now suddenly there's allegations that he assaulted someone. Oh boy. So now we have more reports saying that he was involved in a stabbing in the Philippines. So here we have a cutoff image. You have the white collared shirt.
Hey,
you have
Rhino,
the blue
welcome
jeans
back.
there. You
Hope
have
you
the
heard what I said
handcuffs
earlier.
in the front. Yeah, I mean, dude, same hair, same.
Didn't mean to make you feel any way. Was not trying to make you feel bad. I hope you heard what I said earlier. I don't know if you left at the time, but you know.
Little goatee going on. I mean,
no disrespect to you.
The
or anything.
white collared.
I was just letting you know how I would approach that per se.
Shirt. You have the blue jeans there. You have the handcuffs in the front. Yeah, I mean, dude, same hair, same little goatee going on. I mean, this looks like Gino. This definitely looks like Gino. I transcribed the clip and it says this. This is about a foreigner, an American national who recently complained / filed a report about what happened to him with his girlfriend at a tipsy bar along Salinas Drive. Barangay Lahug, Cebu City. The victim you're referring to is this 27-year-old alias Chloe, who also lives in Barangay Lutupan, Toledo City. That's the one. The victim is a virtual assistant. So here we have another incident summary. A foreign national identified as an American citizen is currently being held at Mabolo Police Detention Facility. He was arrested after allegedly assaulting his girlfriend at a bar in Salinas Drive. Okay, so that at least matches the previous one that we read. Detailed transcription. Victim identity. The victim is a 20-year-old virtual assistant referred to the alias as Chloe, who resides in Barangay Luputan, Toledo City. Suspect identity. The suspect is a 26-year-old American national identified as Jeremy, who lives in the residential building of Barangay Teriu in Cebu City. Context of the incident. The couple met through a dating site. This was their first time meeting in person.
Wait, what's happening?
They had been drinking together at a bar earlier that evening, and the conflict started here. The altercation began at approximately 3 in the morning. The suspect allegedly became upset and physically assaulted the victim after she attempted to leave the bar by getting on a different motorcycle. I'm assuming that would be with another man. The reporters speculate the language barrier or a misunderstanding regarding their transportation arrangements may have contributed to the conflict. The current status is the suspect is facing charges related to...
So yeah, I get this a lot from students or potential students. They always ask me this question. I should just make a video on it. But like, they ask me, when should I price or how should I price? You should price based within your skill level. So what that means is, say, what are you doing? Say, okay, put it this way. If you draw something like this, if you was someone who don't draw and saw this, who doesn't draw that well, does this look like something that would be worth, I would say, let's just say, $100? Maybe not, per se. Because you got to compare it in that sense, within the skill level you're in. So if you're like, say, your skill level is like a level 5, like let's say there's level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels. but you're in Class D. So you're a Class D level 2 artist. So what you should be charging is like $10, like, yeah, be like $5, $6, $5 first, $10, 15, 20, and then at max 25. You know what I'm saying? Now I would say like a headshot is $5, half a body's 10, sketch wise, you know what I'm saying? You gotta look at it that way, right? But if you're like, say, a level B, you're a Class B. Yeah, if you're like a Class B, and the highest level, say A, right? You're a level B. I mean, Class B, and you're like a level, say, 4. A headshot should be at least like it would be more like a headshot should be at least, I'll say, $20. Half body should be 30. Full body should be 34. Say full body will be like what, 50?
80.
8. No, that's too high.
It is?
Yeah, I said B. I'm trying to make it like make sense to a degree.
Because I would do headshot 20, full half body.
You know what I'm saying?
And then like.
And if you're like a S tier, like say you're a professional, like you're like you made professional work for like companies and organizations, you should look at like, yeah, like 45. So like if you're like a SS, like a say like in anime, they're like SSS, SSSA, and then like in Devil May Cry. So if you're like a triple S, a headshot should be like $200.
Yeah.
Or even higher than that, like $200. Especially if you have a name, you have a name, people know you, you have a following, all that stuff. If you're like a SS individual, you off $250 for a headshot. So, and then like a half body should be like what, like $300. Like that's how you should look at it. That's how I think I should do a video on this. But like literally, like you should put it in classes and both on those levels. Kind of like if you're playing like yeah, that too. You get paid by panels, depending if you're doing like, if you're doing, I don't think animation, but if you're doing like manga or you can pay based on the panels and all that stuff. Yeah, like you gotta think of it like you're playing Overwatch. If you were played that, like you're a level, like you're a bronze level, but like a level 5 or something, a level 5 bronze, and then when you pass like level 5, you're like a silver 1. Does that make sense? So it's like that. So charge based on that. So if you were to class your work, I would say, in my honest opinion, I would put this in, I wouldn't say a D, like A, B, C, D, E, A, B, C, D, E. I would put it probably D3. I would put D3. I put this level like D3-ish, or at least a high E to like a C. I mean D, I said E, D. My bad, said that wrong. Correct, yeah, so think of every class of the quality. And then the level is based on the understanding of quality. Yeah, different prices based on that skill level. So like look at it that way, right? Does that make sense? So like the quality you're getting is an S tier quality at a low level. Does that make sense? In the slab. Let me see. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Yes, there you go. So it puts you in a sense of like, can your friend draw this? Like, if your friend can draw it, maybe you should charge less. If your friend can't draw, say your friend's going to buy from you, and they look at a drawing you're doing, make it make sense in the sense of, can your friend replicate this? If they can replicate it by drawing it themselves, maybe you need to like price it a little lower. You know what I'm saying? But if it's something that your friend cannot do, if they really put their head into it and they really can't do it off rip, then you can actually charge higher, or at least at a reasonable time. And then you gotta look at time. How long does it take you? Does it take you an hour? Does it take you 3 days? Like, you gotta think of like minimum wage. I think minimum wage is what, seven what?
It's $7.25.
$7.25. So if it takes you like say 3 hours to draw this, $7.25 times 3. Okay, I'm friend with people who works in Marvel. Are you really? That's awesome. That's actually awesome. That's really cool. So you have to look at it that way. Like, if your customer can replicate it by drawing it themselves, or at least putting the effort of drawing it, then you need to put it back. But if it's not, then you can keep it where you want it to be. And remember, everyone's different. So even if you might be in the same level, like quality level and skill level as someone. Ooh, that's actually cool. That's actually really cool. So like, that's actually really cool. So like, I'm burping. So like, if you have someone who's in the same level as you and they're pricing a little higher, that's only based on their preference, what they feel they should be getting based on their time.
So I got a question.
But you have to be honest with yourself. If you was buying it, would you buy it at this price? Honestly, if you say no, then you need the price back. If you think yes, then keep where it is. Because some people might pay for $100 for this off rip. Some people just want to support the artist and give this $100 off rip. They don't even care. They just want to see a small artist get something of value. Some people are like that. But if we're talking about quality, if you want like customers, not someone who's just being nice, if you want a customer, you gotta be honest with yourself. That's where you gotta look at it. That?
Yeah.
That drawing?
Yeah.
I would look at that and see that that's close to this. This is like a level D.
Mm-hmm.
Quality D, level between 2 or 4.
2 or 4?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I got this free though.
So. Yeah, you just gotta be honest with yourself. Like, ask your friends. Sometimes you can just ask your family, say, how much would you pay for this? Like, in a reasonable price. You might get similar numbers. And if you can find a similar number within those people you asked, you can find your place. Oh, yeah, and plus it's furry art. That's the thing. That's also a thing because, you know, there's a lot of, you know, furry stuff. So, like, the furry stuff can also come into play. Sometimes the genre of work that you do can make all the difference. So, like, if you're doing something super realistic, you can probably charge higher because it's super detailed. But if it's something cartoony or even anime, you gotta probably price a little lower. I understand. I got it. It's all right. You gotta put everything in consideration and how long it takes you. So, like, you should charge based on minimum wage. If it takes you, like, say, like, 24 hours to make this, I would say, what is it? Like, calculator. And say it takes you 24 hours. So, like, how much is this? 7 what?
Say $7.25, I think it's right.
$7.25?
Yeah.
Times 24. That's 124. I'll divide it by 2. 87. I think, yeah, if it takes you 2 days times 2. Maximum, you probably should, at max, you should charge is 80 within the skill. I would probably, this is crazy because, like, okay, so this is what I'm doing. I don't know if this is a good idea to do this, but like, so like if it's 725 times, yeah, leave me alone, Mikey. 24 hours, that's 174. I would cut that off by half because of like skill level and stuff. And 87 at max for 2 days, 87. I think 87 should be your maximum that you should be charging for 2 days. So that's what I would do. That's the max you should actually go if it takes you that long. I would put out the regular price, but because of the skill level, that's where it's the quality of work you're giving. Because remember, you gotta think of the quality, not how fast you are. Speed doesn't match.
Right. Situation.
All right, you guys can see me. See my hand. You guys hear me? I'm pretty sure you can hear me now. Yeah, all right, you're coming in clear. Okay, good. So what I was saying is 87 should be probably your maximum for right now, as like your maximum per se, because it depends on how long it takes you. But I would recommend to build on that quality, because a lot of people get this confused with the idea if I get it done fast, that means good quality. No, speed does not necessarily means good quality. It just means how fast you got it done. Great, but if it looks like shit, then it's just pointless. Imagine you draw something really fast within, I don't know, like 2 hours. That's your fastest. And you give it to a client, and they paid $100 and something for it, and it looks like utter dog shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just looked like utter dog shit. They're gonna be mad, right? I'd rather give an artist $100 and they took a week to make it than me giving them $100 and get it in 2 hours and it looks like ass. So it doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? In that sense. So think of it that way. Speed does not mean quality. It just means how fast you got it done. That's fine. If they paid you, if you feel like you got paid within the 3 days, I would say it was 3 days. So like 7.25 times, how is that, 72. At max, they should at least for the 3 days 261 if you're going to do that. But if you're really not sure, I would just still charge at least, at minimum, $130. I think that's fair. Because remember, we're putting the idea of the quality of level. Oh, okay. So you fully colored it. Okay. Yeah, I would keep it to that. If you're gonna do all that coloring and all that stuff, maybe keep it to this number. But I would probably bring it down a little bit, because that sounds like a lot to a lot of people. $200 is a lot, especially if it's just like a sketch and it's like traditional and you can't really rearrange. That's because when it comes to traditional, I think it should be more, because there's a lot of it can be kind of permanent, especially what they're asking for, like a line art or color, and like, you know, you're using pen. That's a permanent thing, because that happens, you can't make changes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And yeah. So you gotta keep that in check. That is send that to me. I might be able to get. Send that to me. Send that to me. I'm gonna do a thing on that. Oh my god, dude.
I've been dying for this shirt.
Oh my god.
I'm totally rocking that work.
Yes, you're asleep. No.
I want a grist shirt, but they only sell the main characters now.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. Now, I hope that answers your question. Kyla, I hope it answers your question as best as I could.
violation of the Republic Act 9262, the Anti-Violence Against Women and Children Act. The suspect has declined to give a statement to the media at this time. Okay, so it seems like, depending on the victim's injuries, he could be facing up to 12 years in prison. Awesome, dude. What are you doing? For slight or physical injury, the penalty could be 1 month and 1
Yeah,
day,
no problem.
up to 6 months.
You know what? I'll do a video on this because this is a question that comes up not very like little. It comes up a lot. So I might have to do a video on this very thing.
I have that same problem too.
So, you know.
Then on top of that, he also has to wait until he can have his trial, which, as Vitaly is finding out, can take quite a while. Apparently up to 2 years. Dude. So as of right now, I mean, what we can really see is him claiming he's arrested, and then now we have an official news report with a picture of a dude. It's not showing the top part of his face, but it seems like same clothes and everything. Same hair, same goatee. It looks like it's him. So I would say there's a very high probability that this in fact happened and that it was Gino that did it. And if this did really happen, Gino will be MIA for a while. Because odds are, when he's finished sitting in the jail that he's currently in, they could transfer him to the detention center that Vitaly is currently in, which we know is no 5-star resort. I still cannot believe that someone would be so stupid to not only commit a crime in the Philippines, but to also commit a violent crime in the Philippines. This is not hard, guys. I was just in the Philippines just a few weeks ago, and it was very easy to just enjoy the country and interact with the lovely people there and not commit felonies. It's surprisingly easy to not be an absolute scumbag. So overall, massive skill issue. But as of right now, this is all we know. When more details come out, I'll probably be covering it. But if you want to see the video I made a few weeks ago of going to the Philippines, you can watch it right here. Drop a like on this video if you enjoyed it, and subscribe if you're new. I'll see you guys in the next video. Also, yeah, we have a pretty interesting travel video coming out soon as well. Because a certain person I was covering today just didn't show up to court. So, I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, we played yesterday. We're not playing today. I gotta get this done. Okay, we got the hair in. I'll fix the hair up in a second. I just want to. I want to put on the clothes because she just looks like she's just kind of like mannequin at this point. Okay, we're about to finish up, guys. Don't worry. I know my mods are tired, and I understand they've been sitting out here. Both Brian and Mikey's doing their best. They're doing the best, and I'm proud of you both. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing mods. She's finished. Oh my god, this popped up again too? What the hell?
So guys,
my god, these drama YouTubers, I should start getting the drama YouTubers. Like,
are you sure you want to do that?
I don't know yet, because like these people just, this was 3 hours ago. We just watched a video you made like no more than 2 hours ago. What the hell?
Looks like we actually have OnlyFans models actually beefing with politicians now.
Breakfast?
This Republican politician by the name of James Fishback out of Florida said, "Hey, at Sophie Rain, pay up. It's time to raise teacher pay and improve school lunches," followed by posting this video.
And so if I'm governor of Florida, if I'm elected on August 18th, 2026 as the Republican candidate to succeed Ron DeSantis, we're passing a 50% tax on all OnlyFans income. And guess what? For Sophie Rain, who is a proud resident of Florida, that means she's going to have to pay $42 million. $42 million to the state of Florida, which I'm going to use for two purposes. We're going to increase public school teacher pay, and we're going to...
Oh my God!
Something that Michelle Obama promised and never got around to.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from the man himself. And I just got to say, a 50% wealth or income tax on an OnlyFans girl, you know, which would equate to $42 million for Sophie Rain if you believe she actually makes that much money. It's kind of crazy to me, I'm not going to lie. And of course, Sophie Rain clapped back by saying, targeting a group of individuals using their job to survive when there are multi-billion-dollar corrupt businesses that don't pay any taxes is insane.
Never in my whole life.
Yeah, but when you really stop and think about it, lady, are you putting any true, like, value to the world? Let's just be honest here. Let's just call it for what it truly is, right? Because you girls are not really bringing any true value. You're just helping degeneracy at its highest. And then I have to deal with those degenerate idiots when I'm drawing something because they can't separate their gooning from, I don't know, a drawing. Especially when it's something very simple as this. Because someone came in there and says, draw the titties bigger or some crap like that. When they see I'm drawing something that is wholesome. But they can't help themselves because you exist. That's exactly why I have no problem with this to a degree. I understand, but you know, you women has been on that easy button ride for a good while now. So I think it's time to, you know, even that playing field, you know? You're making millions of dollars just existing. I think you should give your money. I'm not even for taking other people's money like that, but you're not showing any real value. So I don't know. I think someone said draw the food earlier. Yeah, they said some insane thing earlier. Yeah. I get a lot of that.
Life, did I think that I would wake up and see a Florida politician trying to start beef with me for clout?
Yep.
So he's proposing a sin tax on bops where we would have to pay 50% to the state on top of the 37 I already paid to the government.
That is crazy. A sin tax on bops is a wild statement. And yes, Sophie Rain claims that she already pays 37% of her income tax proudly and says, and I quote, "I would be glad to pay more if big businesses weren't paying $0 in taxes." Followed by this image. You can pause the video and, you know, read it yourself if you want.
Her simps will come into our rescue. Oh, you did? Well, cool. Let's go.
So, yeah, this is nuts.
And I would be more than happy to pay
You can put
that
your drawings in there if you like.
multi-billion-dollar corporations
What?
were also being properly taxed. But surprise, they're not. I never usually get into politics, but there are clearly better ways to raise funds from actual corrupt businesses in our country. I think that people also fail to realize that there are so many creators on this platform that do this job because they're struggling. So to tax them like that when they're...
Are you struggling? Ask that question. Are you struggling?
Are you currently struggling?
Don't you live in a mansion? You live in a mansion, lady. Actually, quite frank, you had the CEO who was cheating on his wife with his secretary to send you money. Last I checked, are you struggling? We can make her struggle. Sad boy, chill. I also just joined your Discord. Then add. Then just add a nice looking frame to get an extra 100. Like, when you think of it, are you struggling, lady? You said the word struggling. I don't think you're struggling. Given the money you make and you was bragging on that one show you was on, you have a bunch of men who are actually I know majority of your customers are married men who send you money. Yeah. Married men. So are you struggling, lady? I don't know. We know your name because of what you do. So are you struggling?
Literally doing it just to support their families is sad. I would much rather continue donating directly to people in need because we all really know where our tax dollars.
Now, to be fair, you know...
Don't play that game. What? Don't play that game. What the hell?
Since OnlyFans is a remote job and it's not a brick and mortar or a physical location, if this tax were to ever be implemented, which I don't believe it ever would, you could, you know, simply just move. You could literally just move to another state or a different country or whatever, you know, anywhere where this tax does not preside over your income. And to be honest, Sophie Rain is right. This would mostly impact, you know, lower level OF girls who are just using this to aid their main income. This would be essentially a tax on broke OF girls who are just using this as a little boost to their traditional 9-to-5. So Sophie Rain and the likes like Camila Arujo and the rest of these Bop House girls, they wouldn't be impacted. They're already millionaires. They have the means to travel and move to wherever the hell they want to move to. But for people who don't make anywhere near as Sophie Rain does, they would be impacted by this. And I'm just speaking about this logically, regardless of your moral...
It should be... Yes, right? They have a bunch of them. They're all grown men. She got money. Remember, the guy who we saw at the Nickelback concert. Oh, was it Nickelback? It wasn't Nickelback. It was Coldplay. When you know when Coldplay put the spotlight on that CEO guy? Yeah. And when he was with his secretary hugging her up when he had a wife? That's the same dude who was giving her money. He was giving her $30,000 for very videos. $30,000 per video. Personal videos. I think he went. I think he gave her like $200,000 for like 2 videos once.
What?
That tells you. Is you struggling really? I don't know. You think you're struggling?
You know what they're struggling?
Yeah.
They're struggling because they spend it all and never save.
Yeah, they never say. I don't think she has like an accountant like that.
No. I
don't think so. Let me see. She said, "Where do you put it?" Let me go to the. Which one is called? It was the. It should be the artwork section, right? Oh. It should be the artwork section. Artstream. That's Artstream, my bad. Yeah, hold on. What the hell? Hold on, I got you guys. Hold on. It was the... Which one was it? Guys, it was the artwork one, right? Yeah, it was artwork. It says artwork. If you verify yourself, you see the artwork section. It should be in here. Here it says artwork. Click on artwork, and then you should be able to see everything. It says artwork. I don't know if you can see it well. Hold on. Right here. It says it right here, artwork. And then you should see all this stuff. I think some people's putting some Gachiakuta fan art in there. Nathan. Okay, Nate put some stuff in there. That's cool. Nothing but
Del Flamingo.
Yeah.
I don't know him.
Let me see here. You really don't. That's why a lot of these influencers has kind of figured out when they start making that crazy US money, they go to another country. It won't let you verify on Discord. I'll help you with that a bit later. In a second. Send me a message. Can you send me a message, a DM, and I'll just... no.
You have to verify your email first. That's usually the problem.
Oh, they didn't you gotta verify the email. If you didn't verify the email, that's probably where you're having an issue. Yeah.
Opinions about this, I'm just letting you know that, yeah, she is technically right. And in the comment section, you know, people are saying, you know, in response to her post, bitch, you are the multi-billion-dollar corrupt businesses. Someone else said, your quote-unquote work should be criminalized and abolished. You absolute... We have to censor that, but it starts with a W and ends with an E. Brian Krasenstein said he's probably mad because he can't afford your subscription price, which I don't know what kind of comeback that is. Like, is that supposed to be some kind of flex if you can afford $5 or $10 per month for Sophie Rain's content? Sophie Rain also said, sounds like you subscribed and got buyer's remorse after dropping your annual salary on an OF girl. So that's a wild ass allegation right there. Additionally, according to People magazine, they say OnlyFans star Sophie Rain slams Florida Republicans' idea of a 50% sin tax on OnlyFans income. And she said, and I quote, God knows what I'm doing, said Sophie Rain. You know, Sophie Rain loves trolling the religious crowd. She likes trolling Christians. She herself is a self-proclaimed Christian herself. And according to
oh my God,
from this magazine, they say,
oh my God, these
no
people,
one ever
I
forced
swear to
me
God,
to start an OnlyFans. It was my decision, so I don't need a 31-year-old man telling me I can't sell my body online. She said,
you don't need a 31-year-old man until you can sell your body online, but you have a bunch of men who's over the age of 45 give you money for that body online. That's crazy. Yep. That's crazy.
I am a Christian. God knows what I'm doing, and I know he is happy with...
You got the wrong person. It's the other one. It's the red one. It's not that one. It's the red one. With the horns?
Me, that's the only validation I need. She also says he is focusing on me because he needs the attention he can get at this point, which honestly is sad if you think about it, yes. This is likely some type of elaborate clout-chasing campaign to boost his campaign exposure and publicity. It's an obvious strat. A strat that the public just so happens to support, or it seems to support, so it seems like nobody really cares his intentions of gaining clout off of this or not. She also said he is first condemning what I do, but at the same time picking me out of the bunch to start some type of viral beef. Yeah.
No, he's picking you out of the bunch because you're the most popular one out of everyone and everyone knows your name. So it's easy. It's like the big fish, little fish thing. If we go after the big fish, it tells the smaller fish, don't do this. That's what that is. Does like fast sacrifices.
No, I don't think so. He thinks he can go after the biggest. But let's see how that turns out for him.
That's Old Testament shit.
I'm not sure if she's subtly saying that he's gonna crash and burn, that he's going to fail, and that he's gonna look like a clown after all this. 21-year-old Sophie Rain also said, and I quote, also, why are you taxing the creator? Why not the subscriber? By that logic, this makes no sense. Well, just to clarify this, Sophie Rain, and for anybody else listening, we all get taxed. Consumers, sellers, buyers, we're all taxed directly directly or indirectly, unless you guys want a legit sales tax on online purchases on platforms like a YouTube, Twitch, or OnlyFans. I would not even suggest this. Like, I'm not gonna lie, we're already taxed enough as it is. Like, guys, if you genuinely understand how taxes work in this country, you'll start to realize that we're all getting scammed, man. There are sometimes double, triple, and quadruple taxes that happen on the same transaction. Anyway, she says Florida is OnlyFans central for obvious reasons. You are just going to drive them out of the state. Then what? Which is true. That's exactly what I said before. OnlyFans is a remote job. They don't need to stay in Florida. She said, though, Fishback is going to go after a group of people who work very hard for their money. Very hard. Wow, okay. That's gotta be a multi-layered joke right there.
Yes.
Just because he himself is against it is wrong. I feel like it's also a constitutional violation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you guys have probably figured out by now, I'm pretty neutral on sex work. I'm not really in the business to control the autonomy of what fully grown adults do with their body, as long as it's fully consensual by both parties participating digitally or physically in real life. I couldn't give a less. But when it comes to an OnlyFans 50% tax, and mind you, I don't even like high taxes. That is crazy. And understand, OnlyFans isn't only relegated to sex workers. There's like a whole bunch of people on OnlyFans. It's just mostly known for sex work, but OnlyFans is basically like a Patreon or Twitch or YouTube. You can stream, you can sell things to your audiences for a monthly subscription. Doesn't necessarily have to be sex work. It just blew up off of sex work. So is this going to be like a flat tax fee percentage for all OnlyFans creators, or is it just going to be for people who do sex work?
Yeah, that's a good question. Is it just OnlyFans, or is it anyone who has a subscription-based thing? Because like it's like Patreon, because it's technically Patreon. It's not actually for sex work. It just happens to be that way.
No, it says it in the tax name. Sin, any of the 7 sins. If it's,
I don't think that's what it is.
It should be. That's what it says.
I don't think that's what it truly is.
On OnlyFans is my question. I will say though, although I am pretty neutral on this, that I do think there probably should be better regulation for sex work online to make it less accessible to children, developing minds, kids, etc. Like, I think one thing we can all agree on is that it should not be as easily accessible as it is right now, for sure. I think we've had enough time since the inception of digital explicit content up until now to understand the implications of what it can do to people, the damage it has caused psychologically to a generation of men. So yeah, I'm not sure trying to implement an OnlyFans tax is the best way of going about this. You know, obviously these girls could just move to a different state unless this would just
That's why I said it might be go after people who has Patreon, a Ko-Fi, buy me a coffee if you live in alright, just that's just how politics work, yeah. Okay, well, I did DM you for now, at least. Okay, alright. If you're having issues, my mods will help you, but yeah, I'll definitely look. I got you.
Federally mandated thing countrywide, of which I'm not sure if any administration would even care enough to do that. It's certainly possible. And if that were the case, it definitely, if it went beyond just OnlyFans and into sex work in general, would decrease the overall amount of people who enter sex work. But again, I'm not a fan of government control or manipulation of what adults, fully grown adults, want to do with their bodies. And if they want to make money off their bodies, it's not really something I'm heavily invested in. But I understand there are a lot of religious people, Christians, Muslims, Jewish people, and people, you know, who subscribe to a particular faith that may believe that a lot of this stuff should be outright banned and terminated, which I understand that perspective. So that's just something people are gonna have to come together, figure out, debate about, and find some kind of middle ground in order to solve that issue. But what do you guys think about this? Sophie Rain beefing with a Floridian politician? Yeah, wild times we're living in.
Yeah, we live in very strange times. Okay. We got one more video and then I'll call it for a night because I know everyone's tired and it's already 12. I didn't know it was going to take this long. All right, so we'll do one more video, one final video. Let's start off on a good note. Let's get something less What the hell? What is this? What is going on here? Are these mods?
No, these are actual skins in the game.
I don't think so. I think this is a mod. Looks like a mod. Is this a mod? running out tonight. All right, so just to be clear to you, Kyla, if we don't. No. The legs, right? I'm looking at it too. Can you guys hear me? Those are actual skins? This is an actual skin?
Yeah.
I thought this was like mod. This looks like a mod to me. I didn't think they had this.
It's for the summer stuff, I most likely.
Huh. Interesting. Let's see. Yeah, I think that was it. It was the one. I think it was the one where he was gonna sacrifice his son, but he didn't. What do you mean creepy? Oh, these are mods. There's some good mods. I tell you, how do they do this? This mod stuff.
It's the source code. They usually allow it to be open, and then you can deal with that whenever you want. You do it to Five Nights all the time. You can put Goku as Golden Freddy.
I used to.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that exists.
It's crazy creepy.
Okay, the Rize one goes kind of hard. I'm not even gonna lie. That's really cool. Thanks for the knowledge. Yee. How else did you learn to draw like this? Oh, I practice.
Don't do that.
I just practice. People don't want to practice no more these days. All right, let's find a video that is wait, is this the other ones? No, one last video because we gotta get off because it's and I don't want to like be on here too long. Okay, but I appreciate you, my dude. Oh my God, the Power Ranger one. Let's go.
Hey.
Let's go. Night, Artex. Night, Kyla. All right, I'll have this done tomorrow. I'll definitely have this done tomorrow. Oh, you just go to my tutorials. I have tutorials that's there. The Power Ranger one was cool. Can you send it to me? Can you send that to me? This video? No problem. Let me see.
There it is.
I think the Power Ranger one goes hard, I'm not gonna lie. That's really cool.
Tutorial for this.
Yeah, he'll send a link. What are you doing? What are you doing?
There's a thingy hidden.
Leave it.
Oh.
Let me see. I like Gunnar ones. He likes Gunnar ones. Let me see. Let me see. This one too. Wait, what's the difference? Wait, what's the difference? That one's nice. Oh, okay. Okay, she had stockings in this one, but that one didn't. Yeah, they're shorter. Wait, who's this?
That's her tail.
Yeah, but who's that? Okay, I like this one. They keep designing the tail more.
Yeah. Oh, that's the...
Yeah, the horse. Oh, for real? Oh, you're right, it is. Wow, I didn't even notice. That's really cool. Okay, X this out. We'll do a food one. Yeah, we'll do a food one, a food video real quick.
Man eats beard.
Who?
Man meets beard.
Fine, we'll do that one and then call it a night. Man eats beard.
Mm-hmm. I like his buns and stuff.
Ooh. Oh, is it Squiggly? Is it Squiggly? I think it was Squiggly. It was Squiggly, I think her name was. All right, this is from Beard Meets Food. For those who probably know who he is, he does a bunch of food challenges. And it says, attempting the Mount Nachismo challenge from Man vs. Food.
I don't know why my
Thank
hotel
you,
room has an
Poppy.
exercise bike in it.
Alright, we're in Ann Arbor, Michigan today, doing battle with an eating challenge made famous by that TV show Man vs. Food. Or Man v. Food.
Man v.
Is it
Food.
V Food or versus Food? Honestly, yeah, I never really watched the show. Probably makes no difference, right?
See if you can make it 3 and 3.
Alright, this is the place. Tio's. Hello. Hi. I came to order you Mount Machismo thing.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Grab any table you want.
Any table?
Yeah.
Okay. So the big hook here is that this challenge was featured on that TV show Man vs. Food, like, I guess, what, 10, 15, 20 years ago or something?
I can do that right now.
Maybe not 20. I don't know whether the guy that presented the show managed to do it. Since he's a Spurs fan, I'm going to say probably not. I'll ask him that.
Access all areas.
So this is the majority of what constitutes Mount Machismo. There are still some toppings to go on there after it
Oh
comes
my
out the
God.
oven, all nice and melty. But it's £5, right?
5 pounds, yeah, absolutely. That way, everyone. I've made so many. I promise there won't be more.
Nachos are never something that pops in my head to want to eat, but when I see it, I want to eat it.
It's too much work. It's too much
So I found the
together.
artwork
Yeah.
here. It's kind of weird it's hidden away in the back corner. It's a pretty cool artwork. But we got some winners up top there. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 winners. Hey, maybe it could be the 10th. So I guess he did win.
At least Silver understands.
So it's just like a giant pile, like a mountain, if you will, of nachos.
5 pounds of nachos.
Yeah?
And you get 45 minutes.
45 minutes.
Yes. Pretty much all the things that come on our regular
The Man
nachos.
versus
Oh,
Guy
we've got
blocked me because I
shredded
kept
cheese,
sending him
queso,
exotic
refried beans,
foods.
sour
What
cream,
were you
guac,
sending him?
green peppers, onions, and tomatoes.
Everything you'd normally expect on some nachos. Got it. Cool. All right.
I don't know why,
I think
but
it's pretty much ready.
you know
In fact, just put it on the flat.
To eat it.
45-minute timer should start now.
Right, so we're at the world famous Tio's in Ann Arbor, Michigan today, taking on the Mount Machismo challenge. 45
Mount
minutes.
Machismo.
Gotta eat 5 pounds of nachos in 45 minutes.
And if you do it, you get the meal for free.
Absolutely.
Do you get a T-shirt?
You get picture yourself on the wall.
On the wall.
All of the things.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, I saw there were like 9 people on there, so maybe it could be the 10th. We'll see. What do you think? You think you got this?
Are you hungry?
A little.
Alright. There it goes. Good luck.
Great, thank you. Ooh,
Schizophrenia makes
the nachos are salty. That could be a problem. Kind of mash it all together here.
Hold on.
I don't know if I'm going to need this, to tell you the truth. Start with the dry stuff around the edges first, then all the salty stuff in the middle. Should be easier to eat at the end when it's harder.
I looked really proud of myself there for a second. Basic strategy should by now really be half of the course. Anyway, what's up, Binomi? Welcome back to the episode.
It's not going anywhere. It looks just as big as when I started. The pulled pork is excellent though. Not to mention the refried beans. I love refried beans.
Yeah, who doesn't? And there's plenty of them on there. In addition to beef, chicken carnitas, which is shredded pork apparently, sour cream, guacamole, 2 types of cheese, or 3 actually, if you include the cheese sauce.
Did you get the regular nachos? Ah, right. A man of culture. I'm trying to involve them. I think they just wanted to enjoy their lunch in peace. How am I doing? Am I doing alright?
Made a dent, a visible dent. All the people I've seen do it, it looks insane.
A visible dent. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, you know, watching this back, the pile has actually decreased, albeit to a small degree. At the time, from a first-person perspective, I have to tell you, it didn't really feel like that. It doesn't feel like it. Well... I think I need a tactical Diet Coke. I wish I'd just ordered that now, you know. Yeah, I bet. Portions here are huge. Is there any chance I could get like a Diet Coke or something like that, please? Thank you very much. I'm trying, man. This is a lot of nachos.
I think we'll stop drinking Diet Coke for a long time. You don't stop Diet Coke
from 2019 when I was kind of alright at eating.
I still don't understand the phrase for Dr. Pepper.
Thank you.
I don't think you guys sell that either.
No clue. Yeah, let's just get that putrid glass out of frame, shall we? In case you missed it at the start, you get 45 minutes to finish this one. And if you can, not only is
normal $2.89 for me.
but you get a t-shirt and a cup. It's on the Wall of Fame too.
Damn, I'm hungry.
Oh, that's a relief.
Kangaroo steak.
Come on, gotta get that t-shirt. Yeah, come on, gotta make it a hat trick of commemorative garments. The salt is really starting to feel pretty punishing at this point though. Fortunately, the sour cream helps to cut that a little bit. Yeah?
Dr. Pepper!
Hopefully that'll be enough. Oh, it's so salty.
From what?
Fortunately, I don't have high blood pressure. Yeah.
Oh, that Coke. Coke Zero still exists?
I'm so thirsty. I've been doing this, what, the best part of a decade?
I'm out of touch.
I've never really encountered something that feels difficult because of the salt content. I've had stuff that's too big, too spicy, too sweet. Never really too saline. Not sure if you can make that out, but that's one of the servers just staring and laughing. Understandably. This is hard work.
Yeah. Just fill it, go.
Like a regular portion of this would be fine and dandy. I love really salty stuff, just not like 5 pounds of it. Yeah? At least I shouldn't run out of time.
Does it really? Wouldn't that be more? I thought Diet Coke and all that stuff makes you more fatter.
Say it salty again. Go on. Just for good measure. Problem with the word salty is it doesn't really have any synonyms. Umami? Nah, that's wildly pretentious. Hope you enjoyed it. And as always, I'll catch you in the next one. The end pieces. Oh, that's so salty.
Congratulations.
I'm not there yet. Alright, this is Bibby's Food, and that was the legendary Mount the Cheeseball Challenge.
Alright.
No.
Thank you very much.
I don't know.
Oh, the owner's here.
He demolished it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, well, so we've got your RTO shirt here.
Oh, fantastic, thank you.
That's not that's an okay size for you.
It's fine, they never come in like anything less than an XL usually, so.
That's the thing, right? It's always the skinny guys who can do it.
Yeah, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for coming out. We appreciate it. Yeah, well, immediately, just let me know.
Sure, thank you very much. I mean, I would love a beer, but I drove here. Do you have you don't have desserts, do you?
I do, yeah. I have churros or a trace nut chaser section, or I have apple chai rice pudding.
Ooh, that sounds nice. Yeah, can I get some of that? Thank you very much.
I gotcha.
Rice pudding? If there's any chance of me winning an eating contest, ever, any chance of me beating, like, the greatest of all time, Joey Chestnut, it would be at rice pudding. Trust me. Nobody can eat as much rice pudding as me. Oh, Jesus Christ. Honestly, don't think I've ever been this thirsty in my life. Ooh, be careful. Thank you very much. This looks delicious.
Oh my god,
Thank you.
I hate this restaurant.
Why?
You put my spoon on the table.
Oh my god.
It's deep fried something.
Right?
That'd be a good name for a band, actually.
They should give you at least $100.
Deep fried something. That'd be the name. Nobody steal it now. Oh, cinnamony. Can't forget my winner's t-shirt. Oh, it's a little messy down there. What do you reckon? Probably not a DQ, but slightly frowned upon, maybe. Let's get out of here. Oh, thanks, buddy. Cheers, man. Thanks for having me.
You should sit in your car for the next 20 minutes and stop complaining about your life.
How long is the quiet, the silence goes in when you're sitting in your car?
Excess salt consumption.
Alright guys, I'm going to hold off this for tomorrow. Have a great night for everyone who came in. I do appreciate it. We did a lot today. We got commissioned today, and we also did the drawing of Rio from Gachiakuta. Wait, where is she? There she is. We got Rio from Gachiakuta. We did a lot today. I can't wait to color these in soon.
Make a sticker.
Yeah, I got you, bro. So we did a lot today. We're gonna finish this tomorrow, and then we'll get the other. I think I need 2 more or 3 more characters left, and then I think the Animatic will be pretty much done. Yeah, when necessary. All right, have a great night, guys. Thank you for coming in. You guys are amazing. I appreciate every last one of you. We had a great time with the creepypasta stuff. I hope you guys enjoyed that. We're gonna do more of that in the future because it seemed like you guys really love those. So, you know. All right, time to watch anime instead of working. All right, guys. Thank you, Sadboy. Thank you, Silver. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Bri. Thank you, Kyla. Thank you for the commission. Thank you, guys. You guys are amazing. You guys are awesome. Love you all. Thank you, House. Thank you, everybody. Did I miss anyone? And Spontaneous. I think so. All right, I'm out. Later, guys. See you guys tomorrow. Laters. Thank you for live, bro. No problem. Nothing but love to you guys. Thank you. You guys are amazing. We got 183 likes. That's amazing. Oh, thank you, Zed. Thank you. Oh, thank you.